goes for the finish, and just like that, Pride is out of the game. GG's. Beautiful parry.
The Z blast over here. It's a huge uppercut combo into a double grapple combo, a triple grapple combo into the hits on the grab. What a play by Baku!
That was unbelievable.
Tryhard is going insane right now with those nunchucks.
Yeah, oh my god, the triple roll as well. Frosted with the third follow-up.
Avocado's not gonna let it happen.
What a huge double uppercut.
VL's TJ catches a huge uppercut combo onto We People Clown.
They are slaughtering this lobby.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup. It's week 2, day 2, which means we're going to be heading into some solo lobbies. I'm Moxie, I'm joined by the wonderful Raven. It's the first time that you and I get to sit here on the desk for the Astral Cup. I'm super excited, Raven. I know you are too.
Day 2, it's the last chance, Moxie, for all of these players. Now, what the great part about all of this is all of the really, really strong players, they're out of here. They're sitting there waiting in grand finals. But if you are up and coming, you're looking to get in there, this was the perfect time. The water is warm, friendly, and you can really come out and show what you're capable of. Now, we've seen a couple new players show up, a lot of names that I haven't seen over the past 2 years. So Astral Cup is doing a wonderful job showing the community the different formats. This format, a little bit different than what we're used to. As far as Naraka tournaments, it really gives an opportunity for a newer player to warm up, especially in Battle Royale. Having that first, second game, you feel a little bit of butterflies, but after that third game, you settle in and you realize you're just playing Naraka. So having a ton of games to play really benefits some of the newer players.
Yeah, talking about community and opportunity, there are plenty of opportunities, even if you're not signed up for the tournament itself, to still get involved as the Naraka community. We've got 2 separate things that we have to talk about. Twitch drops. If you follow the stream for 2 hours, you're going to be able to get access to some of our lovely cosmetics, which are specific for Twitch. So if you want to get your hands on that Tainted Dye, which is a dynamic avatar, it does move. It looks incredibly fancy when it is used as your icon. You're going to be making a lot of people jealous in the lobby, but something else that's going to be making a lot of people jealous is whoever is able to walk away the winner of the meme competition currently going down in the Naraka Bladepoint official Discord server. So you want to get your way into there as quickly as possible. It's going to be ending on the 20th, so you still have a couple of days to come up with any format you choose. Post your meme, you get a chance to win some amazing treasure gifts.
Meme creation. Have you seen any of the memes, Moxley? There's a couple of memes.
I haven't seen any, but people have threatened. Rune was saying yesterday that he was going to make a meme all about the fact that I cast a cursed new yesterday when we were following all of the Soul Jade stacks that they had, and they had like every single Soul Jade in the lobby except Hot Stopper Kick, and I was like, oh well, maybe they're gonna be able to escape the carousel of Takeda into Soul Jade after Soul Jade if they have that Golden Focus combo breaking F, because they don't have Hot Stopper Kick. And wouldn't you believe it, it was literally at that very moment that our observer cut to another player in the new squad, pulled up the Soul Jades, and they had Hot Stopper Kick, and I was like, oh, that's unfortunate. But there's so many opportunities and ideas. We've had some really fun opportunities and ideas to work around some Naraka custom rooms that we've created, so there's plenty of meme options for you to choose from.
Oh, New was a worthy sacrifice for you to learn your superpower, Moxie, that you can will upon this reality, other players getting comboed mercilessly by these Jades. Now, today, solos, I was casting the trios the other day. I'm really excited to see how these solo lobbies played out. A lot of the players decided, a lot of the world players decided, maybe we won't play this. But at the last second, Tryhard did decide to go in, and all of the players came out of the woodworks, because after the first J Cup qualifiers, a lot of the players took it easy, were off season. But because of this opportunity with Astral Cup, we saw a lot of the up-and-coming players and players coming back from China joining in for this tournament, because that prize right there, 3 Gs for first, and the chance to go over, join us at the wonderful World Finals over there in Chengdu, Shanghai. It's just going to be a wonderful trip, a wonderful opportunity. I'm hoping they do this again just more tournaments like this every single year, just for players, kind of like a second chance. It's almost like a last chance qualifier that you get to go over there and see what Worlds is about and motivate yourself for next season. It's nothing to scoff at. First, second, $1,000. You got a couple G's, a big bag to cash, and even third and fourth, $500. A lot of money. This is pretty much as much money for the J Cup qualifier, if not more. And this is a for-fun tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, there's plenty for you to be able to spend that money on, especially in terms of Naraka. We're getting new treasures that are going to be dropping soon. The Pioneers are going to be opened. We still don't know what those cosmetics are going to look like, but you know the Naraka art team. They do not miss. I cannot wait to get to see some of those new extremes coming on through, especially because, I mean, what was it? Last time we've seen the Valder extreme skin. Last we had a Tessa extreme skin. Zai's gotten an extreme skin. Ferry has gotten an extreme skin. Maybe we're going to see an extreme skin come through for some of the older heroes. I'd love to see Viper get another extreme skin. I think she's been due something or other in terms of those cosmetics for a while, and especially since Viper is incredibly viable at the moment in trios, given the fact that that F3 has that healing reduction and really plays havoc into Sand Siphon. You're definitely going to have the opportunity to be able to use it, but that's trios meta. This is solos meta, and you know what that means, Raven. We're going to be seeing a whole lot of Takeda and a lot of Akos with those combinations. You were talking about some of those more experienced players that did come out of the woodwork last week. Tryhard was definitely one of those players who, the second that he hopped onto that Takeda, was showing off the new Touch of Death combination with that fan and how damn fast that charge R&B on that weapon really is.
Yeah, I heard on the test server that they're going to be tuning it down as far as its speed, but still, the fan extremely fast, and Tryhard was kind of displayed how easy it is to land. And I'm sure that after this last week, there are a lot of players knocking on the door, trying to make it through, making sure they make it to the finals. Now, I've seen a ton of the players who didn't necessarily make it to this last grand finals having their second chance, and they've been practicing nonstop on the ladder. So I'm hoping to see with this opportunity that a lot of these players make it through and really showcase that a lot of the skill level, besides Tryhard, he's kind of in a league in his own. A lot of the skill level in North America has been catching up to the Chinese meta. Now that more of us are accustomed, a lot of us have come from Worlds, and we're able to share the techniques that we learned over there back on our home turf. You're seeing a lot of that elevating the entire region and its overall average. Now, for the newer players, even then, I actually saw a Kurumi a couple times make it all the way to endgame, surviving, especially with the Kurumi buffs being added in the future. I could see that type of gameplay still working out as long as you iron out some of the details. But even some of the weakest fighters in the lobby finding a way with this even current rule set to make it work and possibly even qualify.
I mean, if you've been coming from the MVPL scene, when you say Kurumi potentially in solos, your mind is immediately going to go to one match and one player, good old Akuma on Holroth. I'm still not over the fact that not only was he able to find a kill right off the rip by hiding behind that ballista, but also the Realm of Yang win. Oh, that was painful. You go into a Realm of Yang and you lose against a Kurumi. But we do love to see the curveballs coming through, because sometimes having that unexpected angle is actually able to put you at such a huge advantage in terms of the mind games, and so much of Naraka, especially in solos, is about those mind games, right? Being able to force the red flash whiff from your opponent so you're able to follow up and punish, being able to exhaust a lot of the ultimates, especially if you're fighting something like an Akos or a Takeda, so they're not able to use it a little bit later on in the fight. So you get frozen up or you get stunned out by a Tessa. If that Takeda or an Akos ultimate have already been removed, you don't really have that option of being able to use things like the Takeda shoves to still hold on to that space and not get punished for being held into that position, especially in areas like those Realm of Yangs, where the 1v1 and the ultimates are oh so important.
Yeah, I think with the current rounds, it's difficult to run the normal meta of the character rotation. So we see a lot of Akos coming out, a lot of Zippy Ying, and generally these two characters, there's an interesting relationship between all of them. They all a little bit counter each other. There isn't one character that really dominates the entire scene right now. A lot of the strongest players in the games, their comfort pick, their double pick it can be Varia, it can be Zipping, it can be Akos, it can be Takeda. For Bandaman, it's sometimes even Tarka. So when it comes to playing this current meta, I think the game is in a fairly good place as being very balanced. Now, with the addition to the fan, like we were saying earlier, it does do a lot of damage, but you can just use it yourself. It's not as egregious, I think, of other weapons. Plus, it's one of the coolest weapons, I think, being added to the game. I love playing Dagger, and Fan being a variation of it was definitely really, really cool. And like you were saying before, the showcasing the combos with Fan, the possible weapon swapping combinations. But overall, I would say it didn't really overtake the current meta. You're still seeing a lot of players using dual halberds. You're still seeing a lot of players using pole sword. You're still seeing any player when they pick up certain Jades, the Jades of Destiny, you can still utilize all these single weapons. Now, I think there is a time that Katana probably needs to get buffed. It's definitely one of the most beloved weapons in Naraka, and right now, it's probably the second weakest next to Greatsword. And I know those two weapons, kind of very beloved weapons in Naraka. I think in the future, we'll see the Condoneric form of Katana. But in solos, I cannot wait to see what characters people are playing, because this is finally, it's the last chance qualifier, essentially. We had the other 2 weeks, everyone got to go in the lab, you got to reset, review the VODs, figure out what they want to do to approach this type of format. And with so many people in the lobby, I think there's an opportunity to play a little bit more aggressive. You know, a lot of times people will play very slow, play very timid. Newer players, they kind of just jump into the middle, jump into the mosh pit. But for a lot of the strategy for this one, we still have the same type of point system that we have in normal tournaments. Now, there's always, if you're new to Naraka, the relationship between getting a high place and getting a lot of kills is directly correlated. If you get a high place, there is ranking points. You'll get 4 points for first, 2.5 for second, 3 or 2 for third. So you don't get as much through placement, but the coefficient or the multiplier, depending on how many kills you get, it basically increases your points for the overall round significantly. So even though you're fragging out and you may get 3 to 4 kills, if you don't make it to that last place, you won't get as much points with 4 kills dying in mid game versus getting 4 points and getting first place, where you'll get a ton of multiplier from it, jumping your score up to 10 to 12-ish, which is considered a pop-off game. But going off spawn here, we're seeing a nice spread, and I love to see this, Moxie. People everywhere.
Yeah, that is an incredibly even spread. A lot of players gravitating towards places like Eventide and Sunwings. It's not going to be a nighttime map, so no increased Firefly spawns just yet. So probably a lot of different heroes shown as well. We're going to see some Zips, a couple of Tessas coming on through, as Costantia from EU is actually going to be taking a fight immediately against player number 24. Has that new fan that we've been talking about, throwing out the R&B and then using that light attack to go for the buff. It has to worry about the fact that they're going up against the dagger, however, and still finds the opportunity to throw out the focus. This is the Kurumi that they were talking about, and we actually get to see the use of the umbrella and activation to knock Costanza back to transition into the charged LMB on that dagger and find the hit confirmation, pushing the Tessa away from the fight and forcing not just the disengage but the reset, who now is going to get caught out by that grapple. Costanza not able to follow up, gets hit by the LMB on the dagger yet again, taking a lot of damage. F now going to be invested, as well as the anti-ult area, and that's going to mean that the Kurumi is not able to use the healing circle and keep themselves topped up in the fight. Gorgeous macro coming through from the Tessa.
Wonderful play from the Tessa, and we're seeing Jaxi on the Tessa versus Hanskin. Again, the V2 coming off, getting a nice chunk of heal back, bringing this back, but still, last focus attack situation. Jaxi holding up, looking for the flank play, and doesn't want to force this issue, wants to take their heal reset, but Jaxi's willing to take this flip right now on top of the roof, looking for the horizontal, not able to get it, and switching to that greatsword, creating a lot of space, helicoptering away. He doesn't want this. He might be able to get the heal off. He does have his combo breakup, able to gold focus out of there, and now Ant in the middle of 2 players trying to reset here, but he's showing a lot of weak body language. The other player realizes that this player might be low health. The first horizontal is going to go through. Nice cross up into the light attack, but he's going to get ulted again. Just Tessa's everywhere. Temmie, he's going to pop his F. He's going to look to reset off the urn. He's able to get his soul back. No stagger going to Ann and fighting off back-to-back Tessa's. Gets the shift parry in there. Looks for the uppercut. Nice fancy weapon swap, but unable to connect here. Now, Tessa in a world of hurt, realizing this is not the Temmie he wants to mess with. Getting toothpick. Nice cross up to dodge the F combo break, and Ann is gonna take him down.
Great play coming through from the Tumult, but now he's going to have to survive the potential third party. Huge thing for Ant, however, is that he was able to win while still holding on to his ultimate. Wisp going to be thrown out to buy himself that zoning potential and set him up to have the distance to start releasing some of these longsword strikes. Grapple cancel going to be connected and faking it out with that blue focus. Parry coming through. Tumult's ultimate invested to close up the distance and find the parry as Jaxi throws out the horizontal. Now we're going to see the Tessa ultimate invested. Wisp goes out, but the charger R&B on the dual halberd stops Ant from actually being able to close up the distance and interact with the urn, so he does take a lot of damage from that hit, but now he's able to find the parry onto Jaxi, who doesn't have another weapon in their hand and has to just stand still, accept the fate, and Ant walks away with another kill.
Oh my god. And hits Jaxi with the no-look heel fake parry. He's just sitting back, just like, I'm resetting, I'm panicking. Nope, sucker. You just walked into the trap. Jaxi runs in, sees the last hit point, starts looking, is like, we're about to pick up this kill, but instead he gets parried, drops his weapon, and just struggles to walk away, just completely bamboozled by Ant's play. Really impressive stuff coming from Ant. We saw some really frame perfect dodges going there. Now Lord of Woe versus Ghost Phoenix. Targa's in ultimate. He gets a nice uppercut combo, holding the top of the rock. Lord of Woe tries to parry fish, unable to catch it though, taking a little bit of burn damage on the chase down, but another third party comes in. Lord of Woe sees the flame comes in, turns it around, sends him into the uppercut, and sends Jazz back to the respawn, picking up the kill. Now Ghost Phoenix may have gone away. Lord of Woe searching left and right, unable to figure out where his opponent went. Lucky for him, he's able to bob, weave, get out of there, because Lord of Woe is ready to game with his purple staff and his katana. He has ultimate up. Now going over to Celestia, we have a Dodo, one of the world's contenders for trios, having some good time in solos on the Zippy Yang mirror on top of this roof. Top half charge, looking for the stagger with the fan. New weapon confirming into that easy double hit. That wind attack, super oppressive. One of the first special attacks that isn't blue focus. It's one of the first special attacks that is a light attack, allows you to kind of space out, do this little wind damage. Now Adon with the reset on top of the roof, looking for his turn back, able to take it back, but still in the pocket. Both of them duking it out, throwing out the parries. No one has the advantage yet. Adon trying to find a parry. He's unable to get it. Gets checked for his troubles. His ult's gonna be popped, and now another Wu Chen shows up to steal the kill. Unable to get it though. This gold fan is just doing too much damage. The Wu Chen looking to get in there with the white armor, and one focus attack is gonna go out, and Booga just gets shredded for his troubles.
We've got a Zai on the field as well. You love to see it. Actually going to be going toe to toe with Eric. Very low, has to use the app, looking to try and close up the distance to be able to land in with some of those golden focuses off of the V2. Will be able to find one hit, now going to use another, as Epic just has to hold on that red. Unfortunately, already had used the F on the Viper to recover from some of the hits a couple of moments ago, so does not have it to be able to connect onto the Zai before the full V2 hits on through. And we can have a look at some of these other players in the lobby as well. I love the fact that we're still seeing Valda, even though, you know, in the MVPL scene she has fallen off since the V2 nerfs. She's still very much prevalent in the Astral Cup meta, as Costanza on that Tessa is now trying to take this fight against Sin solo. That spear finding the 1-2 doesn't manage to find the uppercut connection into something like a hot swap, however, as Cassandra just continues to be absolutely abused by that 1-2 light confirm. Now tries to turn it around on the dagger, incredibly low, does have the ultimate in case they want to try and throw it out, but is holding on to it, will be able to live long enough for the F to be able to cycle back on in. Has to be careful, however, as the fight that they're in, Solo is not giving up, went for the fake out, and Costanza thought they were going to get an opportunity to find that heal. Thankfully, having that dagger does mean that they're able to use a lot of that movement to keep themselves ahead of the situation and try and find the reset, as Solo's looking to close up the distance, gets hit by the F, the LMB on the dagger, not going to be able to find the confirmation. Now we're going to see the Tessa V3 come through, and unfortunately, Solo is still going to be able to find the kill in the aftermath, however, and without investing the Zip ultimate as well. That 1-2 light confirmed from the spear was just absolutely brutal at the very beginning of that fight, as we're going to see Vani on that Takeda having already invested that ultimate, potentially taking a fight against one of our Xbox players in the lobby. That staff coming on through the blue into the follow-up horizontal to be able to close up the distance as Fanny finds the drop-down parry. What a play! The LMB now coming through from the fan, forcing the Karumi into using that ultimate to try to recover. Will be able to find the uppercut connection. Vanny without that ultimate going to have it up in 6% to try and knock the Karumi away, but they're not going to actually chase the Takeda as we head over towards our first realm of Yang spawning in.
Excellent Arrow versus Empty. Excellent is going to get the uppercut combo followed by the R&B, sending the follow-up focus attack. He's just flying through these blue skies, sending non-stop blues. He's able to get the parry, and now last hit situation, Nunchucks coming out. He tries to get the uppercut. He goes for it all, but Arrow is ready there, armoring through and getting that light attack. Justina versus Justina. We haven't seen Excellent Era in a tournament in a hot minute since Solo out there farming out as well. That previous fight that you were talking about, the Tessa was last second. She was about to get a heal off and she fell off the rock. It hurt my soul. In the middle of your healing animation, if you fall off a rock, it will cancel. Now Solo continuing the menace with this spear, looking for the half charge, is not gonna get it on the Xbox player, fighting back perfectly, but releasing a very questionable blue. He's gonna get sent to the heavens and uppercut Hakuna. She had the initial read, but then because of Solo's a little bit of delay, he ends up trapping that focus attack. I don't believe Hakuna really wanted to release that focus attack. Great play from Sin Solo. Now I do autographs over here next to the bell, looking for a possible player. Maybe he's about to bite off a little more he can chew. Solo looking to continue his menace with the spear, able to fake out the focus attack with a parry, looking for the stagger. He's not able to get it. Scale rush around the corner, but I do autographs. Wisen ups, realizes he's charging. He can hear the sound cue. Great parry on the drop down. Now for the first time, we're seeing Solos on the back foot. Light into 2. Solo trying to back off, trying to ice off this pressure. I do autographs, has the momentum on this side. He's not going to take it. Able to dodge the horizontal with the blink. I do autographs, fishing again for the parry. This time he's going to go blue. He's going to find the hits, and Solo against the ropes in a last hit point situation. He does have his ultimate up. Matari ult's going to be invested. Good job dodging the actual backstab, moving out of the way, and now Solo with the light attacks able to stagger Solo. Solo sees the third party coming in. He has to be careful. He needs to pop ultimate before the other character gets in. Now he's popped, nothing to his defense. 2 seconds on his F though. He can pop a heal. I do autographs is going to get peeled off, and Ant is going to jump in.
Yep, that third party bailing Solo out, so he's able to find that disengagement, get the heal, and now come to bite back on in as Ant has shown up on that Tumult, has the ultimate up and available if he wants to be able to isolate this fight into the 1 versus 1. Sees the zip, thinks about potentially chasing. Unfortunately, that high current is making it a lot harder to be able to find those grapple cancel lockdowns. as he's looking for that opportunity, using the scale rush to be able to move up while holding on to the grapple supplies in case it does go down to that chase. We've got another player who's also shown up in the distance, given the fact that the variant challenger is on the map, broadcasting these players' positions, and still on the roof is just waiting for his moment to show. He does have a better weapon, but he's still rocking the blue armor, so he has to be incredibly careful that he doesn't bite off more than he can chew, especially when your opponent is a Zip who's just going to be able to out-sustain you. Solo has been able to find the kill, is able to use a little bit of the downtime to pick up some resources, but now has to take that fight that was about to go down the second that one of these players went out. But they turn away from Solo and on to the more vulnerable Ant, spotting out that blue armor and knowing that the mulch is going to be easy to lock down. The kill with as Solo takes advantage of the Wisp to push on to kill a Sage who was held in position and took so much damage. Solo finding the parry to follow up into the Nessus, into the uppercut, into the horizontal trap, and that's another kill picked up from the Zip. And now turning back into the fight, having used that Wisp to be able to disengage and find that reset opportunity to come back in full health. Now going to be going toe-to-toe with Solo. The 1-2 uppercut confirmation, the scenery making it a little bit harder for Solo to be able to punish. Throws out the 1-2 free. The F1 going to be invested in the middle of that Tumultuous ultimate to be able to live and sustain, but gets caught in the Wisp. Now we're going to see the vertical staff coming through onto the golden focus. Solo still holding onto that ultimate, but Ant's able to find the purple combo. The ultimate immediately going to activate. Solo tap dodging through, but it's going to be the overhold from Ant with the staff tracking the Zip's progress to anticipate the dodge and catching them on the back after all.
Impressive play from Ant. He's been showing so much technical prowess on this Temmie. Temmie, kind of like the new Tarka. I call him Sand Tarka all the time. All of his Wisp techniques, all of his ultimate. Every time he goes through that wind wall, he's able to get that stun back up. And now going into Realm of Yang, we got Alt Vanny versus an Akos. Zeno 980 looking for the light attack, not able to get it, but he's gonna send the 1-2-3, has the momentum on this red. Akos trying to back off, trying to ice off this pressure. He's trying to hold his combo break. He doesn't want to force it out, but now the possibility of the Takeda to take advantage is he's gonna get light attacked, but the explosive armor is gonna come in to break up that combo, and now he's gonna get the follow-up. Akos in a tough position, has to use his Tiger now. Missing the second shove, he has a chance to bring this back. He's looking for the reset right now, but Vanny, one more shove to his name. Great play to heel fake into the Tiger, and now with a little bit of health, a little bit more confidence, he tries to back off, he tries to dodge the shove, but he's gonna get a parry for his troubles. Great play from Zeno to clutch it up versus Vanny. Vanny's opener was just so strong in that instance. He got everything that he wanted. He got the Akos to burn his ultimate, so he didn't have a combo break. He just needed to find that spacing, that nice perfect spot to get the maximum value off the shove. But the kitty cat, when he doesn't want to be hit, he prances around and gets out of there. Now Adod versus Ann. Let's see if one of the veterans of the game can deal with the pressure of Ann. And one of the newer players getting onto the scene, showing just how powerful Temmie is, using that gold F, no combo break to his name, but Adon on the zipping has a lot of sustain. This uneven terrain, not very good for combos, but he's gonna get hit by the LMB from the dagger. No follow-up though, but Dreadful Whale being released, his reverse Uno card being revealed. He had an ace card up his sleeve. Adon realizing, wait a second, the gig is up. What is that? We got to take a reset over here using his guiding ability. Trying to pop off a heal right now. His F is going to be coming up and knows that the zipping, he has to get the perfect opener. But Adod using these rocks, using these uneven terrain, and it's not able to find the type of long extended combos needed in order to burst the zipping. But no need. When we got Dreadful Whale, we turn into an anime character and we're just hitting you up from every single angle. Adod knows he's in disadvantage right now, has to be careful. The power level of this Pokemon is a little bit too high. Adon wants to hit this full health. Now, if I'm Adon in this situation, we're thinking, all right, this man has Dreadful Whale. We gotta take that dagger out of his hand. I imagine Adon's gonna be posting up right now, looking to parry this, and still sees that this player is a little bit hesitant to fight, and when you put your back to a player like Ant, he's gonna take advantage of it. It's coming with aggression into the grapple, looking for the whiff stagger. A-Dot wise enough, seeing that the zone is coming in, doesn't want to overcommit to the situation. The zone at this point will do a lot more damage. Now Zipping, he's going to have the advantage in the situation. Using the gold F, he looks for the opener. He's unable to get it. But now Ant wisening up the read of a read. He's canceling his Dreadful Whale as an opener. He's looking for a parry onto A-Dot, but A-Dot reads it, sends the 3 anyway. He's not a believer. The whiff is going to come out. All this is going to come out, and now Ant has A-Dot in a weird position. He's stuck in his zone. He doesn't want to go to the wind wall, and Ant, what a great play, holding the edge of zone right now. But A-Dot on that Zippy Ying is going to be use her abilities, use her heal to find the exact time to go back in. And we're going to get a third reset over here. Temmie versus Zipping. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Now Ant with the overhold, trying to trap it, sends a soul break. How's A-Dot's going to respond? Not able to parry the Dreadful Whale. Big damage coming out from Ant. Now, he also has Phantom Step, the glitch in the Matrix. It makes him go invisible on every dodge. And it looks like these two, they're accepting that each of them are unkillable. The Moonbane comes in, paid acting, denying the fight.
Yeah, but I think both of those players just understanding that the fight's going to go on so long between them that they're griefing each other out of potentially finding more kills. We're probably going to see them go head-to-head in the last 2 players in the lobby, as we are going to head over now and look at Excellent Era on that Justina overholding the charge LMB on that longsword to be able to connect onto that chaser, skirishing off of the edge of that ceiling to be able to keep themselves trying to disengage and looking to find a reset moment as they are incredibly low. Again, they're going to throw out the charge. R&B, still no parry coming through from the Zip that they're being hunted down by. One of these days, that's going to be a fake out. Now we're going to see the red flash. Free shell form coming through from Excellent Era to be able to disengage as cleanly as possible, anticipating the Zip coming outside of that building, throwing out the R&B on the longsword, still committing onto it. Now gets hit by the Flamer, and that burn tick is going to be doing so much because you're not going to be able to find the reset. And if you look at the amount of heals that they have available, it's absolutely none. So it's only going to be prolonging the inevitable. But here comes Ant, and Ant at the moment feels inevitable in this lobby. He's been able to steal that kill away, and that Zip is not happy. That Legendary Dagger doing so much work. The F1 coming through from the Zip, Ant taking a lot of damage, finds the uppercut to move into that Dreadful Whale. Has to be careful that he doesn't get third-partied by another player coming through, and it gets parried out of his hand. He revealed the ace in his sleeve, and the Zip anticipated the second throw out of the Dreadful Whale and parries it in its charge-up form before it can hit into the gold.
You did it again, Moxie. Cast a curse. You said Ant and A-Dot need to just go out there, find a weaker players. They were just wasting each other's time, and Ant goes out and finds Excellent Era and takes him down. Unfortunately for Era, he's in a last hit point situation. Ant rolls up, just throws a raw horizontal, and then ends up taking him down. Now, in this endgame, this Zipping is absolutely stacked. He has almost maximum health, has Dreadful Whale, has Dagger Sap, has everything you could possibly want in this endgame. Assault's going to come out. He sees A-Dot looking for the Dreadful Whale. A-Dot with the late parry, not able to get to it. It's at that point the Dreadful Whale has turned to gold, and now faking A-Dot out, forcing the ultimate out. A-Dot, what is happening to my man? He's just absolutely smothered, destroyed, turned into minced meat. The same thing with this Akos, that gold change on the Dreadful Whale. Even though Akos uses his combo break, he's just taking a massive amount of damage now, but the Kitty Cat's claws are out. Can he find the opener here? Denying the Dreadful Whale with the Tiger, looking for the opener. Nice chip damage coming out from him, but Zipping, this is a marathon, this is not a sprint. Can you find the burst to hold down a Dagger? Zipping, Clank's gonna come out, longsword looking for the parry, but it's too far. This Zipping's ready to take this reset, but no ult to his name. Zippy Ying with ultimate is like 3 characters in one, but we got explosive armor on this Akos. The Zipping does not know, so with the parry, he has the opener that he wants, but the rocks, they grieve his damage. He gets no damage out of it. The Dreadful Whale fake is coming out. And again, woo, a little bit of a glitch in the matrix. Gonna get back-to-back dreadful whale parries. This is what he needs in order to win this. 3 parries in a row. Akos is not flinching. He has the read. Light attacks into zone. He gets the pop. Now Zipping finally turned into a mortal character. Can he find the armor reset? Can Akos stop him? He cannot. But he gets a nice focus attack off. He sends another R&B. Both of them are now in an even situation, but Akos' ult should be coming up online soon. Dreadful Whale's coming out. Explosive armor revealed, but Zipping already back to full health. The F1 doing so much. And another ace card revealed. Hepta on the longsword doing a ton of heal. Using his F to stop the Dreadful Whale. Zipping with the F1. He's going the distance. He gets the dagger set, but ultimate is back up. Akos needs to get some value up to the Zipping, already almost back up to 70%. She's going to be able to heal off again. The movement from Dreadful Whale is so much. He's not able to close his distance. And we're going into round 4, Moxie.
Yep, and all the Zip is going to do is kite around this Akos ultimate, and the second that it's out, we're going to see the full committal of that Dreadful. So, just trying to find any landing to punish the Zip when they fall down. The F1 already going to be used early. They're not going to have the combo breaker to break away from the Dreadful Whale. The Zip using that F1 to be able to keep themselves healed up, even throws out the ultimate to be able to go aggressive, throws out the Assault Smolder, connecting on to that Akos, but he's, just throwing out the Charger LMB on those dual habits is going to do a lot of damage, shredding through all of that armor. The Zip having to go for the Flame Breath to be able to buy themselves a little bit of space and push him away so that they can lead up into that Dreadful Whale. Will be able to throw it out, but the F1 cycles back into the mix, and we see another round go through. The F1 cycling back into the fray for Xeno to be able to dodge the follow-up of the Dreadful Whale. Yet again, the swap to the Flamer to buy the Zip the opportunity to go for that armor reset. The Fire Tick hits onto Xeno, who wisely went for the armor reset instead of the health, knowing that the heal reduction would potentially be on the board. Finds the 1-2 into uppercut into Halberd, coming out with the charge R&B ultimate activation now coming through from the Akos. Finds the grab with the V2 onto the Zip to finally take the boss down.
I feel like I just watched 12 rounds of boxing. That was a full reset. We saw almost 3 ultimates go down there. Great play from both players. The follow-up, though, this is what happens with Zipping and what ADOT was doing versus Ant in the beginning. Using that uneven terrain, you're able to deny the big damage coming out from these combo characters like Akos. Great play from Zipping, but the Dreadful Whale mix-ups, both of these players really showing how to utilize Janes in a fair 1v1 with both armors, juice to the max. Their damage not mitigated completely by all of their Jades, and we're seeing Ants in the replay. Oh my god, that heel parry onto Jaxi was just beautiful. Now you see Jaxi just dazed and confused, waking up and just getting slaughtered, making it look easy. And just really impressed me today. I haven't really seen him as a player. Probably one of the new rank demons rolling through with all the latest and greatest techniques, able to dodge through Lord of Woe, finding that unfortunate third party from the Xbox player. Great combo coming out from Kizzle Code. Nice reset grapple kick with the longsword. Era back into tournaments, showing the Justinas how it's done. Gonna get frozen up, but MTR, a little bit of a comeback here, but a little ambitious with the uppercut. Gonna get caught out. Solo with that spear, an absolute menace in his neutral, just taking out people's toes, throwing the LMB reset 1-2 over and over and over, and taking Careless Sage for a ride. But unfortunately for him, his reign was ended by Ant and this Temi Tech. Just a follow-up over and over. The pressure is just too much. Nice play to deny the parry cross from Ant, but this battle right here, Moxley, oh my goodness, it lasted forever.
Yeah, this one went on and on and on. A huge reason as well being that even though we saw daggers being parried off of some of those Dreadful Whale fake outs, they had another legendary dagger in the back pocket. But speaking about fights that went on and on and on, this last fight really did last almost the entirety of the match, it feels like. Finally, Xeno is able to deal enough damage in a row with the combo off of that Akos ultimate to take the Zip down before she's able to use the F1 in the additional tap dodge that you get to be able to move towards that bubble, to not only create even more distance to be able to swap to that flamer and just shred through a lot of that Aegis' health bar and not allow them the full reset, but because you've already used that F1 for the zip, as time passes, the more armor and health you're going to be able to regain. So huge props and kudos to the fact that Xeno was able not just to come out on top, but was able to keep focused throughout the entire duration of the fight, all the way through the cycles of the ultimates, of the zip F1, doesn't lose the cool, doesn't over-aggress into a position where they're going to get caught out by the fact that the zip does have things like the flamer and does not allow the Aegis that opportunity to try and sustain as much as the zip is able to.
Looking at the other lobby, it looks like, I don't believe VS Casper was in this lobby, but I'm guessing this is a result of another lobby. Casper leading the charge with 9 points. Bachin with 8.8, TTV Neon with 7.5, really close neck to neck after the first round. Only like a 2-point difference within that top 6. Mr. Bentley at 6.5, MH and Nolan at 6.2. Now, for the other lobbies, these players are not competing for first now. This is the first qualifying round. They just need to get top 6 to get through. The cutoff being around 7.8 right now. Monty Roros absolutely dominating at 22.0. Oh, this is our lobby now.
Yes.
That the zipping at the end at 22.2 on an absolute tear, taking everyone out. The Akos, even though he took the win, 13.6, almost just half the points. Excellent era. He doesn't make it to that end game, but it looks like his off spawn and his middle game, he's just absolutely shredding the lobby and showcasing what's possible on Temi at 12 points. Sin Solo really pushing how strong Spear is. Normally everyone uses staff right now, but Spear just as deadly if you know what you're doing with it. ADOD playing this tournament for fun, already qualified for trios, going to worlds, but he's in there trying to get there in solos as well for some fun at 7.8. VL Cast, we saw a little bit of her Zai on the outside, taking down that Viper, utilizing the gold focus in her ultimate form at getting 4.8. We saw a couple of Vanny's fight on the Takeda, definitely getting some momentum off spawn. Hopefully next time he'll be able to get through that mid game. Same thing with Lord of Woe. We caught a little bit of his uppercut shenanigans with the staff, denying the third party. If you're gonna third party Lord of Woe, you got another thing coming, because my man's turning around. He's not chasing his initial target. You are the target now. But still, game 1 in the books. And on daytime Moors, especially with the mix-up of Outworlds, we're going to see a lot more daytime than we're used to. And on daytime, a lot of the times, you're playing these defensive characters. That's why we mainly saw a lot of zippings, mainly saw a lot of Takedas, because Takeda can really take advantage of zipping. Same thing with Akos, but the one part that zipping really excels at, then in Battle Royale, we're not on flat ground. Inside Yang, you can get her, but when she got rooftops, when she has Dreadful Whale, when she has so many tools to her disposal, it's really hard to lock her down. But eventually, that zone pushes you in, and we saw that Akko's able to close the distance and finish her off.
Yeah, really good stuff. We talk about the fact that those buttery rocks, they really do play havoc. And like you said, Zips being able to take advantage. Tessa's also able, a lot of the time, to be able to take advantage, throwing out that ultimate on the cliffside with not a lot of positions for those players to be able to break away and try and tap dodge on, because you do get locked into those slide animations, so you're not able to use things like your golden focuses to break that away or try and look for that tap dodge. But we're going to be tap dodging into a very short break. When we return, we're going to be headed over to map number 2, which means Holorough Starry Night, my favorite map, and hopefully a couple of mix-ups in the hero pool as well.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of the Astral Cup Solos. I am Raven BLZ, and I am joined by the lovely Moxie, Starry Night Holleroth. Now, super wide open map, lots of burst potential, fireflies everywhere, and unlike Morris, there are firefly regen stations all around the map. So you already know all of the fast characters are coming out. There's going to be a lot of action, a lot of players running around, hoping to get in a fight, hoping to reset with some fireflies again and keep that action going. Now, you were pointing out before, Moxie, about some off-meta picks. Do you think some more Vols are going to be showing up today?
I mean, I would love to see some more Valda. We're also seeing a little bit more Justina. I'm really sad that we haven't seen Yodo, especially given the changes to that F2, where it does seemingly last forever with the 9 seconds, so it's only on cooldown for something like 16 seconds, but it definitely feels in Truers like we're still seeing a lot more of that F3 because of the fact that you can use it in that golden focus to be able to break out of some of those combos, as well as, you know, Yodo having the changes to ultimate, where instead of the attack percentage increase scaling off of the dead players in the area, it now scales off of the alive players, which is really good because it's something like you need 5 players around. You get 5 players and you get 55% increase, which is absolutely crazy, especially because it's not scaled separately to solos or trios, so it does get a lot more value in trios where you're going to be going up against a lot more players anyway because of the game mode. But heading to Holleroth, I think we're still going to be seeing a lot of Takeda. I think we're still going to be seeing a lot of Sid. flip. Potentially we get to see a couple more Tarkas come through. I did notice that we had a couple of Tarkas on the last lobby of Morris, and they did have things like the katana in the back pocket and also something like the staff or the spear. So if you don't want to have to invest the timing and also the potential worry about the terrain messing over that infinite lockdown, you're able to go for the jump vertical click, which, well, yes, it doesn't do as much stagger as it used to, because thankfully they did nerf some of that stagger rate. It's still really detrimental to be able to break out of once they're able to set that cycle going.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm hoping to see on Holoroth is the Faria pick. With the new patch coming out, Faria is going to be super overpowered, especially on Holoroth. She's going to find so much value off her turret form. And using the new turret change is absolutely insane, Moxie. When Faria ultimates, she's able to turn a turret form, find the kills really, really quickly. Before, well, as Faria got adjusted, Holoroth used to be littered with Faria. Just Farias everywhere because you couldn't get away from her turrets. She could survive forever. It was basically like an offensive Zippy Ying. But when everyone got adjusted to it, they nerfed her mech damage. She kind of fell off. But with the changes coming up, I can see a couple players possibly running some Faria today. We see it in the Pro League, especially since it does a really good job inside the realm of Yang in those isolated battles, even versus the best dueling characters, Takeda, Akos. If you find a way to use your turret and hit them behind the poles, you can find a ton of value off Faria. I highly recommend any of the newer players to try her out. She's a very easy combo break to work with, and she practically has a second life that you can fly away and have a good time with. On Starry Night Holoroth, though, we're probably, like you're saying, Moxie, we're going to see a lot of Takedas, a lot of Akos. I'm hoping to see some Tessa. I think she's a very friendly character for the newer players, especially because you get 2 ultimates. It only uses up 55 of that ult charge, and it really allows you to play the neutral game very, very tricky. When you hit someone with that V1, that urn coming out, we saw it on Morris off spawn. We saw Jaxi running into it. We saw multiple players running into it. Now, unfortunately, Temmie, even though he's not a very commonly picked character, Temmie has the answer to a lot of the meta today, and we saw that from Ants. A lot of really, really excellent play coming out from Ants today. So I'm excited to see what else Ants has actually in his bag of tricks.
I mean, I love the tumult. Before we had the golden focus attached to the jump, I was campaigning for it to be turned into a golden focus because it really did feel like it was more of a punishment tool for the tumult, because everyone would just swap to something like the dual blades or the nunchucks to be able to uppercut chase whenever you use that F. And obviously before it was golden focus, you weren't able to use it as a combo breaker either. So if you got stuck in one of those fights where you're just getting chunked down with a just 100-0 combo coming through from a Takeda or an Akos, you didn't have any available option to be able to disengage it and try and counteract it. But now we're seeing a lot of those players using that combo breaker ability on the tumult, as well as using the wisps to zone things like Farias away from being able to hop into the V3 of the mech, something that a lot of Takedas and Akos are doing as well, is saving things like the grab on that Tiger and the shove from the Takeda to deny the Faria the reset, as we're going to be seeing a Valda immediately off of the rip. And unfortunately, it's not going to go very well at all. That Valda is up for all of 5 seconds and is then sent packing to the Soul Altar.
Vanny off spawn, claiming the Yushan Ruin. So much loot is up there, plus the Fireflies. Unfortunately for his opponent, he's not able to find it. But now in Imperium Castle, white armor to this Matari. Ooh, a rare Matari we're actually going to see. Nice grapple kick combo, able to follow up. Careless Sage as well on the Matari. Just multiple Mataris showing up here at Imperium and zipping this Tarka surrounded by defensive characters. Can he deal with the onslaught of resets? And a mosh pit just ensues, and Zai runs up using her F to take a ton of burn damage, and a blind focus is going to come out. Where did this parry come from? Now Tarka out of nowhere. It's Achilles able to pick up the kill. Unfortunate for the Tarka. You gotta look before you cross that focus. Just getting parried out of nowhere. Now MH Achilles keeping up with the pressure. This Valda has blue armor, has a blue fan, shredding with the damage. Ghost Phoenix, though, throwing the newbie out with the katana, able to get a ton of damage on this, but Achilles is not done. He wants blood. He's here for action. Empty in a last hit point situation. He sees the Takeda getting the hits in, but he's going to take really disciplined play from Achilles, taking the reset, checking his flank, actually, and just continuing the chase, tagging in Careless, hoping that he holds him in place, but now Careless not doing his job. A little bit careless on himself. Achilles realizing my man is not paying attention. He hits him with the 4-piece light attack with the fan. And now Empty able to get a full reset now, but now he has to deal with this Valda with purple armor, this blue fan. Achilles waiting, looking to see and posturing. My man is playing real safe, checking every single corner, doesn't want to fall into an ambush, gonna get stagger right now, but the blink is gonna come out from the Matari, able to create some distance. The work is cut out for an Achilles right now. A lot of buildings to play off of here. The kiting from this Matari, impeccable, able to break his ankles completely, and Achilles is gonna tap out. Check out the shop. Is there something that I can buy to chase down Mataris?
Yeah. Unfortunately for Achilles, the weakness is not the heal as much as the ankle break potential over in Imperial, with the whole host of tents for these players to be able to disappear behind. Another Matari is actually going to be showing up onto the field. We had one as well on the last map of Morris, as we do have that ferry that we were talking about. Legendary Pulse is absolutely huge this early on for the Transformer to be able to scale up into that ultimate. Now going toe-to-toe, doesn't throw out the stone form, trying to just come in with those horizontal swings and take this Yushan down before they're able to use that ultimate. It's going to charge up the Scarers to keep as much damage as possible while keeping themselves as mobile as possible so they don't get locked down into the space stagger connections of this Terracotta Warrior, and is doing so much damage as a result. They've already almost chunked the Yushan down. One more Scarish will do it. Maybe just the F1 connection and the Yushan is gone.
Oh my goodness. Player 20 is continuing on his reign. That gold pulsar just doing so much damage. But Zeno on the Temi, taking down Booga with the horizontal now. Booga has to be careful right here. Has to dodge the light attack. Oh, unfortunately, he gets baited out and sent into the classic toothpick combo from Zeno. Temi, just an absolute menace when it comes to fighting him for these combos. Now cast Achilles Imperium to the north. Who is going to be king of the north? It looks like Achilles is continuing their reign. Looking for the light time. A great take back from Cass. Looks for the uppercut into the uppercut parry. Old school traps coming out, but the Zai ult doesn't need any traps. All she needs to do is get close. All she needs to do is find a little bit of a stagger right now. Achilles doesn't want any sign of it. Crouch cancels and puts out the ult. Looks for the spear. A little bit of bob. Weave. Not able to get it though. Cass gonna get sent for a ride. R&B follow-up. Gonna be able to get the gold focus now. Achilles though with that second health pool, tanking no damage. The follow-up doing a ton. Will Cass die from this? Unfortunately for Achilles, he doesn't get the full damage. The Zai is gonna live. Cass has another chance. Gonna get light attack though on the exit. So close to class. Achilles is gonna clutch him out and close it out. Still, I think there's one more player who is going to be King of the North, but for now, Kitty Claws are out solo with the staggers coming out. He has his bounty inside L222, looking for the focus attacks, but these rocks interrupting the combos of Akos. It can be so frustrating, but it's no problem for Solo. He's going to find the hit. Unfortunately, it's not enough. The Valda is going to be able to get that second health, but the no ult zone is activated. Reverse Uno card. Solo with the pressure. Light attacks can come out. He presses the F. The stagger's going to come through, and Solo is going to clutch it up. Whoo! That was a close one.
Huge game sense play, going for that no ult zone, knowing that he needs to deprive the Valda of that extra health to be able to hold himself in the fight, and enough time has passed as well that if he gets into hot water, he's going to have that F1 to be able to turn it neutral back into his favor. You love to see it, as we're going to get to see another Akos come through, this time going up against that Justina. Still has the ultimate in case they want to try and use it, but we're going to see Vanny go for the 1-2 into grapple extension into uppercut combo. confirmation. Now looking to try and find some more of this damage with that katana into the tiger grab, so that Justina isn't able to dodge away from it. One of those dashes going to be used from the ultimate to connect onto that ACOS and carry the distance long enough to find a little bit of reset. Another dash now coming on through, followed up by the damage from the R&B on that longsword, looking for the connection, finds the parry and the follow-up, and the Justina is going to be able to outlive. We've got a new predator at the top of the food chain, because that Justina is looking incredibly strong. As moving over, we're going to see another fight now going on for this Tumult ultimate, going to be invested for the 1-2 into jump horizontal to carry up that damage. Doesn't know where the other player has run off to. The zone's going to be closing up any second though, so they're going to have to keep themselves on the move and look to break away from these buildings, as it does look like Shuba is trying to figure out where they've run off. They're still holding themselves in the zone. They're gonna go alongside of it to avoid all of this attention coming through from the Tumult. Break line of sight, cut the noise, and sneak away unnoticed.
Shoot B just got bamboozled by the box. He's like, all right, we got him in the uppercut column. We got him locked down. We're sending him over the boxes. My package was lost on Amazon. What happened here? Behind the box, he hits them. Lord of Woe pulls a Houdini, goes into house, and is able to get out of there. But now, Shoot B coming back for some action. But unfortunately for him, action was coming for him. The F3 coming out of nowhere and taking him out. Dav on edge with that pole sword. The purple pole sword just doing so much damage. The triple charge Shoot B is just not ready to parry that. Now Shoot B is West Coast, so it's a little bit tougher to find that parry. Now the Realm of Yang's coming out. Let's see who's taking their talents over there. It looks like Zeno is making his way over there to the north. I Do Autographs has a Moonbane on it. He's going into it. Solid Cast in a little bit of a scuffle, but we're gonna get King of the North versus the winner from last time, player 20. Will this Faria? I believe this is Faria. Yeah, with the kitty paws. Oh yeah, it's kitty paws. Kitty paws coming out with the F, with the horizontals, chunking him down. Just 2 light attacks and our armor is almost down. 3 light attacks, it's gone. We're chipping him down. We're chopping it out, but he takes his turn back. Nice 3-piece coming from Achilles, but the V3 is gonna come down. The Goomba Stomp and the light attacks. He just makes it look so easy. No need focus attacks, no need parry. Just light attack, light attack, light attack, auto completing everything. I Do Autographs. So in the last hit point, he's gonna get a focus stack off. Surprisingly, Zeno is just backing off, looking for the musket at long range, but bluffing it. Those nunchucks, absolute speed demons, able to close the distance with those hold dodges and catch him off guard and finish him off.
Well, we're going to see Solo finishing off Cass very quickly. That's why not getting any opportunity to outplay the damage coming through from those dual blades. Going back to that first Realm of Yang fight, though, between the Valda, Achilles doesn't even manage to get the ultimate off to be able to find that health reset. Goes for the F3 to look for that backstep, and unfortunately, like you said, goes into the Pillar Goomba Stomp. As a result, Solo now taking a little bit of pressure, going to use the movement from the blue and follow up horizontal on that staff to reposition and potentially look for a scale rush. Takes a lot of damage as the fight starts to ramp on up. Avoids with that staff blue, getting held into that Tumult. Wisp overholding now onto the blue, finds the turnaround onto Shubi to go into the golden, goes for the grapple extension to be able to land and follow up into even more damage. Throws out the 1-2-3. Now we're going to see the F1 come out from that ACOS to be able to survive all of that stamina sucked away by the Tumult ultimate as he gets stuck inside the wind wall, and it's going to be the overhead clear from the staff that does him in. Tumult, one of those heroes that is just absolutely awful for an ACOS to be able to fight into, because all of that movement and stamina that you want to have in your back pocket when you go for the ultimate is immediately vacuumed away the second that you get stuck in that sand. As we're going to see player 20 still with that pole sword, now taking a lot of damage off of the players around them. As a result, gets hit by the Valda Soak, and as a result is going to be taking a lot more damage. Has to be careful that they don't go down entirely. Following up with the charge R&B on the pole sword, going to look for an opportunity to use the V3 reset drop to land into a horizontal follow-up and swings it right into Zeno's spine.
Kitty Paws is just out of control right now with this gold pole sword. An absolute menace, chopping everyone in half. No need focus attacks. We're just light attacking the lobby. Half charge RMBs, half charge LMBs. We're just sending out those horizontals and verticals. When you have a gold pole sword, its light attack pretty much hits as hard as a white or blue weapon's focus attack. So with the pole sword, never releasing, using it defensively, we're seeing player 20 just shredding everyone. He has the Phoenix Plus. He could technically just throw focus attacks. He can risk. He can die right here, but he's choosing to play super solid as his buff is going to be fading out. He's going to be backing off right now, looking to set up to go into the second realm of Yang, but this Zeta, I do autographs, has that Yang depletion, 1 minute and 40 seconds, gonna set up with that gold dual blades, looking for the opener, but Achilles with the overhold, checking him out, letting him know no parries are allowed right now. We're not letting you take that red. Achilles now in a tough situation, no armor to his name, but using his movement to get him out of there. Oh my god, as I said that, I cursed a movement error, gonna get light attack, gonna get uppercutted, but he still has a little bit of room. This Temmie is in hot pursuit, making his way around, ring around the Rosie. In this building though, I just noticed this season there is a new window in this building. I've been around there a couple times. That used to be a dead end, but he's able to get out there, get that reset. But Matari with this ult going crazy with the backstabs over and over, taking this Temmie for a ride. Can he find to close out? Temmie might still have his ult still online, gonna be able to use it right now, but he's in a last hit point situation. Xeno getting mixed up by the sneaky pocket greatsword. MTR, I see you. Nice tricks coming out from him with the weapon. So now he's hiding in the bush. Wait a second. Is this gonna work, Moxie?
It's a little ambush. It works. Unfortunately, however, a lot of that armor has been healed back up, and the tree reaps the follow-up damage on the launcher combo. MT still not giving up the fight. Has to be careful, however, as it has attracted a lot of other players, and now he's going to be going to take a lot of damage from the uppercut follow-up from those nunchucks. Blink already going to be invested, so he's not going to be able to slip away from that string, and the Matari goes down. It looked like it was going so well. Like you said, it's so clean. The swap off of the dagger to that greatsword with the blink closing up the distance so you can charge up the RMB and connect onto your opponent. But something else that's going incredibly well for one of our players in the lobby is player 20. They're already on 11 kills. Goes aerial to be able to charge up the RMB on that pole sword. That's already going to be the ACOS F1 invested incredibly early on into the fight. Musket shots coming through from Barney. Scalers charged up from the Farrier. As a result, there's the V3 connection. Doesn't manage to catch the horizontal follow-up damage, however, will be able to get into the mech before the ACOS is able to knock them away from it. And now we're going to see the kite go down. Enough rage has been generated for the cannon shots to start to come through, but the ACOS jump with that increased mobility in the ultimate form is going to make it a lot harder for player 20 to be able to find the cannon connections, and they swap back to the primary to be able to spam as much damage as possible. The ACOS goes up as close as they possibly can, but unfortunately that just leads the shot directly into their body. They're going to be behind the pillar. The mech is out, and they're able to catch a parry as they drop out of it. Insane timing coming through from player 20 to be able to win it out.
Player 20 is abusing everyone with his double gold pole sword. This is something that actually happened in EU. Rioman, the #1 seed coming from EU, he basically qualled off 2 games running double Faria pole sword. Just the combination of how defensive the character is with the gold F and that V3 just gives her so much opportunity to get those chunky light attacks with those pole sword. We're seeing player 20 show an absolute clinic with pole sword Faria, but Achilles getting that parry, taking his soul back, hitting him with the uppercut combo. Dab on edge is going in the montage. Achilles just has to close it out, has to finish the clip, not able to get a dab, doesn't want to go into the montage, able to ice this off. Oh no, I spoke too soon. He's gonna get parried again. Light attacks it. Clank is gonna come out with the double blue. Achilles wants to finish this off. Light attack chasing him down, getting the reset armor with Skyforce. Great play from Achilles, able to close it out, limit dab on edge's options, and take him down. But the juggernaut of the lobby, Player 20 versus Vanny, having a bit of a pickle here, floating in midair. Now Vanny's turn to float in midair, just to juggle from this wind. Both of them just getting flown up and down over and over. What is going on? Nice tap tops, able to iframe the folks attack. Vanny baiting him out, forcing out the combo break, but now Faria wisely, he doesn't need to risk anything right now. We're up to 12 kills. Good googly moogly. He wants to close this out. 6 people left. Full reset. This benefits Faria at the end of the day, but 28% ult. He knows that Vanny's ult is probably online, so he's icing it off, trying to build up his ultimate, but Vanny doesn't want the hesitation. He wants the action now. Gonna open up with that skill rush, forcing out the combo break again. Faria in a tough position, but the merciless ace card coming out of nowhere every single time, Moxie. There's a merciless on the field.
I was gonna say, the last time we cut to player 20 Soul Jades, he was actually using, when he was over in Plumed Temple and we pulled up his inventory, he had a Merciless Havoc, but he was not using the staff because he was, like you said, using both of those legendary pulses to do as much damage in as short a time as possible off of the back of those scale rushes and holding on to the Merciless Havoc and being able to now use this trump card to turn and throw that curveball into all of these fights. Merciless Havoc, one of the best Soul Jades in the game because you get so much distance, so much damage, and even if they're going to be able to dodge it, a lot of the time when they see a play with the Merciless Havoc, they decide it's a lot better to avoid a fight rather than risk going up against it and taking so much damage before they're even able to get within range of returning some of that melee themselves. As we're going to now see the kite potentially coming through for some of these players to have to reposition around that ballista tower. It's always good for one Raven. We're yet to see it claim a kill, but especially with some of these players getting chased out towards the open and into the ballista's actual sight, away from its blind spots around the base of that tower, it's going to be looking a lot dicier for some of these players. And there it is. It connects onto Xeno, but he is using the Dragon-like Might, so it's only going to be the fire tick damage, not the full knockback that's going to affect that Tumult. Still holding onto the ultimate as well, as he hasn't been able to find the opportunity to reset. The players smell the blood in the water, and like sharks, they've begun to circle, but it's not the shark that you have to worry about. It's the tiger at the top at the moment, as Vanny is going to be able to come through with the ultimate, chase him down, avoid a lot of that potential range damage as well, and pressure coming through from the ballista off of the back of the enemy Tumultuous ultimate. But now the ultimate is gone, and that ballista gets to work yet again, connecting onto Venti before he's able to scurry into the blind spot off the base of tower. And player 20 is not going to allow the reset, drops in from the skylight like an avenging angel with the staff, finds the grapple cancel to deny the disengagement and potential reset, swapping over to that pistol. Still has the Merciless Havoc in their pocket, not gonna reveal it yet again, however, is waiting for all of the players around them to get low. Venny's going incredibly low. The pistol's about to break. You're not gonna be able to find any more extra shots with it. Charges up the blue, gets clanked against the RMB from the dual halberds and knocked into the zone corruption as a result. Now gonna be looking for that reset opportunity to get the shielding back and potentially repair the pistol as well. But no, they've swapped over towards the cannon, and what they're going to do, Raven, is something even worse than picking up a kill. They get to go to the Morris Blessing and pick up that legendary armor to scale up their health and ultimate for absolute free. And here comes the legendary pole sword. This is where they're going to start chunking that damage in.
This Faria is on an absolute tear now, taking the ballista. Unfortunate for Xeno. With the Dragon's Might, he just misplays it and pops a Temio, but now should be on the Temi. Can he play this correctly? Going in, gonna get stuck against the corner, but Achilles pinning him against it. He's unable to get out the window. Now we got the 1v1 for the match. King of the North versus player 20. Achilles was tearing up all of Empyrean earlier. He just needs to close it out right now, looking for the parry. Still has his ultimate up, still has a full another health pool. Can he bring this back? Can he get the reset? Goes with the overhold with the spear, unable to get it, but gets a nice stagger in. Gonna follow up. Combo break is gonna be used, looking for the uppercut. V3 gonna be used as well, but he's gonna get staggered right now. Uppercut's gonna come down. Faria has to jump in here, and now safely. Achilles should be able to go grab a reset right here, but he's out in the open. He's made a mistake. A big miss from player 20. He has him out in the open. There's no cover right now. Faria's peppering him up with these missiles. Achilles making his way back under the awning. Unfortunately for Faria, he messes up the Goomba Stomp, not able to get in. Achilles gets out of there just by the skin of his teeth. Now, getting the full reset here right now. Faria needs to reset himself or else he's going to have a tough time. Dagger does really well versus Pulsar. He's going to switch up to the staff. Assassin's Lunge is going to be revealed to player 20. Now coming up from the top ropes, looking for the parry. Doesn't get a nice overhold coming about from Achilles. Taking the north, getting the half charge, getting the abyssal aura, getting the assassin's lunge, and now suddenly Faria in a tough position, and Achilles is gonna be the king of game 2, and he takes down the juggernaut, Moxie.
I mean, Valder is a queen. We always knew this, but that overhold on the LMB on that dagger, just waiting out the red flash whiff from the Faria is absolutely huge, because we saw the F1 already being invested to try and recover. You know that the ultimate is going to be gone, and it's not like they've been able to hold on to that rage generated as well, because they had to actually hop into that mech to be able to recover. This fight was absolutely brutal. This is how much damage a legendary pulsar does off of these scale rushes. In fact, in solos, a lot of the time we see these players have a pulsar in the back pocket to swap to when they want to go for those scale rushes. Here's the fight for Imperial Village. Achilles coming in with that Valda, able to find the 1-2 follow-up onto Cass to take the Zai down. This was a gorgeous fight as well from Solo, coming in, just catching with the charge LMB on the dual halberds. This is Kizzle on that Justina, able to outplay their opponent, find the parry into that follow-up damage to be able to come out on top. Another one of our standout realm of Yang fights now, as I.Autograph is unfortunately taken down incredibly quickly. This, I think, is my favorite, using that V3 drop to be able to reset into the tap dodge chase into horizontal swing on the backside. It's so cruel, but it's so efficient.
That Goomba Stomp is just so powerful. It gives you that guarantee. If your opponent is just trying to ice you off, doesn't really want to engage, you can force the issue, and you're seeing the pressure coming out from player 20. But Achilles with the dagger, the one weakness that Pole Sword definitely has is still versus that trusty old dagger. And Achilles does a really good job of hiding the fact that he has abyssal aura, and he gets to follow up and shreds the Faria. Faria had him against the ropes. All he had to do was land that last turn chop. He was peppering him from midair. He had him in his sights, and just that little piece of rooftop ends up griefing him, so he's not able to land right next to him, get that knockdown, and get the follow-up turn damage. Really, really close fight from those two. And we're seeing that multiple playstyles can work in Naraka. Normally, you think of Solos, you think of Akos, you think of Takeda, you think of Tarka, these combo characters, but you're seeing very simple play, light attacks with a pole sword with Faria coming out, being very successful. Now it's just a time and place. You saw player 20 picking his spots perfectly. If the fight was getting a little too fiery, even though he had the Phoenix buff, even though he was a superior fighter, he didn't overextend. He waited for a little bit. He picked his spots correctly, and he made sure to get those last hits. Work smarter, not harder. We see excellent play coming from him, even though he doesn't take that first place. 12 kills is so much points, and in second place you're still getting that nice juicy multiplier, multiplying those 12 kills by 1.4 plus the 2.5 coming in from the placement. We're looking at a juicy again. My man just qualified off 2 games.
Yeah, and I mean, getting to use the F1 as well is another huge reason why Faria is able to take advantage of a lot of things like the light attacks off the pole sword, because if you do find yourself going up against a fight where you're at a disadvantage because you are up against something like a dagger or the fan, which is a lot faster and able to bully you into things like that stone from where you don't always want to commit off of how easy it is to be able to backstep into that parry animation, you have the F1 like the Valda F3 where you're able to get a free disengagement tool and its golden focus as well. So if you go up against something like a Takeda and an Akos and you miss time going for those dodges to the side, you're able to use it as a get out of jail ticket. Not, I think, that player 20 needed it with the way that we saw them able to dance and move around the Valder ultimate, coming through from Achilles, anticipating the overhold on those spears, holding their ground, looking that Valder straight in the eyes, and then tap dodging every single spear perfectly. What a play coming through from the Vario.
And I'm doing some investigative journalism. We had to get behind who player 20 is. I had a feeling that it was him. The Chinese players change their name all the time, but this is the very own Yi Xiao. And if you're unfamiliar who Yi Xiao is, in the grand finals for Jacob, Yi Xiao was actually in the top 6. It was Tryhard, or Frostivus, Light, Tryhard, Miss You, Weapon Swapper, and then Yi Xiao. He is one of the best solo players in North America, and he's showing it right now. I personally got to fight him in my semifinals. I didn't really know how crazy Yi Xiao is because he actually doesn't play solos. He mainly plays duos all the time. He doesn't play ever, and you see how these skills can translate through Naraka. Just because you don't really play solos all the time, as long as you know how to play safe, you know how to pick your spots correctly, you will have a ton of success in solos. We didn't see any crazy combos coming out from Yi Xiao or player 20. We just saw very straightforward, beautiful, predicting Naraka. If you were going to sit there, try to run away from him, he was going to chase you down and hit you with those light attacks. If you started trying to hold back, he would hit you with the V3. Now, Zeno, he was doing a great job during this game at 23.1. Definitely showing up, always there in that top 3, just unfortunately gets grief by the lobby, getting focus fired, and Yi Xiao at the top roach with the Belisa, forcing him in the pressure situation where the Aklos picks him off. Solo, we saw him with opening up with a spear. We saw him doing well this round at 20.9. Archelius, King of the North, able to pop off and get to 20 points. Woo, he's pretty much securing his position. I imagine the qualifying point for this lobby is going to be around 25 points. Securing that top 6 should be. Still has a work cut out for him. Had a decent game right there at 16.5. Doing solid. Excellent era. The gatekeeper right now on the cusp. Vanny is tied with him. And maybe it's just ABC order, but excellent era for that 6 and 7 spot. We are tied to qualifying for the next round now, and no slouch. We saw how beautiful his dodges are, how beautiful his combos are. It's still very, very competitive in this qualifying round. There's still a lot of Naraka to be played, Moxie.
Yeah, talking about a lot of Naraka, there is indeed a lot of Naraka, but we will be back in just a little bit with all of that Naraka right after this break.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for Astral Cup Solos Game 3. Game 2 in the bag on that Holoroth. But now, at nearing that halfway point, we have 6 rounds for this qualifying round. I have to take it back. I think it's probably going to be 25. I think we're going to stay at 25 points of what it takes to qualify. All of these players, the jitters are up. The first round, Morris. The second round, Holoroth. Now you got to feel out of the lobby. You got to feel of how everyone's going to play. And now that we know who player 20 is, Yi Xiao, one of the grand finalists, showing up big with the Feria. The work's cut out for the rest of the lobby. If I'm the rest of the lobby, we got to get to the other side because Yi Xiao is coming through like a wrecking ball. But we're seeing new talents. Achilles, King of the North, doing work with that gold dagger, even able to take down Yi Xiao. So every player in Naraka is mortal, Moxie. And going into that game 3 Morris, the comfort picks should be coming out. Who do you think is the most dominant in this solo meta right now?
Well, do you mean hero or do you mean player?
Player and hero right now. Now that we got a feel of where the lobby's at, where these newer players are rolling with this last chance qualifier, because next week is grand finals. We got to make it to the second round today. There's 12 rounds of solos. Who has impressed you today?
I mean, today, Yi Xiao, definitely. Player 20 coming in with just having those legendary pole swords, having the wherewithal as well to be able to use them, not just in terms of those niche situations of scare rushing. Really smart stuff coming through from them. Also, something that I want to applaud, had legendary pole sword, didn't use it a single time for a weapon swap. We stan players who do not in solos abuse weapon swap animations when they have the weapons to be able to take advantage of that particular technology. Looking at other players, however, Achilles definitely impressed coming in with the Valda, especially because that V2, it's not what it used to be. You're not able to spam out all of those spears, so being able for these players to dodge away from it unpunished is a lot easier for everyone to work around that Valda with, and also with that Temi game on number 1. And Achilles, starting off strong yet again, is going to be able to find the first blood in this lobby, eliminating Blizz as we move over to Eventide, as Adodo is going to be going toe-to-toe with a Justina solo, having to use that pre-shell from early to avoid the jump horizontal follow-up coming through. And unfortunately, it's not going to cycle back in time for Adodo to be able to keep up the damage with the halberds, as it looks like we're going to be seeing a very aggressive and potentially very fast finishing lobby in game number 3.
Firefly Morris coming out off spawn. We're seeing so much action. L222, last hit situation, looking for the Scarecrow, able to bail out of this spot. Nice chase down though, coming from AESC. He just needs a little bit of damage. A light attack will seal the deal. Looking for it, gets the R&B. Nice magnet through the air, able to get the Soul Bloom, but still a lot of work to be done. Now going back to Wreckage, the Swamp. Excellent arrow with the white armor on the Valda. No grapples to his name, hasn't closed the distance, but he closes the distance to a ulted Akos. The claws are coming out, and now Era doesn't want any more of this smoke. No armor to his name. He's able to yoink the Soul Bloom though, able to pop the F3. Doesn't get the stagger off of that. That is been nerfed. I'm not sure if Excellent Arrow is up to date on the changes to Valdo, and because of this, Yishao is taking him for a ride. LMB into uppercut. Absolute explosions goes down for Excellent Arrow, and again a big parry coming out from Yishao. Up Honda with the third party, has a parry, welcoming him into his warm arms, and now Ant looking for combos, but unfortunately versus Zeno and Zai, there ain't no combos, Moxie. She's just whipping you into submission with that gold focus.
I mean, Zai's always got gold focus, is the thing. As we can see Hakuna now on that Farrier, finding the overhold of that staff to land onto the Valve of the 1-2 into uppercut, able to take Kizzle down and finish off the kill without needing to drop that mech. Dav on edge going to be on the receiving end of the Akos. F1 dropping the pillar. Actually, that's not the V3, that's V1? Okay.
One.
Dav on edge gonna immediately go into that mech and immediately use the opportunity to disengage from the fight. This is also giving a Dodo the opportunity, however, to look for that engagement. One booster going to be invested, the second booster very shortly after. Also now going to be used as Dav on edge goes into the cannon form, using the cliffs to abuse the fact that there is absolutely no terrain for a Dodo to be able to hide from those cannon shot connections. Now we're going to see the swap onto the Pulsar to be able to take advantage of the scale rush damage that we saw on the last game on Holoroth. Tries to turn around on a Dodo with the focus strike, but he's awake and able to find the parry. The charge LMB on the dagger not going to be able to connect. The Dodo with that F1 also going to be getting that defense up buff. Dav on edge trying to close up the distance with the dagger, finds the grapple cancel, but a Dodo with the ultimate is going to be able to catch the Farrier in the first grab. Dav on edge putting themselves on the roof to try and use the terrain to break away from the combinations that the Akos is going to be looking for. The F1 now invested, so Dodo is not able to follow up all of the damage as the Farrier is in the air. The second grab going to do all of the damage necessary to bag the kill, and just in time as well, as Dodo is going to be incredibly happy taking the Farrier down.
Dav on edge with the V1. Now, normally you don't see V1 just because V3 gives you such a nice neutral win, but V1 does give you more armor, allows you to survive in that endgame, and Dav, with his great movement on controller, wants to play to his strengths. Now, Yishao, my man has no weaknesses. This man has the movement, has the combos, has the neutral, but like you were saying earlier before, Moxley, Yishao really doesn't abuse so much the weapon swap advantage stage where you're just doing 60 to 70% of someone's damage. Instead, you're seeing impeccable spacing coming out for him, able to bob, weave, and defeat his opponent through this superior positioning, through superior decision making, able to just keep it nice and simple. Just an R&B, a vertical focus attack coming out, and he's going to be clearing out the swamp, clearing out Shipwreck, claiming it for his own, and all of that loot. Now, over here at the money spot, we got a 1v1v1 ensuing. Excellent Era versus Terrocon. And the other player bailing out, doesn't want any of this deal, using the Tiger, using that V2 to prance his way out of this sticky situation. Now, unfortunately for him, he's moving towards these buttery rocks, has a little bit of trouble finding the movement option to get out of there. LMB's gonna come out, and Era is gonna punish it with the dual halberds. Light attacks coming out, nowhere left to run, and Terrocon is gonna get cleaned up by Excellent Era.
Yeah, didn't have any of the gold focus on that ultimate left to be able to escape, as Careless Sage is on the other end of an Akos ultimate. After this is about to run out, trying to come in with the fan. The F1 gonna buy themselves a lot of time, throwing out the LMB. Won't be able to find the connection, however, and does go down to I Do Autographs, who's going to be able to find that kill. Doesn't leave the Soul Bloom to pick apart for the Yang Bloom, as we're going to now see that attempt at the longsword toothpick combo coming on through from Kizzle. Tap dodging away from the follow-up damage of that Katana, finds the 1-2. The Taka ultimate now going to be coming on out to keep this chase up. No F3 up for the Valda at the moment to buy themselves the spacing to be able to dodge out of the infinite setup. And there it is. The Taka is able to land it, and the Valda goes down.
The classic fight versus Tarku and Valda should be one of the OGs landing the tried and true Katana Infinite, but Vanny on the zipping, fighting against the bane of these fiery change of the Zai. Ooh, is that an F3 coming out? The Comet being used to create space. Epic Blazing getting out of there, but Vanny with full health wants the smoke, wants the action. Zai has to fight back right now, unable to get a hit in. Vanny wisely spacing out, avoiding that burn damage, and now he's back to full health. The staff poke is just too much to deal with, and Epic Blazing gets bonked in the head repeatedly. Now Ants with the schmoves, getting that parry, getting the 2. Awesomely iframing the Justina freeze and gonna get the uppercut. Justina bamboozled. Wait a second. Hold on. My man, I thought you were about to be frozen. Ends up, for his troubles, getting set into an uppercut combo. Now Asuna with the 1-2-3s, keeping it simple. 1 2 3, 1 2 3. Just counting it out, and with one more 1 2 3, 3 1-2-3s in a row. Ridiculous. Dav on edge now. On the Faria, on the Kitty Paws versus the Takeda. F combo break's going to be invested. He still has his ultimate online. He should be safe, but will he be safe after this parry? Does the Takeda have the combos? Oh my goodness, he misses the reset. He cancels it a little bit earlier, and now Dav inside the V1, able to get a full reset here. Good thing for these rocks. Dav unable to get that follow-up damage, but a reset is going to be ensued. The gold weapons on Dav. Faria scales up with those gold weapons, but Yang is going to be coming up. And now we got Excellent Era versus Sly. Who do you think is going to take it, Moxie?
I mean, it's the Zip versus what appears to be a Valda. This is going to be potentially a timeout game, right? The Zip can sustain, the Valda's going to be able to use that V2, the F3 immediately coming on out to set up for that potential Abyssal Aura as Excellent Era goes for the charge. R&B on the dagger, doesn't manage to find the LMB uppercut lockdown, but is able to mince down the Zip. The V1 going to be kicking through, able to save the Zip for a little bit longer now, holding on to the blue focus and cancelling it out to be able to go into the uppercut. The F3 from the Valda saving any of the follow-up damage, so the Zip isn't able to commit into the confirmation, and as a result, Excellent Era is going to be able to find the win inside the first realm of Yang. As outside it on the overmap, we're going to be seeing that pole sword come through, not in the hands of Yashan this time. It's going to be a Dodo who has that legendary pole sword. Now swaps over to the longsword to be able to chunk through all of this Faria's health. No V3 to be able to break away from the fight. The toothpick starts on up, and the Faria goes down.
Adon with the clean kill onto Hakuna. Now to the north, Ghost Phoenix next to Temple, gets the reset. Zeno north of Mine with the gold armor on the Zai. He's going to be an absolute menace to deal with. Sly with the Yang depletion has a follow-up on to Yishao. Nice double focus that, forcing Yishao's ultimate out, but the combo is going to be coming out. Uppercut off of the lunge, looking for the reset, able to get a little bit, but zipping. One of the best characters to tank Akos' ult. Ultimate is going to be down. He still has a little bit to fight through, but the F, the burn damage, trying to deny any of the heals. Unfortunately, though, for Sly, F2 not giving him a ton of heals. Yishao giving no room to breathe and suffocating him with the kitty claw lunges. Sly Tiger Twitch is going to be taken down, but and sent back to the lobby. Unfortunately for him, not able to cure that Yang depletion. DLA Savage versus Careless, using these buildings, has his ultimate pop to Akos, able to match the ultimate, but it looks like Careless doesn't want to be careless in this instance, is going to be backing off, taking it to wide open space. Now, this is a double-edged sword versus that Takeda. If Savage has the ultimates online, he will be able to possibly combo him with this, but great play by Careless to match his shove with the Tiger. Again, matching his attack with the gold F. Great counterplay coming from Careless, bringing this out to the open. Can Savage bring it back? Nice double hold coming in, getting the first punish, gets the second punish. Red flash coming out, juggle's coming down. Careless needs to survive this wake up. He's able to, moving away with the horizontal. It's gonna come reveal that he has the Cavalry Bloom, and now Savage needs to find the opening. He's gonna send the blue, and that chip damage from the Clank is gonna close it out, and Careless Sage is going to get taken down by Savage.
Now we're going to have that potential third party coming on through from Adod, who's going to be able to find the disengage and get one pot off before moving back into the fray with that longsword, just holding behind these players and threatening the spacing with the charged R&B. Now he's going to get turned onto by the R&B on the halberds. It gets thrown out once and twice, and as a result, Adod is able to anticipate and find the parry the second time around. Cancels the disengagement onto the ferry. The F1 now being invested instead of those grapples as Adod looks to try to follow on up. Ultimate going to be invested immediately on Dab on edge with that V1 not getting concerned about getting punted away from their pillar, going for the mech immediately. As a result, Adod is going to be able to back off and use the opportunity to reset themselves, swap over towards that musket and make sure that the ferry is not going to be able to cleanly reheal all of the health. And since that mech is now gone, Adod can start to move on to them, going to catch them on side the rocks, using the scale rush to interrupt any of the potential disengagement and keep them locked into that corruption tick zone for as long as possible. The ferry taking the fight onto the cliffs, making it a lot harder for Adod to be able to find value with this ultimate connection, and as a result, the Akos is yet to actually use it. The grapple cancel into horizontal follow-up from Dab on edge, blocking any follow-up damage coming through from Adod's own grapple cancel with the F1, but you don't get F1 back to back the second that it's on cooldown. Adod is going to be able to lock you into that CC and follow up with the longsword.
I do autographs with the armor reset. Jaxi just throwing out bow shots, wants to chip his health down even further. Now finally committing with the greatsword, but dagger versus greatsword, tough matchup for Jaxi. I do autographs, weaving in and out, zoning out with those stabs, with the verticals, wants to find his spots, but he's gonna eat a huge scale rush from Jaxi, followed up with the R&B. I do autographs, invested in his F, has very little to do. Now the V2 comes out. He's not ready for it. He needs to get a little bit of siphon from this V2. Great V2 coming out, but now Jaxi needs to land his next dash, and he can close out the deal. I do autographs, not able to time his Tiger, but he gets the parry. What the R&B not confirming completely, and now Jaxi bamboozled, getting sent to the ground. I do autographs, has a little bit of space. Fireflies are on deck just around the corner, but the light attack is going to come out from Jaxi. No, I spoke too soon. He throws a max range Phoenix Blast, and he's going to throw it again. Unfortunately for I do autographs, not able to pick that parry, and Jaxi's going to clutch it up at 1 HP. Now Ants versus Excellent Era. We're seeing the weapon swap, the optimal combo coming out. Now Era popping his second life with that V2 Valda. He's gonna get juggled by Ants. Ants keeping up the pressure, not letting anything go to waste. Able to get the wob and weave into the light attack. Able to get that reset into the uppercut combo. The Era missing the punish off of the wave. Not able to get the R&B, and Ants is just gonna close it out with a vertical focus attack.
It ain't a Naraka Solos broadcast if we don't see at least one weapon swap animation coming on through on the day. And we're going to be seeing even more kills going the way of such an experienced player as Yashan, player 19. Now going to be taking a lot of heat from that Valda. Excellent Era immediately going for the ultimate activation, knocked away before they can set up any of those spear potentials with the Akos F1. F3 now going to be invested, charging up that staff, threatening the space with the right click. Follow-up finds the parry and follow-up damage to be able to find even more off of the aerial. And Excellent Era now having that distance, going to be threatened by the Flamer, as we're going to see the Akos continue to keep up the pressure. The F1 comes back online yet again. The bow swap to try and chunk the Valda down as they look to be able to back on off of this fight. The Akos with the ultimate still around, going to now swap over to the dual halberds, and the charged up up movement that you're able to use the charged R to move around this map and meet some of these other players. Once again, the Flamer coming on through, just nipping at the heels of this Valda, not allowing the reset to come through cleanly at all, but the lockdown is not up. X and Era going to be able to cycle back to that ultimate, and the Akos does not want to commit onto that fight, knowing that the reset potential is going to be available for the Valda. They do not want to have to burn for their ultimate to be able to play reactive, especially since we have 6 players left in the lobby and they're all getting grouped up into the same kinds of spaces, as Adod with that legendary longsword is going to force the Justina into using the free shell. No parry or Phoenix Blast coming through to save Jaxi in that fight, as now it's a 1 versus 1. X and Era with the F3 going to be able to buy themselves the spacing, but Adod throwing out the LMB on the longshot to go for the Hepta, looking to set up the carousel, gets griefed out of it by a ranged stagger shot coming through from Spoon on the third party. Scatter shot connecting onto the Akos and forcing the retreat.
Paid acting coming from Spoon. Adot able to get that toothpick, going for the follow-up carousel, but unable to do it. Now Spoon coming in with the horizontals. Gonna get parried by Excellent Era, looking for the spear, not able to get it, but the jabbing just so hard to deal with, forcing out the ultimate from Era. He's unable to get the spear off. The zone is coming in. Corruption is boosting up, and Adot tagging in right now. Excellent Era facing Adot again, but Adot doesn't want to let Era reset here. Era in a last hit point situation. The light attack's coming out from Adot, and he's gonna follow it up using the gold focus from his ability and slam. He's gonna take down Era, but now Spoon, the paid actor, coming in hot with the Phoenix Blast out of the bushes into the F3, unable to get it. Adot, Bob, weaving, dodging all of it, unable to get that last one. Only a chip coming through. Longsword versus longsword. Spoon parrying it off, accepting this duel. 3 players left. Adot willing to take this, goes for the heel bait, double hold dodge out, double tap dodge out, able to get the toothpick into the grapple kick. Not able to get the follow-up, denying the 1 charge though. Adot firing on all cylinders right now. He's looking clean with the movement. Spoon has his work out for him, but he does have Phoenix Blast to his advantage, making his way around the rock. Can possibly set a trap here. Will Adot fall for it? Nice dodge from Spoon, able to get the reset off. Gonna get the toothpick. Now Adot against the wall. A 3-piece sent to him, but the rocks are going to save him. Now Adot with the patented movement, with the patented reset, getting around the corner, setting up, noticing that Spoon switching up weapons, switching up to that jabbing. He's like, all right, I got you. I see what we're working with right now. Jabbing, very, very fast focus attack with that Jade. F3 is going to come out. Now Spoon goes in with the double charge. The damage tanking from the F1, minimizing a lot of it. The Phoenix Blast at max range. What? The max range makes the sap miss. Now both of them duking and diving for this light attack. Spoon drops the... He drops the toothpick. No, and he Adot just with the classic vertical focus attack is going to take it down. And there was 3, now there is 2.
Oh, he's got Mortal Defiance too. Something to note as well is that all the time that fight was going on, player 19 Yashan, the only other player left in the lobby, picked up the variant challenger scroll and has been looking to try and find where these last players are. As a result, was not in the area to be able to third party. And this is huge for Adod because he was actually able to hold on to that ultimate and will have it now to try and go toe to toe with the Mirror Akos. F1 going to be invested immediately from Adod, and it's going to be Yashan now coming in with an F1 of his own, pushing the fight to the distance so he can come in with the bow shot, going for the double jump over to dodge follow-up damage from that longsword. Hepta and Phoenix Blast now revealed, but the Phoenix Blast connection hits onto Yashan, and as a result sets them up into that Hepta. Staff into horizontal for the Akos to be able to take a reset. Now swapping over to the longsword of his own to be able to look for that scale rush, put himself onto the high ground, look for that reshield opportunity, gets grapple locked onto the F1 coming through from Adod, looking to charge up that Phoenix. The red flash damage coming through as a result from Yashan. Finds the parry onto the Phoenix, and Adod is forced to use the ultimate to be able to recover. Skirmish Knife threatened from Yashan. Still having that defense up, is going to be able to use the last of it to survive a lot of that damage coming through from the Tiger Grab. Has to be careful that the terrain doesn't make it harder. Now shows his own Soul Jade hand. We're going to see the 1-2 into uppercut, but is dodged out by Yashan with the activation of his own ultimate. So the carousel is immediately dismantled, and we're going to see a full reset come through from Adod as he's attempting to kite around the entire duration of Yashan's ultimate. It's going to be a lot harder to be able to cut any of this noise, however, with that variant challenger scroll still being in play. Yashan not allowing any opportunity for Adod to be able to move over to the Morris Blessing and find that armor swap off onto the legendary. F1 now going to be up and available for Yashan as he looks to just keep him pressured out so that he's not able to get up to that box. Flame Breath coming through. Adod so close. The grapple connecting onto him to be able to come into distance of that Flamer. The F1 being invested. Adod looking for the Phoenix to be able to have any distance, any spacing to survive. Mortal Defiance now kicking on in the bow shot swap to make sure that he's staggered away from picking up the Morris Blessing, and Yashan walks away the winner.
Excellent play coming from Yishao. I'm telling you, it just classic spacing game, classic poke damage, just giving Adod just no room to breathe. Every single time Adod sets back, tries to set up some type of trap, Yishao sniffs it out, moves off the line of attack, and is able to whiff punish, getting the light attacks over and over with the Akos. The Akos matchup is one of the most technical 1v1 matchups in the solos meta right now, and we're seeing Adod off spawn just doing a ton of work with this Akos. Right before warming up with this, he was warming up with the #1 player Tryhard, and you're seeing his work from his teammate pay off, able to dominate this lobby with Akos. But Yishao, one of the grand finalists in solos, doing a ton of work. We're seeing Ants as well. What a perfect iframe, popping that ult, reverse Uno and catching this Justino off guard. He was expecting to get that freeze, and out of nowhere, nothing. But the Akos of Yishao, just so oppressive. Doesn't need to do anything fancy, just constant lunge attacks, reading your options over and over. Ant versus Era gets the weapon swap combo. Era not able to get this R&B right here. He had the opportunity to bring it closer right there, but unfortunately the R&B, because of the liftoff with Valda, not able to get it. But Adod, crazy that a sap ends up being minimized, right? Not able to get the full punish off it, and now Adod against the ropes realizes, oh my goodness, I could lose this, but Spoon drops his combo as well, taking a vertical from Adod. Now Yishao, look, this classic Bob weaving, jumping over, jumping LMBs from the pole sword, chip damage from the bow, closing it out with these very, very safe options. And we're seeing at the top of the leaderboard, Yishao almost triple. We're more than double the points of second place. Adod at 31, but Yishao at 70.0. Zeno, on the first 2 games, he was already around this points. Doesn't have as excellent as a third game, but still at the top of 28.3. Era having a way better game, securing, feeling a lot more comfortable going into this halfway point at 24.8. But Sin Solo and Achilles right on his heels. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, only 5-6 points differential, but in 7th place, Ant. An 8th place, Shub at 19. That's only 3 points away. And at this halfway point, both Ant, should be Vanny, all have a chance of getting through. Dav on edge, not able to get his defensive game going. He does a lot of work in his end game, but he's unable to bob and weave through these demons in the lobby. Hakuna and Jaxi have their work cut out for them as well. This is an attacking meta right now, Moxie, and if you need to fight your way to these end games, and we're seeing what it looks like when you see some of the strongest fighters, Yishao and Adod, go at it.
Yeah, we are getting treated to some absolutely amazing Naraka as well. For all of these players, it's so lovely to get to see everyone coming together as a community, not just looking for that prize money, but obviously wanting that opportunity to get to go and see Jacob live in person in Shanghai, which is what the winner for solos is going to receive, because not only is it such an amazing experience, you're also going to be able to talk to the players in the CN region who are the best of the best. And as a result, we've already seen what have happened when the regions have been able to interact with each other off of the back of previous J-Cups. It's led to so much more expansions of knowledge and technology passed from hand to hand for all of these players to improve across the map as a whole. So it really is going to be very interesting to see what that interaction is going to bring from us this year. But to figure out which of these 6 players from this lobby are going to have the opportunity to move into the second half of the day and fight for a place in those qualifiers next week, we'll be right back after this. Well, Raven was just telling me how prepared and ready he and Tryhard and the rest of the team for NA are to get to go to J-Cup in December, and we're going to be figuring out which lucky player is going to be alongside them. But to do that, Raven, we've got to get through a couple more games of the Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup. This is, as you put it, the last chance qualifiers for these solo players, the last week that they have to be able to make it into next week's finals, where the lucky winner is going to walk away with a whole lot of cash, but also the absolute insane experience to get to go to Shanghai and see J-Cup in action live in person.
Yeah, the cash prize is huge, but the chance to go over there, to stay in the nice 5-star hotel with all the talent, all the players, it's going to be a ton of fun. We were talking about the new patch coming out, Hattie, and just right before J-Cup, we're just getting this humongous patch where we're seeing Zipping in the lobbies right now, how powerful she is. She's going to get finally nerfed. How is that going to change trios? How is that going to change solos? But Hattie in solos, where I see and I predict another rise of Matari. Now, back in the day when Matari had her time in the sun, her time in the light, none of us could really chase players down as well as we can now. But Hattie can actually fly so high in the sky that you disappear from rendering distance. So normally when you play Zipping, when you play Feria, when you play these characters that are able to get away, you need buildings, you need mountains, you need somewhere to get away. But Hattie can be anywhere and he can just soar into the sky and disappear. There's still 3 more games left for this squad. A lot of Naraka to be played today. We're at that halfway point and we're seeing a lot of players shape up. The top 6 all within 6 points of each other. Yishao pulls ahead, but the top 6 solo fighters in NA are in a league of their own, so there's no surprises here of how strong he is as a player. But their Should-Be is right on the cusp. Excellent Air is right on the cusp. And with 3 games left, I'm wondering what their character picks are for the second half. Some players have a philosophy. They want to get their momentum going. So they pick their double pick, their strong pick, their comfort pick first because they want to have good games. Other players, they kind of pick their off picks where they're just like, I'm not super comfortable with this, but I want to warm up. I want to heat up. If I'm going to have a bad game, I can just toss that out. It's whatever. It's a character I don't necessarily like. But when I get on my real character, when we start showing people our real power level, we're about to pop off. I'm excited to see the second half, to see what these players have cooking. Now, this is the last chance qualifier, as you pointed out, Moxie. There will be no more qualifiers after this. Next week is it. Next week's is grand finals where all of the money is on the line. But right now, we're just going for step 1, top 6. Let's just get through top 6. Let's get to the second part of the day and make the finals of the day. And again, the next step is again just another top 6. The strategy for qualifying is a lot different than playing for first place. It's a lot simpler. You don't have to take as much risk. You can just play very consistent. But you will have to take risk. The idea of playing just for endgame, just for placement, kind of playing it safe all the way to endgame isn't as possible. With so many people in the lobby, you need to take a risk. Just look how spread out this map is.
Yeah, talking about not getting to play for endgame, a lot of the time we don't even see the full final zone clap, so you really do have to play quite aggressive and quite expansively on the open map. As looking at Ant, we're going to see him on that Tarka pick going head-to-head with the pole sword against a Justina. Incredibly low health, anticipates and intercepts the grapple with the focus strike, will be able to land it, and coming in with the fireball. Doesn't find the connection onto the Justina, but finds the spacing to push a Panda back far enough that the horizontal swing from the pole sword is going to be able to finish them up. And from one target to another, we get to have a look at Solo. This time he's going to be running the more meta pick of that elbow. Going to be able to take the Zip down. Zip and Tarka, they have a history. This is probably the lightest way of putting it. When Zip first released, Tarka players would see a Zip and just decide to run immediately the other way. Times have changed though.
Yeah, Tarka in the weakest form right now. Still a meta pick for a lot of characters. Now you can kind of go with Zai, kind of go with Tarka, kind of go with Temi. It's really pick your poison. They're all relatively close as far as viability, but over here in Sunwing we have Terokan on the Yodo pick. Now the best player on earth, Spider, he always brings back the Yodo. Yodo had her time in the solos meta. Just her ultimate does work in this endgame, but it's just the ultimate right now in this type of situation. Like, what is it gonna do? The F2 did get changed, as you excitedly pointed out, Moxie. It does do a lot more actually. It leads into a true uppercut, but unfortunately it's still not a combo break. It's still a little bit jank. Maybe as it exists a little bit longer, players will reveal how to use it. Should be going to pop off that Takeda versus Achilles. Doesn't get that chef though. Achilles, King of the North, still showing up, doing well. Should be needs to get something going right now though. He is on the cusp. He wants to keep momentum going, and on a daytime Morris opening up with the Takeda. Now Takeda, when he cancels his ultimate, even though he used one of his ghosts right there, you notice at the center of your screen, he still has 50% ult charge, so he can save it for later. But right now, nothing is going to save anyone from Yishao on the Yodo. Gonna send a double slash out, and as I said, cast a curse. I said that. How are we going to get value out of Yodo slash? Yishao picks the Yodo, hits solo with the 2-piece. Oh my god.
He gets to cancel it early as well, to still hold on to a little bit of that rage generated. We're gonna see another Yodo with the F2. Using it the way that I typically do when I'm running Yodo in solos at the moment, you do get that golden focus, but only on the second activation of the F. You have to throw out the normal blue a little bit earlier on in the fight to be able to use it as a combo breaker, which can be a little bit harder to use as a result, because things like the Tumult and the Akos can use theirs whenever they feel like it, as opposed to the Yoda, who unfortunately is locked down into the specific timing window of it. But hey, it lasts for 9 seconds. That spinning blade is going to be able to buy you a lot of zoning potential to work around, as well as reset. Back in the past, F3 used to be the go-to when it would last 5 seconds, because everyone would use it as an opportunity to sit in the middle and find the reset off of it. F2 now gets to fall into that similar vein, and we're going to see Yishao with that F2 looking to try and find this kill onto the Matari. Is going to be able to find it, and a follow-up parry onto the Tumult, forcing the F as the Tumult looks to avoid the follow-up damage from the blades. Going to throw the ultimate in, and Yizhao sees another target and decides, okay, if I'm not going to get a Tumult, I'll pick up a Justina instead, as the Tumult uses the ultimate to heal up the Justina using the free shell form to find the reset, and it's not actually Yizhao that's able to find the kill, it's actually I2 autographs coming in with that third party, as now we're going to see the follow-up coming out from Yizhao, scale rushing in with those dual blades, catching into the uppercut, confirmation of even more follow-up damage on the charge LMB, not going to allow Dav on edge to disengage from the fight. The grapple cancel going to be locking them into position. The ultimate online doesn't need to use it just yet. 1, 2, tap dodge through, uppercut confirm into grapple extension into full swap up on the halberds RMB. What a play coming through from Yizhao, showing that even though this hero might not be the most meta, they're still definitely viable.
Yishao with the dual halberds, dual blade weapon swap. I don't think I've ever seen this in tournament, but he's making it look viable, setting that vertical out, forcing out the Yoda. He's also using the F2. Dav has his work cut out for him. Dav with the F1 versus F2. Who's going to be coming out? Lord of Woe showing up to the party. He's like, what's going on, guys? Can I get a piece of this? Yishao confused at the target selection, but he's down to brawl out. Lord of Woe biting off a lot more than he realizes he's gonna chew. He's gonna pop the Yushan ultimate, see if he can get some value off this. Light attack's gonna be coming out. Yishao has to be careful here. He's gonna force out the ultimate. 1 hit comes down, 2 hits get down. Does he get the third? 3 doesn't get the full follow-up. That skin makes it look like it does so much damage. It almost looks like Glycerine's going up, but now Ants with the pull sword showing up with the flank. Yishao gets the armor reset from the heals from his ultimate, but Lord of Woe now the third partier becoming the main target, trying to disengage right now, making his way back into Temple, but Yishao hot on his heels. Mortal Defiance is going to pop out. He still has a little bit of health to his name, and Dav comes out of nowhere trying to pop the F1, and Yishao perfectly quickly dodges it, secures his kill, says, get out of here, Dav. This is my kill. Able to close it out. Great play from Yishao.
Kill comes through off of the F2 as well from the Yoda, throwing it out, using it as that dodge kill, and also closing up the distance as we're going to see a sustain off go down, go incredibly low, already having used a lot of the zip abilities, going to lose the fight as a result. Now we're going to see, well, not even an attempt at third party. It looks like that Karumi does not want anything to do with this, especially because we see the uppercut follow up into the soul break coming on through from our Zip player 22, going to be able to find the kill. Off-screen X and Era also able to pick themselves up a kill, as Kizzle also going to be going down to Hakuna on that Zai. Achilles in the fight as well. We might see the salty run back attempt coming on through with the Soul Altar being so close and so many ultimates being invested. Hakuna with that Valda V2 looking to try and find the disengagement, as Achilles still in that Zai V2, going to have a lot of burning tick left available to them, using the F now to be able to find the reset, closing up the distance into the overhold of the LMB on that dagger, and finds the connection onto Hakuna, who's not able to read in and parry in time as a Soul Well spawns up. And now all of these players who are still running around with blue armor look to try and control the area long enough to be able to drop the crystals for the upgrade.
Jaxi OP to the south right now. Man, I haven't seen this spot in forever. This is my first landing spot I ever did in Naraka is down here, but Jaxi gonna eat a parry on the buttery rocks. Able to dodge all the damage though. Light attacks are coming out from Yanni. F1's gonna be invested. Jaxi with the bait, but Yanni has the combo break, has it ready. Now Jaxi with a patented Dragon Slayer out of here. Wants to bail out, wants to go back to zone, take the reset. Will Vanny let him do it? Vanny hot on his tail. Jaxi does have a bounty on him, but Vanny willing to take the full reset. Are they going to duke it out? Both of them about to have ultimate. It looks like Jaxi hot on his heels, wants this Justina smoke. Looks like Vanny looking to go into Yang. Will he make it there in time? Light attacks are gonna be coming out, jumping horizontal, trying to catch Vanny. Inside Yang though, we got Era versus Solo. Solo with the overhaul, gonna get a nice fry of armor down onto Era. Goes for the second fry, keeping it simple. Back to back focus attacks. Now Era reeling. He doesn't have gold up. He has to be careful right now. He still has his V3 up, looking for the Goomba Stomp. Gonna take the reset, baiting it in, but Solo closes the distance a little bit too fast. The light attacks are gonna come out. Arrow able to get a juggle off. Now Met's going down. Can Solo dodge the turrets from Era? Era gets opting out to just take the reset and take the heals. Doesn't want to build up any of the damage. Now going around the corner. Hey, what you doing back here, Solo? Solo is like, wait a minute, I'm getting off to this other pillar. Bob weaving, jumping onto Era's head. Era looking for the shot. Nice movement from Solo, making Era spin in circles. Not able to get any value from this Faria, but now Solo as well. No ultimates to any of their names. Mono a mono. 18 seconds though. Someone has to make a move quickly or else they're going to time out. Overhold's going to come out. Solo baiting out the F. No combo back to his name. Solo still has his trap set up. Can still mash F. Nice light attack. Sends a 3. Arrow has it scouted and the jumping LMB is going to close it out. Excellent Era taking down Sin Solo.
Both of those players getting a little bit desperate looking at the timer. And like you said, X and Era able to read in, find that parry, find the follow-up damage, and back the kill just as the gate was about to time out, and both of those players would have been sent to a Soul Altar with Yang depletion. ID Autographs looking now to come in with that staff, manages to whiff the red flash, has to use the Tumult F as a result to look for that recovery. Now gets caught up again by the dual halberds. Justina ultimate invested. ID Autographs with the Tumult ultimate, gonna make it a lot harder for this Justina to be able to dash connect onto the Tumult inside it, and as a result we see the disengagement from the Justina. Doesn't want to keep themselves in the fight, wants to try to recommit at a different location at a different time where they don't have to worry about that Tumult ultimate being in play, and that time is now. Red flash coming on through None of these players getting to use the opportunity to punish Scale Rush connection onto the staff. Free shell form now coming through from that Justina incredibly early on. Red flash yet again for ID Autographs to be able to build up the spacing to go for the purple combination. Now he looks to find the grapple lockdown onto that Justina, who's going to swap into the dual halberd and do so much zoning potential with the RMB just charging up and continuously being thrown out behind them to make sure that ID Autographs is not able to go for that golden focus state of the staff. Purple state now going to be thrown up from the side of the Tumult to be able to zone themselves, and this kite could last, well, absolutely forever given the geography of this specific location. Cliffs, rocks right in the middle make it so much easier for these players to be able to find the Scale Rush connections, as ID Autograph actually able to find an opportunity to look potentially for the Fireflies inside the cave. Will be able to find one, sees that the boxes hadn't been broken, doesn't break them either to give away the fact that they'd gone into this particular location, and as a result of picking up those Fireflies, they've built the ultimate up, but we're going to have to follow that perspective at a later date, because now moving on over to Lakes, we're going to be seeing Dab on edge with that Yodo. V3 going toe-to-toe against Akuna on that Valda. Valda ultimate coming through. Dab on edge using the Yodo ultimate to dodge the Spear CC. Now going aerial, so the Spear's not going to be able to connect on and cancel the Yodo ultimate, since the V2 does not cancel the Yodo ultimate out early, unlike the Valda V1, and Dab on edge is able to capitalize.
Dab on edge with the grapple stacker over and over, just in and out over and over, baiting out, faking that he's gonna F1, finally sends an epic blazing on the mug. What in the mug being popped, and now Dab on edge, he's out of there. What does Mug do in this situation? Now Mug does have the ability to pull off the flying jump. Is he gonna see Dab on the top of the building? He jumps to the low ground. Unfortunately, Dab gonna keep safe, stay out of line of sight. Exiting through the trees, we see Yishao picking off Adon out on the side, but Dav making his way back to loot, consuming his victory over the Valda. Great play from Dav, really showcasing the abilities of a controller player and the movement possibilities, moving in and out, using the grapple stacker and that Gracer. Now VL Cast forced to pop his combo break, or her combo break, on the stairs, getting the uppercut though. Juggle's coming out, but where did he go? OVL ends up breaking out of there, but excellent error on the outside, ready to hunt. Zone pushing in, box spawning in, everyone's here in Celestra. Vanny, I do autographs, excellent error, all rotating in a little bit late on the Celestra side. Realm of Yang popping up, but Cass, unfortunately, gonna get spotted out from excellent error. It's really tough to hold down a player inside Celestra, though. There's a lot of movement options, especially with Valda, that second life. Both of these players are going to find a hard time finishing each other. Cass going with the light attack, but Era with the double hold again. I did the curse. I'm sorry, Cass. I thought you could get away. She just eats two double focus attacks. Excellent Era with the deep fried tempura dual blades. Oh my goodness, just too much damage to deal with.
Well, now we're going to be dealing with the second round of Yang. Achilles versus, it looks like, is that Yizhao? Are we getting to see these two players? We are. Yoto versus Zai. The Yoto staying as aerial as possible to be able to avoid all of that damage coming through from the V2. Gets caught in the cone, throwing out the F2. Not going to be able, however, to live through that damage coming on out of the fire tick follow-up and that scythe. And the Yoto will go down. We do love to see the Yodo pick come through, but Zai very strong inside those Realm of Yanks with how long that ultimate lasts. It's not something like the Taka ultimate where you're able to kite out the duration. It very much is similar to the Akos, where it just seems to go on and on and on, and sooner rather than later you're forced to just turn and take that fight. Otherwise you risk timing out of the Realm of Yang and griefing each other. Achilles having that fan, has a lot of legendary soldiers, doesn't have anything really to be able to set this fan up, but the speed in which you're able to throw out those RMBs with that fan, scooping them into position to be caught out by that Zai V2 is absolutely insane, as we're going to see Achilles with that Mystic Might using the damage reduction to keep themselves as aggressive as possible. Justina ultimate coming on through from Vanny. Free's going to connect onto Achilles. Achilles is going to use the theft to be able to dodge away from any follow-up damage. Activation now of that V2 as the Justina is going to absolutely disengage the situation as quickly as she possibly can. The right play to make against that Zai. Run yourself out of the distance of the cone, pick up Stagger, putting yourself even into Celestra, even though Mystic Might is going to make it a lot harder for the Zai to lose track of line of sight. You still have a lot of buildings to keep yourself as aerial as possible, as we're going to see Achilles actually forced to use the F, taking a lot of damage from those dual blades. Now the ultimate is gone, looking to catch Vanny around the side of the corruption tick damage and pounce on the Justina if the heal tick reduction does start to come into play. Scale Rush into position for Achilles to keep this pressure up, throwing out the R&B, not finding that connection, looking to lock down on the cliffs, putting themselves onto high ground to intercept when Vanny does actually pop on up, going for the red flash, tap dodging through. We're going to see Vanny actually using the LMB off of those halberds to carry themselves further away from the fight and not get locked down by Achilles, who's still looking to try to force the engagement, knowing that the Justina ultimate has been removed, but decides instead to turn their attention to the rest of the map, knowing that there's going to be players pretty close in the vicinity because of that Mystic Might pinging off those locations. Gets caught by a Tumultuous Wisp, but no one is actually able to capitalize off of it because it's so high up in the air, and Achilles now is going to be able to put themselves in a better position to not get caught out in these rotations.
Transitioning in this endgame, 7 players alive. This is the first endgame we're seeing on this daytime Morris. I do autographs with the fan. We see fans everywhere right now. Everyone's throwing those RBs out. Super fast folks attack. It's probably gonna get, I've heard it's gonna be tuned down in the next patch, but for now, fan is the way. Solo coming in out of nowhere, gonna get the R&B into uppercut. Not true anymore, but I do autographs. Doesn't want really the smoke, wants to play a little bit safer, but Solo on that Tarka, he knows he doesn't win the last little bit. He's gonna take out one of the brothers, one of the sand Tarkas, the Temi, and now multiple players jumping in. Yishao with the Dreadful Whale coming in hot with the flank. Now Solo regretting his decision, aggroing the demon himself. Yishao on the Yodo F2. Solo using that staff movement, able to bob, weave, use a light attack to get out of dodge. Now safe and sound, gonna make his way to the movement, or the Moonbane, to fully disengaged. My man just went to the other side of the map. We're out of here. We're going to Shanghai right now. He's got to catch a plane, but Era in the mix of it. Vanny, Yishao in the 1v1v1. Gold halberds are out. Everyone tossing out folks attacks, trying to get a little bit of chip damage, but Vanny is going to be getting focused by the lobby right now, trying to make his way to the house, trying to disengage. Era loses sight of him, but Yishao still on his tail. Vanny at the corner. Excellent Era checking out where Vanny might have gone. Now on the backseat, the Dreadful Whale coming out from Yishao. Vanny in a tough situation, now stuck in zone. The F2 is going to come out from Yishao, and he's going to cut Vanny in half with that F2. Nowhere left to go, no more options left. Yishao with the cutoff is going to take down Vanny, and we're left with 6 players.
This is so interesting as well because we have Yodos in this lobby, and this is the first time, like you said, that we're actually seeing a lobby go all the way to endgame, where the Yodo is going to be able to find a lot of value off of that ultimate. X and Era unfortunately not going to be able to hold on to the V3 for the end of the lobby, not going to be able to keep themselves in the lobby any longer. Goes down to, it looks like the fire tick coming through from the connection of the V2 of that Zai. Achilles going to use the F to be able to negate that lockdown and isolation attempt of the Yodo F2, but still now is not going to have it to be able to escape. The dagger launcher combo coming out from Yishao, who will be able to find another, no it's not, it's stolen away by Solo with the cannon, and Yishao is not happy. Elbow invested from Solo to be able to avoid the follow-up of the Dreadful Whale. The Yodo now potentially going to be the one that everyone turns onto as Solo puts themselves onto that high ground position, cuts the noise to be able to slip away unnoticed to look for that full reach. That Morris Blessing also going to be spawning on up pretty soon for some of these players to be able to try and find that value target. Dav on edge, Yoto V3 coming on out from them, crucially not running that F2. Are we going to see having that golden focus availability actually have a huge impact in terms of the game, because we do see that Yizhao is throwing out that F2 a lot more aggressively as a result. Interestingly enough, Davonage also missing 2 Soul Jade slots, has Dreadful Whale but does not have a dagger to be able to set it in motion, as opposed to Yizhao, who in very typical fashion is still holding on to some of those trump cards. The fan is out to be able to set up that Soul Shatter, and Dreadful Whale is going to be kept in the back pocket, as we're going to see I Do Autographs controlling that Morris Blessing. Has legendary armor, but is going to actually drop one of those armors and put it outside of the box. Very surprised that we don't see them actually take away that armor. Oh, there we go. They take the armor, they move it inside of buildings, so it's not outside of the box, and only they're going to have an inkling on where that armor is going to be to look for a cheeky reset, as we're going to see a very cheeky attempt coming through from Yizhao to use that swarm and pump away all of this damage in to take that armor legendary off of the back of I Do Autographs. Davonage actually with the Yodo F1 going to use it to connect and find the uppercut confirmation onto Yizhao, who's able to put themselves on top of that Morris Blessing and find that reset. 4 players left in this lobby. Pretty soon we're going to be seeing all of them taking that last fight. Are we going to see any earlier conflicts, or is everyone going to just play that waiting game, wait for the zone to collapse when these ultimates are going to start coming into motion? Yizhao taking a lot of pressure coming through from the player around them off of that cannon poke. Now we're going to see the close-up distance. The F2 already going to be invested to go into that golden focus state. Unfortunately, they're griefed by the buildings and not able to collapse on top of the Tumult, who used that F2, but Yizhao's going to immediately chase them down, swinging out the last drag of the seconds off that F2 to be able to connect onto the Tumult. Intercepted from their kill, however, by the other Tumult in the lobby, who tries to use the ceiling hang to set up the scale rush, but gets interrupted by the uppercut. Parry comes on out, so Yizhao is not able to find the kill off of that fan, and is now forced to swap out into that dagger. Still has Dreadful Whale in the back pocket. These players know that the Soul Jade is still going to be available. Yizhao denied the reset on the shield off of that fire tick coming through from the boards. Has to tap dodge cancel out of it to avoid that damage connecting onto them. Now we see the swap towards that swarm to start to pelt these players away at long range, as Raven were going all the way.
Yodos definitely have the advantage going this. I don't know what these Temis are doing. They see 2 Yodos. What do you think's gonna happen when that zone closes? Both of these Yodos are gonna pop out, and you're not gonna be able to do anything. The Dreadful Whale's gonna come out from Yizhao. Great play from I Do Autographs to survive in that situation. That armor that you pointed out, Moxley, coming in clutch, the cheeky armor, saving it for a rainy day in the clutch. He gets put to 1 HP, and he's able to survive and weather the storm from Yishao's pressure. Now, at this point, Yishao knows he wins this game. It's either going to be him or Dav on edge. And I was saying before, Dav, if he's hoping to qualify, if he's hoping to get to this grand finals, this is where he shines, using his movement to find this situation for a last hit with the Yodo slashes. Solo has been completely out of sight, out of mind, making his way from building to building. He knows that a demon is out there. He knows that Yishao is running this for fun F2 Yodo. But one of the things that this F2 does bring you on Yodo is a very safe opener. That light attack, or that attack that comes out from the ability, you cannot block it, you cannot parry it, and it leads into an uppercut combo. And now with these buttery rocks, we got a cliffside endgame with the Yodo. I haven't seen this in a year. The Dreadful Whale is going to knock Dav all the way on the out, but he's going to come flying back in with the F1. He's going to pop his ultimate, and where do you go? On the top ropes, Yishao, 1 tap dodge, 2 tap dodge, and now the Temiot is going to be invested, but where do they go? There's just fire, swords everywhere. Yishao absolutely shredding the center of the lobby. Solo wants to get back in, but he can't go back in, and the F2 is going to come out, taking off Solo's head, and Yishao is going to close out game 3. Yodo F2. What is that?
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Also, running the variation of the V3 at the end, like you find even more value as a Yoda when you're going for that ult as the zone collapses, because not only do you get the damage off of those 3 initial slashes, you also get all of that stagger knockback potential as the ultimate comes to that end and you're able to push those players into the corruption. It's really smart as well from Yizha that he's the Yoda that ults second. Normally we do see the Yoda that ults second is actually able to find a lot more value because you're able to use the first slash of your ultimate to be able to put yourself on top of the other Yoda. So not only are you chunking damage onto the Yoda below you, but you're also able to capitalize on the damage that the Yoda has already done. A lot of work already done for you. As you say, Raven, work smarter, not harder. And the fact that unfortunately Davon Edge was forced into using that ultimate a lot earlier because of the Dreadful Whale connection, and we do see the F1 coming into play with that teleport ability where the Yoda is able to activate it again and is carried to that spacing, is the only thing that allows Davon Edge to survive that corruption tick damage hitting onto the Yoda. As we do get to see this absolutely lovely ultimate here coming through from Davon Edge with that Yoda, where they're able to capitalize on the fact that they're going up against a Valda, but it's a Valda with a V2. And if you're not aware, if you're running that Valda V2, you're not able to actually cancel the Yoda out of the ultimate early, unlike the other forms of that Valda ultimate. So Yodas are going to be able to get a lot more aggressive. This launcher combo as well here from Yizha was incredibly clean, or at least it was, right up until the moment Solo steals the show and the kill with the cannon shots coming through. Now we're going to get to see the Yoda ultimate that won the lobby. And I'm, like you, incredibly surprised that both of those tumultuous actually allowed these Yodos to live long enough for the zone to collapse and that ultimate to find so much more value.
Yeah, as the zone closes, like you pointed out, Tarka, tell me, there is no play here. You have to find some type of pressure to force out that Yoda. And with F2, F1, the one weakness that Yoda has there is she's normally looked at as a close quarters brawler, where she has a gold F. That F3 staggers you every time you hit it. So if you ever go into a building, there's a chance that you can get 100-0 as long as she places her ability correctly. Looking at the scores, we're seeing Yishao. He's hitting the 3x mark. He's looking for the 4x mark at 102 points, running that really fun F2 Yoda with the new skin, absolutely decimating lobbies. But we're seeing King of the North, my man Achilles, showing up at 36.4, really securing his position past this game 3, past the halfway point, 36.4. He's most likely to get over the cross line. An excellent arrow. He was on the cusp. Now he's at 36 or 35.8. Sin Solo at 35.7. A Dodo at 33. Man, 2nd through 6 is actually super close. And when looking over at Vanny, my man is at the doorstep. He's knocking on the door. He got some package for one of you. He's trying to sneak in there and get to that top 6. Ant at 20.9. He started off the day very strong. He started off very heated up. Unfortunately, not able to get it going this particular game. Should be at 20.5, but Davon Edge, he was struggling at first. Now that he's on his comfort pick, that Yodo, his favorite character in the game, you're seeing him shine, climbing up the leaderboard. He's getting within striking distance, but he has his work cut out for him.
I mean, there's still time, right? We do still have 2 games remaining until we do finalize the second half of the day, cutting down this lobby to only 6 players, moving ahead to go toe-to-toe with 6 other players who've been determined in their own lobby. But we'll be right back with those last 2 games of this first half of the Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup. What a mouthful, right after this break.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Astral Cup Solos qualifiers. This is the last chance, and we're 4 games down. We're on that championship round, that 5th game, that Holoroth game. Holoroth wide open. This is their chance. This is your chance to show up, to clutch it up. The top 6 are going to be moving forward to the next 6 rounds. This round, I always say, is a championship round because it's the most important. If your game 5 isn't good, game 6 is not going to go well either, because everyone who is in a Hail Mary situation is going to full send it. Just send it. The second they see you, they're popping ults, they're going in there. Multiple players are going to be dogpiling in. Game 5 is where you want to have that calculated pick. Picking that Faria, that zipping on Holoworth out in the open. Or do you want to play risky? Do you want to try to counter those two with those Zais? And today, Moxie, Yodo F2 from Yishao at 100 points already. He's going absolutely nuts. It's early right now. He's burning out. Is he going to have the stamina to play another 6 rounds? Like, this 12 rounds it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. But on Holoroth, what do you think the players are going to be showing up? Or what do you hope to see, Moxie?
I hope to see Faria. I'm not gonna lie, when you have a 102 point first half of the day, these other 2 games, Yishao can play whatever he wants, and I kind of hope that he pulls Nakuma and just leans into meme picks. I don't even think the Yodo F2 was that much of a meme, because it was getting serious value into being able to use the activation of that F2 to be able to land into those uppercut confirms, and especially when you're able to transition from that uppercut confirm into something like a launcher combo with a legendary dagger. That's nothing to sniff at in terms of damage that you're able to output. We've seen a couple of Tarkas come through. I think we're definitely going to be seeing an uprising of Farias, given that, like you've said, Holoroth is incredibly flexible in terms of the Faria, whether it's going to be one of those final zones that gravitates towards the verticality, which messes up things like the monk players, whether or not it's going to be on the low ground. Faria has all of those bases covered with the mobility of the mech. We've seen a couple of these Faria players go for the V1 version of things. Hasn't quite worked out, so I hope that if we do see the Faria, it's going to be the more traditional F1 V3 pairing.
Yeah. We saw Dav running V1 variation. Now, V3 is traditionally what we saw. We saw Yishao go absolutely nuts in the first Holoroth with that gold pole sword. And with a pole sword in Faria, you don't really need to do much other than just play it safe, keep it simple, get those light attacks going out. And with Holoroth being so wide open, I could see some of the players picking up that zipping again. The one character that really walks down Faria is that zipping. Now, Jaxi off spawn with his patented blue Zai inside Tang. Will he find the hit? Blue armor off spawn, looking for the scalers now, but King of the North running in, making his way to the south. Is he gonna bring Winter to Jaxi? Jaxi with the movement though, gonna slide and vibe, get out of there, but Adod on the Faria, dodging the 1-2-3, outward here just with nothing. Homeless Faria with no armor, no weapons, nowhere to go, and he's gonna get taken down by Achilles.
Yeah, we're going to see those eyes start to come through. Yodo on the field, but I do autographs as they get hounded down by Solo. No F ability to be able to save them and block the grapples from coming through. Now we're going to see the F2 activation being used when they're able to connect onto Solo, who'd closed up the distance. That is one of the joys of the F2. Even when that purple blade disappears, you still get that additional window to be able to commit the F again, to have that golden focus and break away from some of these fights if things start taking a turn for the worse. Solo gonna backtrack over towards that bell, ring it to get the information on where exactly this Yodo is going to be. I do autograph taking a lot of damage. Now again, the fight renews. This time, however, there's an intruder on the sidelines, and as a result, I do autograph does not want to hold themselves in the fight for as long as possible. Throws out the F2 to be able to isolate Solo, catching onto the Faria, actually putting the Faria now into the middle. So if the third party is committed, it's not going to be the Yoda that they hit onto. unfortunately, that's only going to be true if Solo takes enough damage that they become a better target. As a result, Solo, who has avoided all of this damage by continuing to hound this Yodo down, avoids the potential of the third party turning onto them. And as a result, we see I Do Autographs putting themselves on top of the tower to be able to break line of sight, so that one side of sight, out of mind, these two other players now turn onto each other.
Nice play from Solo, keeping the pressure up, but he loses his target. Bugha on the zipping. Has a ton of terrain to work with. Solo just working his way around out of grapples. The pain of chasing, zipping with no grapples, but the dual halberds, that R&B, very, very fast, very, very deadly in the right hand. Solo trying to get the stagger, but Bugha using the horizontal and the dual blades to bob weave. We're out of there. Just looking for this armor reset. It doesn't look like any armor to his name, but moving over to Metap. Excellent era. Blue armor versus Shootby and Cass. 1v1v1 on the low ground. Everyone taking the reset, wants to set it back in place. Who's going to get put in the middle? Cass rolling up with the one charge, setting the first one, but Era staying disciplined, not going to release a blue attack, going to hold dodge out, scope it out, wait for the third party from Shootby to come out. Doesn't want to be in the middle. Now Cass, unfortunately, stuck in the middle, getting sandwiched by both Era and Shootby. Now under pressure, Cass releases a focus attack, and Era is going to get the parry, but now with a follow-up from Shootby. Nice R&B to clear out, to claim the Soul Bloom. Both of their armor's fried though. Who's gonna take it? Era still has his ultimate. Shootby still has his ultimate. He's gonna pop his ult a little bit early. The regen is happening. Shootby needs to find the opening right now. Is his ult up? He has his Hemi F still online. Looking for the stagger, misses the wisp, and now Era with the follow-up is gonna close it out and be the king of Metap in the south.
Finally gets to repair that staff as well. That was broken for a lot of that fight. Does still have to be careful, however, as they do have that bounty on their head, and they did have to invest that ultimate to be able to keep the sustain, to be able to win up against that Tumult. Has the lower part of Metap currently to themselves, as we're going to have a look over at one of our other Yodos in this lobby. F now coming on through, Empty right in the middle of it, actually having to invest the F of the Tessa to be able to break on out, as Spoon has taken the opportunity to be able to disengage and put themselves a little bit further into Imperial, going to climb into the second story of that yurt to be able to find the reset. And Empty might have lost track of where exactly that Yodo is, and has definitely not lost track, however, of Sly. Is going to be able to find the parry. Legendary Katana in his hands. He's going to be incredibly happy with the follow-up damage from some of these lockdowns, as we have another solo monk. It didn't work out last map, but Epic is back yet again, this time running the F2, the parry bell on the monk. Not what you would usually expect. Might be able to use it to catch some of these players unawares, especially because a lot of them are actually committing to the blue focus. Parry bell exhausted from the monk, trying to go outside of the building to be able to get the ultimate off, but he's intercepted by the fairy, using that V3 to knock him back, not allowing the monk the window to go for the ultimate before he goes down. Lovely denial coming through from Vanny, who reads the monk's win condition and denies it entirely, and now inside that mech can look to try and track down the other player in the area.
The parry bell coming out for the monk. I respect Epic Blazing. If you're gonna go out on your shield, if you love monk parry bell, run in there and get the parry. Unfortunately, he's surrounded by both sides. It's very hard to get that parry bell off if you don't see where the attack is coming from. He does get a little bit of value from him. Now Vanny versus this Zai. The ult is going to be coming out. Nice double jump from Vanny, avoiding the first focus from the Zai ult. Great movement coming out from Vanny. He's going to be able to ice off all of this pressure. Oof. One of the most painful things as Zai, because when you're an ultimate, your movement when you grapple is just feels so sluggish. You feel so slow. And now Osutin is going to be backing off right now, making his way into the mountains. But Vanny hot on his tail. Now Goat Hashira with the Tarker ult, forcing Adon into the Fairy ult. Goat Hashira backing off, creating some distance. He has to be careful right now, though. The cannon shots are coming from Adon. Good line of sight coming out for him. He's going to cut off his ultimate, but Adon sneakily working his way around the corner, but good scale rush to get out of line of sight, get out of dodge, wait for this ultimate to come back out and take the neutral fight. Adon trying to get a little bit of extra credit here, able to get the nice stagger into one hit. Does he get two? I do autographs lurking in the background, watching in the shadows, seeing how this fight is going to go down. 1v1v1 situation is evolving right now, and from the top ropes we get the flank from I do autographs hitting everyone with the horizontal, but the punch is going to come out from Hashira. I do autographs now becoming the main target of Adod. Can he find a hit? Adod too wise for him, gonna hit him with the parry, and on the outside does Goat Hashira come back in with the third party. It looks like he does want to take the fight right now. Nice counter grapple coming up from Adon. Buttery rocks though, gonna go drop down with a focus attack. Both of them neck to neck right now, max health. Goat Hashira taking a little bit of chip damage, baiting out his F out on both characters. Now mano a mano. Goat Hashira looking for the light attack, unable to get it. These buttery rocks messing with the spacing right now. Light attacks are coming down. Adon chipping away at him, slow and steady. Death from 1,000 cuts. Goat Hashira able to get the stagger. Gets a little bit of focus attack. We're both even, but Adon spotting out the white armor resetting up a little bit of his health, baiting out the F. Now F back up on Adon. Goat Hashira has his work cut out for him. He needs to find the stagger, but now going to Yang. Sin Solo versus Tessa. Who do you have taking this one, Moxie?
Well, it's going to probably be that Farrier, considering you're still holding on to the pillar. Caught in 1, 2, using the V3 to turn things around into charge. R&B on those halberds, hops into the mech, does not avoid the tether, however, and it's going to activate the V1 enchant, immediately hitting on through as the overcomer, and that pulse sword comes on out. Farrier going to use those boosters to avoid a lot of that damage as the Tessa tries to close up the distance, chunk away at the ankles to stop Solo from being able to find the reset. 29 seconds left. Both of these players having already invested that ultimate, but Tessa able to use hers at 55%, so she'll be coming into another one, as opposed to Solo, who has to use the entirety of theirs because they actually committed fully on to the V3. Huge parry coming on out as we're going to see Solo now sans that armor, using that F1 to be able to break away. Goes for the 1-2 uppercut, confirm into grapple extension, into charge. R&B on the halberd, keeps the pressure onto Akuna and walks away on top. Huge plays coming on out, and I should note as well that Adod was able to win the fight against Goat when we actually cut away to the realm of Yang, and now on the off-world of the map we're going to get to see Adod still on that Ferris, still having that V3 into motion, going head-to-head, able to survive potential third party coming on out, stops the poach on the kill as well, claims dab on Edge's head, and now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Excellent era on that Zip, trying to go head-to-head with the Farrier. Legendary halberd getting put into motion, the uppercut into grapple extension, into charge. RMB, excellent era, forced to use the ultimate to look to find that recovery. Adod going for the RMB a little bit too soon. Excellent era seeing that it's going to be out, closing up the distance with dual halberds of their own. Farrier F1 now being used for Adod to be able to dodge away from the follow-up damage. Not able to find the reset moment. Excellent era now, because of that Zip having the sustainability on the move, going to have the upper hand until now. Adod with the V3 drop, going to find the interruption onto the Zip, playing around their pillar, has to be careful that they don't get punched away from it with the uppercut, and goes for the full commitment onto the neck to try and hound this Zip down. Blue armor on the Zip, but still able to keep the movement and dip away under the underneath side of Salvation Podium, as Adod now actually going to stop the mech and go for the body, looking to find the resources and potentially bait the Zip into taking that fight. Clank coming through from the dual halberds. Both of these players hitting into the focus strikes at the exact same time. Zip F1 invested at the cost of Adod's F1 as well. Scale Rush not going to connect from either of these players, as this fight could potentially go on a lot longer, Raven, and it looks like Adod does not want to keep themselves in the fight as long as it could potentially go. Oh, actually, I say that. Puts himself onto the high ground, swaps over to the pistol to keep the pressure up. Now the Zip actually having to move into that space, takes a lot of damage from the chunk up of that R&B on the dual halberd, and has to try to put themselves onto a different story to be able to find that reset ultimate going to come into motion. Adod continuing to pressure with the grapple connections into pistol swap, so the Zip isn't able to to find that free reset as A-Dot continues to chase X and Aero with the Crouch Farm, looking to avoid a lot of that follow-up, actually swapping over to the Fan to try to beat the speed up. The Focus Strikes finds the connection, the RMB on the Fan faster than the charge, RMB on the dual halberds, and A-Dot is forced to go for the F1. Mortal Defiance gonna kick in for the Ferry and not gonna be able to avoid any of the follow-up damage. However, since the F1's already been used, no disengagement. You can double jump as much as you want, but sooner rather than later, that Fan is going to do enough damage necessary to back the kill. But my goodness, what a marathon of a fight.
Yeah, Era and A-Dot both known for going the distance, playing that really, really slow, methodical way. And you see the how easy it is for Zipping to walk down Feria. She just can out-sustain her, not really get any value off that V2. Now going over to Yishao though, fighting a Viper with the F3, denying the one charge. Big parry coming out from Yishao, walking to the lobby on the Cicada. Daytime Hollow doesn't have a lot of Fireflies to work off of though, but with the box coming out, Yishao with the gold armor, 9 people alive. I think my man's going for the world record for the most amount of points in a qualifying round. We're already up to 100. Can we make it over 120? I'd be really surprised if Yishao is able to do that. I don't think I've ever seen a tournament where someone's had that many points. Second Realm of Yang is going to be showing up, and my man's running the tried and true Katana dual blade weapon swap on the Takeda. It's absolutely deadly in neutral. You're able to close the distance, burst players down, and unlike dual halberds, dual blades still does way more damage with those follow-up focus attacks. You're gonna find ASC on the cusp of dying. Ult's gonna be invested right now. Tab dodge through, able to hold dodge through the Furin. Oh my goodness, and he's gonna parry Arrow as he comes in by going into Yang Ant versus Akuna. Light attacks coming out, looking for the shift parry, going through, trying to be tricky, but Ant's not biting on it. Fading back right now. Ant's gonna eat the V3, undodgeable. He's gonna pop the ultimate himself. Will he go for his soul black? He doesn't. He ends up getting charm. Light attacks gonna come out from Akuna. He does reposition to bring him back to the center, but he's has his work cut out of him in the center of this semi ultimate. Doesn't get the full reset, and Akuna capitalized on the mistake, ends up getting the parry, but the gold F is still out. Unfortunately for Akuna, he gets chipped by the Wisp and stun, and Ant is gonna clutch up back-to-back nail-biting mistakes, and both players end up capitalizing on it. Ant comes out on top this time though.
It really looked like Yishao, especially because he left the Soul Bloom. When he's able to kill Obi-Wan, he actually left the Soul Bloom on the body and starts to position for that second Realm of Yang, but he sees 2 players already fighting and decides, okay, I'm going to be able to third party and pick up both of these players, and that's going to be 2 kills better than 1. So he commits to that fight instead, and we do get to see Ant take the Realm of Yang fight and come out on top because of, like you said, that absolutely insanely clutch Wisp. Able to catch on to the Tesla, especially given the fact that the Tesla was about to come back into the cycle of the F to use as a combo break, as we can have a look at the loadout of Ant, because they are absolutely stacked. There's a reason they haven't changed those dual blades, and a lot of it, yes, is down to the damage that you're able to find from the swap of that katana and the uppercut. Another part of it is because you have Universe Slash in the back pocket, and that Petal Fall Flurry is no joke in terms of the damage. It can be pretty easy to parry, however, and unlike something like Merciless Havoc, you do have to get close enough to be able to use it. So if the parry does hit, a lot of the time you are going to be losing that weapon, so you have to be incredibly careful. But when you're running that Tumult and you have the Wisps, well, if they're stuck inside the Wisp, they don't get the opportunity to be able to parry, so you're going to be able to use that to your advantage and just pump so much of this damage out onto these players in such a short amount of time. And speaking about short amounts of time, some of these players, oh, did we actually see Yishao take a Realm of Yang? He has the Mystic Might. No, he doesn't have the Mystic Might, he has the Bounty. He has the Bounty on his head, blue and blue. So yeah, he didn't get to go through that Realm of Yang. He did go for the kills instead. He's already sitting on 9 as well, by the way, on this Takeda, which is absolutely insane. We do know that one player did lose that Realm of Yang, so they are going to be on the timer of that Yang depletion, and they're going to have to try and look for a fight as quickly as possible, unless they're able to stumble on the body that Yi Zhao left behind. Although saying that, looking at Yi Zhao's position, I think he actually backtracked to that body and took the Soul Bloom to deny anyone the opportunity of finding that free Yang depletion cleanse. And backtracking over to that body has meant that he now runs in to that Tessa, who did lose that Realm of Yang fight. Cavalry Bloom coming on out, connecting onto the Takeda. That one Soul Jade now revealed. Yi Zhao taking the opportunity to back off, find the full reset on the armor shielding. Hakuna Matata may want to try to pressure a little bit more, but the Takeda still holding on to that ultimate is going to make it a lot harder for this Tessa to feel like they have the advantage in terms of that fight. Grapple Council now locking them into position. No one committing the blue focus. Mythic thrown out from Yi Zhao. Not going to be able to find that connection, and Cavalry Bloom charging up yet again for Hakuna. Going to be able to find the opportunity to throw in that B3 to be able to activate even more damage off of the dual halberds. Yi Zhao feeling pressured, actually throwing out the ultimate activation to have the shoves to be able to throw into the Tessa's face when the enchantment was out, and he's going to be able to use another shove to lock even more damage onto the Tessa. The Mythic coming back into play yet again, over the shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Hakuna goes and into the ground.
Like a sack of potatoes indeed. Moxie, Yi Zhao had his work cut out for him. I was a little nervous for him. That Tessa was giving a run for his money. He was not ready for the fact that Tessa with the Cavalry Bloom was willing to send it. My man was fearless. We're going into the blues. It doesn't matter that you're Takeda with F3. And finally, just as Moxie says, he tosses out the F3, catches the blue in the clutch, and sends him crushing down to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Now, Sin Solo wants to play this so slow. He is Faria, but the zone is quite big. This is most likely not going to the end. We see Achilles finding Ant, King of the North, still showing his dominance on Hollow Earth. I think all of Achilles' best games have been on Hollow Earth. We see Yi Zhao absolutely decimating the lobby. He's already up to 10 kills. I believe Yi Zhao is actually going to set the record for the most amount of points in a tournament. Even though this is a qualifying round, my man is up there as far as points. No one can stop him, and it's because of his great methodical play. Now, Achilles versus Solo. He realizes we're not going to endgame. We got to pressure out the Zai ultimate. Nice double hold coming in. Achilles going for a ride. Does he get the reset? Rock's gonna block the extension right now. Achilles forced to pop the ultimate, but no ult zone right there. Will Solo realize it and pop it? But Achilles, with an investment for the future, has a gold armor. Reverse Uno. Wait a second. Solo's like, you had no health a second ago. What happened here? Now, third party from Yi Zhao. Solo forced to pop his ultimate, but Yi Zhao can go pop the no ult zone. He sees Achilles is really, really low. Pops the F3 to deny any of the chain damage coming out. Achilles making his way for a scale rush. Both of them setting up for the scale rush, but Achilles going to win out on the scale rush. Both of them are going to take the health reset, but still the only person with ultimate online is Yi Zhao. Who does he want to invest in? Who does he want to send to the lobby first? It looks like Achilles is going to be his first victim. Light attack's going to come out. Nice hold dodge into the parry. Achilles realizing who this is, the other demon of the lobby. F3 is going to be popping out. Doesn't pop the ultimate. He's going to be holding on a little bit later. Looks for the focus attack. Unfortunately, misses the last little bit of frame, but he's going to be able to catch it out. And now, Solo versus Yi Zhao. Who's going to take it, Moxie?
Solo popping the anti-ult area so that Yi Zhao doesn't get to use any more of these shoves from that Takeda. Really wise decision coming through from him in terms of the macro, throwing out the blue, however, getting caught out by that Takeda F3. Scarerush going to connect from the dual blades into the uppercut, into any follow-up damage, but no, Yi Zhao using the opportunity to set up a Scarerush instead, looking to buy that spacing, deny any opportunity for Solo to try and go on to that Mora's Blessing and find that armor reset. Moving now into position, trying to figure out where exactly Solo has run off to. Yi Zhao gonna put himself right next to that Mora's Blessing to make sure that A-okay, no one is getting any resources from this. Taking the lull and downtime to find a repair onto that bow. Solo coming in with that staff, going to get caught out by the blue focus coming through from those dual blades. taking the overhold on the staff to try and set up the fake out of the reset, getting pressured by the Flamer. 1, 2, uppercut confirmed, into back hold dodge, into pole sword swap. Yizhao taking so much damage from the pole sword. Back we go into that staff. Solo continuing the pressure. Yizhao not able to find the reset that he's looking for until Solo also takes a couple of hits from that bow and has to back off as well. That no ult zone going to be dropping out in a matter of moments, where both of these players are going to be able to use that reset. Solo with that V3 and that mech going to be able to use it to distance himself, taking so much damage off of that Flamebringer coming through from the Takeda. Looks to try and find the overhold, but it's read by Yizhao, who comes in with the F3. Ultimate going to be invested from both of these players. Disrupted, however, by Solo coming in with the drop on that V3. Yizhao going to be putting himself behind the Morris Blessing and the cliffs to block a lot of that damage coming through from a lack of line of sight on this Farrier mech as Solo patrols the area, making sure that he's not going to get dropped out of the ultimate early in the way that he denied Yizhao his ultimate in the fight previously. Mech now gone. Solo grapple cancelled into position before he can activate that anti-ult area yet again. 1, 2 confirmed, but again he's caught out by the F3, and now without the anti-ult area field, he's going to be caught into the Takeda juggle, into the blender, activation, into shove, into uppercut confirmation, into absolute annihilation.
Close fight with Solo and Yishao. Solo had Yishao against the ropes. He had him there. He just needed to force the engagement. The big quality that Solo kind of overlooked is that when Takeda cancels his ultimate, he keeps a lot of his ult charge. So even though Solo had the advantage right there and gave it up, if you take a full reset there, the ultimate does come back online for Takeda a lot sooner than you expect. And unfortunately for Solo, once he got that ult online, Yishao had a read on Solo that he was holding focus and trying to close the distance at a very unsafe distance, and he was able to pop that F3, finally gets the slam and finishes him off with the classic Takeda combo. Now looking at the highlights, Solo showing how much work he was doing on this Faria. Great wake up coverage onto Hakuna, tries to get away, and this fight versus Adot, an excellent arrow, just getting light attacked over and over. Adot just trying to double jump here. This is not the best option to do in this situation. You got to hold blue, dodge out, but Adot under pressure, just trying to get away to get that full disengage. Beautiful play. This is definitely a play of the game for me for today. Immediately hold dodging the timing and then following up, just absolutely decimating Era, just back-to-back parries. What is Era going to be able to do right now? Even though he has a V1 procking down and the heals are going down, one more shove to his name. Yishao able to close the distance, gets a light at 1, 2, 3 with the Jade, and Era just gets cut in half right now. This fight, super close. I thought it could have gone either way, but the F coming out the last second gives Ant the advantage, sending down that F1, able to clutch it out. But again, on the outside, Yishao is just doing a masterclass for the lobby, showing everyone just how big this gap is. It's as big as the Grand Canyon going through on this daytime, and normally Takeda's used on Firefly's days. He had no extra help from Fireflies. He's just walking through the lobby purely off the souls of other players, able to keep his ult online and battling it out.
I mean, I love Takeda. I really do. I think when we were talking about, you know, heroes that were rising to prominence, there is an argument that Takeda is the strongest solos hero at the moment, just off of the combos that you can do. Yes, there are workarounds. You can try and kite. You can use a lot of the golden focuses with things like the ACOS Tiger jumps to be able to body through a lot of the shove setups. But if you get hit by one of those Takeda shoves and you do not have a combo breaking move, you may as well take your hands off of the keyboard, because the only way that you're gonna walk away alive is if that Takeda whiffs any of the follow-up damage. And when you have a player as renowned and experienced as Yizhao, That whiff ain't gonna happen anytime soon. What is gonna happen sometime soon, however, is Yi Zhao breaking the record for most amount of points picked up in one tournament. I think you'd probably break the 200 points if we didn't reset the lobby when we go into the second half of the day, because Raven, there is no doubt about it, Yi Zhao is going to be moving into the second half of the day, where there is still a little bit of unsurety, is where some of these other players towards the lower end of the top 6 are going to be placing, because some of these players in the 7th, 8th, and 9th position still have an opportunity to be able to qualify.
Yeah, just as you were saying, second half of the day, we have one more game left. It's going to be the clutch round, but until that game, we're going to take a short break, folks, and we'll be right back.
I think I just blew Raven's mind when we were having a very in-depth discussion about potatoes, but what's definitely going to be blowing a lot of our viewers' minds is the amount of points that one of the players in our lobby today has been able to accrue for the current games that they've put together. Take a look at the leaderboard. You can see that we ain't lying, we ain't exaggerating. Player number 1, question mark, otherwise known as Yi Zhao, has been able in 5 games to put up 125.2 points. Raven, I don't think that's just breaking the record for most amount of points put together in one tournament day. I think that's breaking the sound barrier of the amount of points put together in one day.
125, and that's only game 5. We still have one more game. He can possibly drop another 10 to 20 point game, and it looks like he's just not going to slow down at all. He did play the F2 Yodo. Now, we're a little bit disagreement whether or not that's meta, but Yodo has 100% been a troll pick for this entire year. So the fact that he's eking out value where value shall not be had shows just how much of a gap there is. I would even say it's double, and might be even triple. MH Achilles, though, having a good game himself. I really haven't seen him pop off any previous tournament, so he's going to get his shot in the finals for today. Top 6 secured, 50.6. So everything else right now is warm up, just ironing out some details. Sin Solo securing his position as well, 45.1. Excellent Era as well, 43.1. Taking down ADOT and taking the lead from him at 40.1. Vanny laddering up. He wasn't in the top 6 before. My man has fought tooth and nail, struggling his way up, and we're up there now, but there's still one more game. Xeno hot on his heels. Ant hot on his heel now. Ant has his work cut out for him. 7 points as a little bit of a task. So he needs to play perfectly. He needs to get those combos unlocked. But sure enough, he definitely has the moves. He definitely has the skills to do it. Will he have the decision making? Because all of this game is your decision making at the end of the day. That's one of the things I noticed about Yi Zhao as a player. Running into him, he's actually the teammate and was on the team of the 2-time EGL Grand Finals for trios. He's mainly a trios player, but he only really practiced duos outside of playing with his team. He's always in duos, and you just get to see that your mechanics, your skills can transfer over to everything. It's just whether or not your decision making is very good. Yi Zhao plays very, very straightforward. He doesn't really do the normal mix-ups. He plays right in between the lines, but just with a one step ahead of his opponents, he's showing how far you can stretch that one little bit of technology. Now, looking at the map, we're not seeing that spread that we saw in the beginning, Moxie. We're seeing tons of people piling in to that shipwreck.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting when you were talking about those decisions, right? Those players who are not in the top 6, this is the last game, the last chance that they have to qualify. So they need to get aggressive. They need to take advantage of the rebuffs that they have available to them at the very beginning of this round. And they need to look for as many kills as they possibly can to start moving their way up the scoreboard. So no surprises, we're going to be seeing a lot of aggressive enabling heroes as well. And going to be rocking that side with the V2. Sad to see that we don't have the F3, but it's going to be a little bit more meta to move away from it, as we're going to be seeing Yi Zhao actually on that Tarka. Elbow going to be coming on out horizontal on the long, so going to find the connection. Ultimate now going to activate, taking a lot of damage from the R&B coming on out of Jaxi with those dual halberds. 1, 2, uppercut. Are we going to see? No, it's not any confirmation to a carousel. It's into a pull sword swap, chunking through the damage as much as possible. Yoda throwing out that F2, be able to recover. Yi Zhao going to be able to tank it with the elbow and throw out the follow-up of the pull sword, chunking through the remaining Yodo's health bar. This is the first time that we're getting to see Yi Zhao run that Tarka, and already I can't wait to see what he does with it.
Normally, Tarka out of F, you see that punch coming out. I was even surprised when Yi Zhao broke the F, and instead of going for a gold punch, which is pretty standard for Tarka, he just lets Jaxi know how predictable he is and gets that big parry. AFC now just north versus Cass, but Cass gonna deny the 1, 2, 3. Reverse Uno gets the kill. Great clutch coming out from VL Cass. Are we going to see a salty run back? My man AESC, we're running it back. We want our run back. This is the last game. He has to have a pop-off game if he's hoping to get through. It's going to be a tall task, but it has to start here on the Viper, looking for the parry. Again, another parry. No, this time he goes for a light attack, but Cass catching the cross. Great play from Cass, but she's going to eat a light attack from the F from Viper. The overhold's going to come out. Cass had the punish. Now multiple players piling in over here. Jaxi taking a respawn. Yodo showing up as well. ASC going to back off to the rear. Jaxi with the spear. Going to get a Dragon Slayer. Needs a little bit of loot. Fresh body on him. No grapples to his name. Looks like he's going to back off here. Look to find a better spot and see if he can clutch up here. Blue armor in front of him. Now, going back to Yishao at Wreckage, piling in. Everyone's getting decimated by Yishao. The V3 is going to be popped out from I Do Autographs. He's looking for an exit strategy, but there's nowhere to go. Yishao's hot on his heels. Going to match the F, looking for the trap. The portal, kind of grief for I Do Autographs. Goes for the teleport, but nowhere far, and immediately gets closed out by Yishao.
Look, I love seeing Wu Chen in solos more than the next person. I even fondly remember Wu Chen in solos for last year's J-Cup when everyone would sort of differentiate between the V2 and the V3 with the portals. But it's not going to be finding a lot of value in this lobby. What is going to be finding a lot of value in this lobby, however, is Austin able to come in with that great sword swing, catching onto the back of the Yodo. Picking up as well the upgrade onto the weaponry, purple dual halberd. Something that we do have to talk about as well in terms of those halberds is when we actually headed over to Yijiao's perspective, he does have that katana and purple halberd to be able to weapon swap onto if he so chooses. We don't really see him taking advantage of the traditional weapon swaps. We might actually see him breaking those out in this lobby. Jaxi, having survived spawning in front of two other players, going to actually have gotten their hands onto a purple fan to be able to throw out, taking a lot of pressure coming through from that third party of Cass on the side. Grapple cancel onto the Yoda, going to go for the overhold on the blue to be able to break away from the follow-up damage, closing up the distance onto the Zip, baiting out the F early on. 1-2 ultimate now going to be used from Cass, who goes incredibly low, reads the focus, however, and as a result will be able to find the parry. F2 going to be thrown from Jaxi to try and chase and lock down. That golden focus still going to be up for a couple of seconds longer if they're going to be able to close the distance and find the connection onto the swing, but just as they get within range, it disappears, and now it's going to have to be the weapon off instead. Jaxi overholding that Dragon Slayers, doesn't commit in, instead charging up that Scarus to see whether or not Cass is going to fall for taking that massive amount of damage, but Cass is able to find the armor swap into the purple, and that's going to give them so much more confidence to turn back into this fight. Have to be careful, however, as all of that damage that they've done has attracted the attention of Akuna, who's deciding to figure out whether or not they want to third party onto that engagement, or if they want to try and push in onto Austin behind them, who was exchanging a little bit of poke pressure coming through with that repeated crossbar.
Yeah, Okuda backing off right there, wants to choose another spot. There's two philosophies here. Either you're going out in a blaze of fire, or we're just going to try to play as solid as possible, take only good fights, but Spoon with the white armor on the Echoes, no ult to his name. It's going to be tough for him to find a good position right now. Dav doesn't have any heals, is trying to scale rush out of here. Has to be careful because Spoon has him in sights. With 29 grapples, there's no way Dav can survive getting away from my man, but Jaxi in a blast hit situation has his ultimate out. Cass going for getting juggled, and now a Zaya, I believe, is showing up, but Cass able to pick up a kill through his opponent, picking up Jaxi, but unfortunately, all Sutin gonna show up with the third party, clean it up. 16 players alive. We really have to see if whether or not Ant can get this through. He's right on the cuffs right now. Rematch going up. Excellent arrow just south of Celestra versus Adon. Tiger gonna come out. Excellent arrow does have ultimate gonna pop it. Will she get the freeze? Misses the first one. 2 more dashes to his name. Adot still has 1 more gold F. Who is gonna win the game of chicken? Who can time this move better? It looks like Arrow's gonna get the first one, but Adot's gonna follow it up with the Tiger. Claws are out. Arrow still has 1 more dash, so does he want to force the issue? Adon doesn't want the smoke. He's gonna retreat into Celestra, take a reset, play for the later game. He already has gold dual halberds. with it being nighttime, Fireflies is an option, but Era hot on his heels, doesn't. Where you going, A-Dot? A-Dot's surprised by the Justina dash out of nowhere, and now Era missing the reset, the F, creating enough space for A-Dot to reset. Blue armor to Era. He doesn't want A-Dot to fully reset his armor, but there is a bell over here revealing A-Dot's location, and Era, as a blueberry, wants the smoke versus A-Dot's gold armor again with the drop down, surprising A-Dot for a second time with the vertical. Now A-Dot doesn't want any more to do with this, is in full disengage mode with the gold armor, running away, looking for the Scarabs. A-Dot trying to fight back right now, but excellent Era smothering him. Combo break's going to be invested. A-Dot still has his gold F, but again, the stagger coming out from the fan. A-Dot has the blue armor reset. Now, Era, for the first time on the back foot. A-Dot with the uppercut combo. And now Era holding blue, double jumping out. Going to hit that scale rush. Going to get onto the rooftop. What's A-Dot's chase down look like? Can he hold down the slippery, excellent Era? A-Dot not able to find him. He's going to just willing to take the reset, take the gold armor, and live to fight another day.
Both of those players deciding, okay, we fought each other long enough, going to reposition, gonna let the reset come through, gonna wait for my ultimate to come back online as well. Justina versus Akos is such an interesting one because, as we've already seen, Akos can use those golden focuses to dodge away from that freeze activation. What you can't dodge if you're Akuna is a fight against Yi Xiao inside the realm of Yang. Katana in the pocket for the Taka, but he's currently using the Jill Halbert, throws out the elbow incredibly early on. The Zai's going to exchange with the activation of the ultimate, sending in all of the damage to come on first. We see the 1-2 uppercut swap into ultimate activation. The Katana's now in the hand for the Taka, but he whiffs the third swing of the infinite, and now the fight goes back onto the ground, continuing to hound down, even though Zai gets so many golden focuses in the ultimate. What she doesn't get is damage reduction, so Yi Xiao continues to hound and pressure and force that Zai into sitting in the golden focus for as long as possible to get chunked down in a matter of moments by the fire tick, as well as the melee weapon damage coming on through. A-Dot outside of Celestia, actually not going up against excellent Era, this time going up against a Farrier, finding the uppercut confirmation, still has one of those tiger jumps available to him, puts himself behind the pillar to be able to sidestep a lot of that damage coming on through. Doesn't manage to find the tap dodge to dodge away from Achilles. Follow-up damage with the cannon, finds one reset, dodges the second cannon strike, might be able as a result to get that Vitalia off. Yep, that's one. Finds the second reshield as well. He doesn't have his ultimate. It is crucial that the Fairy has been able to outlive it, and A-Dot looking to try and punish the Fairy as she drops out of mech, does take a lot of damage as a result, finds the 1-2 into the F1 activation. It's immediately going to be dodged away with the Fairy, lengthening up that distance with the F1, and because they both danced around each other, dozy-doing around those pillars, Raven, we have the first realm timeout of the day.
Dozing off. The way Farrier works, it's either win or tie. There's no in between when you go into Realm of Yang. So when you see that Farrier on the other side, unless you press the pedal to the metal, you're not going to finish her off. There's just so much reset value. Unfortunately for A-Dot, both of them are grief, but they still have that second life. You see that 4 minutes, and if you're just tuning into Naraka, Yang depletion is a debuff you get when you lose Yang or you tie. You still can go find a kill or find a soul bloom that you've left over to reset that debuff so you don't expire at the end of it, sending yourself to the lobby. We see a Sutin and his Jades max melee resistance Valda. We're looking to tank it up, to play some of this endgame, but Sutin has his work cut out for him. We haven't really seen a true endgame except one. Now, half the lobby already out of here. Osutin, though, up to 5 kills. My man is putting in the work. He's trying to qual right now. He can possibly pop off, but the gatekeeper, the demon in the lobby, Yi Xiao, his Yang fight was something to behold. Just perfect play. Literally 0 mistakes. You need a light attack from Achilles. These two have been going at it all day. This will be the last time for this lobby that they go at it before they meet in grand finals. it looks like empty from the background with the crossbow. Gonna set Yishao back for a second, but again, he's back in. He's opening up with the one charge. What's the second follow-up? Our Achilles wants to get a reset here, but half his armor is already gone. Looking for the reset. Looks for the fan play. Unable to get it. Light attack into uppercut. Coming in into the parry bait. F coming out. Yishao playing at Mach 7. Both of their Fs being utilized right now, but the double hold fry coming out. V3 is going to be set, but our Achilles is going to be forced into the mech. Now, what can Yishao do in this spot? How is he going to deal with it? He's gonna go toe-to-toe. You want to pepper me with shots? I'm gonna pepper you with some barbecue. Get over here, Varia. Lighting him up, and now the armor does not defend you against burn damage. You can possibly die. Achilles needs to heal his white health, his normal health pool. If not, this flamethrower will take him down, and now Achilles in full disengage. He does have a couple turret shots to go off, but Yishao with the bob, the weave, the dab dodge is able to follow up, able to get the light attack on the D-Mech, and now Achilles, no combo break to his name. Yishao with the trap, gonna pop the ultimate. Can we survive this? Tarka in ult with dual halberds. It's just so fast. The mix up into Gold Punch. Achilles is not gonna be able to stand the heat, and he's gonna be turned into barbecue.
Hey Raven, can we get some taco like on the driver? And I mean, you can say like, oh yeah, we have taco at home, and it's just a flamer. And that's so huge because he's able to deal that fire 6 damage to deny the reset while still holding onto his ultimate. So the longer the fight goes on, because he's still having that Talker ultimate, he knows he's going to be able to out damage that Farrier before that pillar and mech cycles back into cooldown. As heading over towards Graveyard, we're going to see another attempt at griefing those fire cages with the pistol shot. Unfortunately, it's not going to be able to land onto any player, so no fire tick coming through at the moment. Stormstride actually in the hands of this Takeda at the moment, as we're gonna see the dual blades into Katana. Hot swap denied by the free shell coming through from Shub. Is able to go for that staff overhold now. However, we're now going to see the Takeda ultimate activation to be able to land follow-up animation and combo extensions, but he's griefed out of the kill with the third party coming through from Excellent Era. Yizhao coming back into that second realm of Yang, finds the elbow to be able to set the spacing into the 1-2 uppercut confirm into Blink Strike follow-up. V3 now dropped from the Farrier as a result, trying to find that reset opportunity. Skull Rush going to deny any moment for the Farrier to be able to get into that mech. Anticipates the Scale Rush coming through from Sly and finds the parry with the jump. What a play from Yizhao. Every single time we see him, it just feels like his fights get cleaner and cleaner and cleaner.
My man is squeaky clean right now. Almost zero mistakes in all of the matchups, and he's not sitting outside the pocket. He's not scouting for very long. He's just getting in there after that first initial read and just committing to it, and his opponents are absolutely getting folded. I saw an interesting ACCA, a horizontal into horizontal and the uppercut into a focus attack. I'm wondering if against the wall you're able to just follow up the forces, follow up with a focus attack, or he was able to do a 2-1-1 weapon swap. I've actually never seen someone do that. Normally you see a grapple kick, but Yishao still showing just his prowess, his skill in everything, now making his way to a body. We're going to see Era again, the rematch versus Adon. I'm happy to see the Cavalry Balloons coming out. Adon getting cooked up, can force to pop his ultimate, and now Excellent Era popping F2. No combo break to his name. It looks like he wants to time out the ultimate, but Adon not letting him go. Gets the grapple kick. We're paying the favor from the previous time. Era needs to pop his ultimate, and this time Gold Focus is going to come out from the ultimate. Adot still has one more Tiger, but again, Excellent Air with a max range free. Get the double charge. Freeze now. Adon making his way back in, using the claws to slam Era out. One more dash to Era's name, but he's out. Both of them back to neutral. Are they going to take this fight? 6 players left. They have to be careful here. All inning each other with no ultimate leaves you open to that third party. Adon, but Era showing the aggression, wants the smoke from Adon. Combo break to be invested, F2 invested. What can Era do right now? Using the tower to get this nice reset. Adon, no clue where Era went. Under the bottom right now, able to get the nice juicy scale rush, maximizing the position. Now setting setting up on the ground. Adon wants this fight on low ground, wants it mano a mano, opens up with the parry. Now F2's going to be invested again, but Era, no combo break. This time, can he jump away? There's not anything to run away. Adon with the grapple cancel looking for it, but excellent Era with the mix-up, able to get the max range focus attacks. Adon's just not ready for it, and Era is going to get another reset. We're on to round 2. Who do you think's gonna take it, Moxie?
It's so fast. It's so fast. Now we're gonna see the swap back onto those dual blades to be able to chunk through the damage and set up that cavalry bloom to come through. Excellently, we're having to use that free shell form, holding on to the blue focus to be able to dodge any stagger coming through from Adot, who's continuing to pressure, finds the uppercut confirmation into the RMB from the dual halberds. Justina can't use the free shell form to be able to avoid the follow-up damage, and this time Adot is going to be able to walk away the victor, seeing that that ability is on cooldown and knowing that that is the exact moment that you need to be able to strike. Talking about exact moments of striking, we may be waiting a little bit longer to see this lobby close on up, considering the distance of some of these players. Adot is within view of Yizhao, and we do know that a lot of those resources were all in against that fight for the Justina. Yizhao now going to use and bait out that F1 and Akos ultimate now coming on through. Elbow sitting in for Yizhao to be able to take himself into a different position, get himself into the out and open, so that Taka ultimate has the opportunity to break into the infinite with the spacing instead of getting someone's head battered against the ceiling. Jill Halberds coming out to play, looking to try and just kite out and durate a lot of the distance and timing of this Akos ultimate. Going to be running out any moment now. The Taka ultimate still in motion for a couple of moments longer. Elbow going to be back up for Yizhao, so he's going to get a lot more aggressive in the close quarters. 1-2 uppercut confirmation. Yizhao tanking all of that damage. Now going for the parry, seeing that Adot is going to commit to the blue, will be able to find the follow-up damage. Yet again, we're going to see the LMB from the halberds this time around. Yizhao cancelling out that focus strike to be able to reposition himself out of the melee range. Now going in with the grapples. Now the elbow comes on out, committing into it. Akos F1 coming through to reposition that Taka and put us back to the zone, as well as allow the Akos to come in with that damage reduction. As seeing that we go into that distance fight, Yizhao swaps over to the cannon and hits 3 shots back to back to back. Adot without the F1 to be able to live through all of that damage, as well as the flames breath on that cannon, taking so much damage, looking for a reset. Yizhao checking the purple bush, making sure that he's not going to hide inside that invisibility area, taking the opportunity to reset himself, as we're going to see the Soul Jade stack. Meteor, Rupture Gale Orb, and Flames Breath. Remember, these are the combined Soul Jade, so now Rupture Gale and Flames Breath are one and the same in terms of that Soul Jade slot. Spoon, please, please, I will love you so much if you come in with the Pizza Cutter of Doom and actually find a kill when no one's expecting it.
That just made my day. I'm like, where is the third player? And Spoon is living his best life, running around with his drill, having a great time. Yishao's like, wait a second, this guy over here is having a lot of fun. Let me see what we're working out over here. Just behind the haystack, looking in. Please, Spoon, it would just make my year if you just find a way to push Adon into the zone with this, with the third party. Adon with the rematch versus Yishao, both sides gonna come out winning the initial chip damage. Nice F coming out from Adon. F's gonna come out. Yishao responding with a great trap himself, gonna get the follow into the uppercut combo, making it even between the two. But the burning from the flame breath coming in. But Yishao is getting flanked by the drill. No way! No! Yishao forced to pop ultimate, and now Spoon in hot pursuit has the drill put in set. He's looking for the follow-up. Yishao wondering, how did this happen? Why is this happening to me? The burning's coming out from Spoon. Looks like a little bit of a lag out situation. Not able to get the follow-up, but you already know that Adon is going to be hawking Yishao. There's nowhere to reset right now. Can Yishao find the armor swap onto the purple armor? He is able to get it. Great job. Able to iframe the F2. And now we're in round 4, Moxie. Adon versus Yishao.
Pizza Cutter coming in on the flank. Spoon's going to be able to connect it and play off the fact that Yizhao actually gets hit into with the Eiko's ultimate. However, Spoon is now going to be intercepted by the Eiko's ultimate. However, it's going to actually be Adon trying to turn on to Yizhao, knowing that he's going to be low and susceptible to going down. Keeping this pressure up, doesn't have any of these grabs. Yizhao kiting the fight over towards the cliff, so Adon isn't able to take advantage of that momentum. As again, Spoon comes in with the green.
Yes, it's happening.
Adon is pushed into that zone, but still he's not low enough for the Death Ripper to be able to find the value and translate into kill. Spoon swapping over to the nunchucks, does have the full meter dump invested if he wants to be able to use it to connect onto some of these players. Come on, you know you want to use those Blood Rippers. You know you want to go aerial, charge up the purple, and hit in with that third party, especially because Adon is getting held into position, taking so much damage with the Flamer coming through. This is the exact moment that you need to be there, but no! Yizhao's going to be able to catch him out before the Blood Ripper can hit in. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Spoon having to use the F1 on that Akos. We're going to see a lot of damage coming through from those nunchucks. Denied, however, into the uppercut confirmation as Spoon looks to try and close up that distance using the Akos ultimate to try and catch in. Elbow comes out from the Taka to be able to live through a lot of that pressure. Spoon still not able to have the Blood Rippers out. In fact, if you look, his second weapon is now going to be that staff, looking to try and find the claw lockdown and jump reset to connect onto Yizhao. Finds one grab, charging up the meter dump, throws it out, but not behind him in the blue state because he doesn't have Dragon's Roar, and Spoon loses the nunchucks. Now having to go for that staff. Taka ultimate comes on through. It's not a kill off of the infinite. It's going to be the dual blades doing him in, and Yizhao walks away with a kill. But Raven, my heart breaks a little bit because I'm not gonna lie, I wanted Spoon to get his knife, his fork, a plate of cake, and finally find a kill with that Blood Ripper.
When I saw Spoon connect to Adon, I just had an instant gush of elation that is he going to somehow push Adon into the zone? No ult, no F, nothing to say, but somehow Adon's able to double jump out. Now, unfortunately for Spoon, he was on the wrong target. Yizhao was in a 1 HP situation, but it didn't matter. Spoon was living out his best life with the Blood Ripper, looking to grieve someone, and boy, oh boy, did he grieve Adon for that last win. Full leg sweep onto Adon, but Yizhao, I'm pretty sure he set a record that is going to be extremely hard to meet. Now, granted, the lobbies are a little bit more stacked than normal. Normally, solo lobbies have 12, but for Astral Cup, we were having a ton of fun with so many people on the map, so much opportunity for kills, and Yizhao showed how much fun you can possibly have, setting the record. This highlights really shows his reign, and it's just every single game Yizhao putting out, doing a ton of work onto the lobby. But Sustin showed up like before that last little bit. We saw he was up to 5 to 6 kills. I'm not sure how he's going to end up because top 6 are the only ones who get through. Yizhao again with the beautiful Dragon Roar off the uppercut. Unfortunately, he drops that last little bit for the clip, but again, perfect play, dodges the F cancel from the Zai, sets up the F trap. Zai thinks she can get a hit, throws an attack into him, and he ends up getting that F trap. Unfortunately for Adon, his reign gets slowed down by that Vario matchup. But again, Achilles running into the one person he doesn't want to run into, Yizhao with the slaying. No ultimate versus Targa is a tough thing to deal with. And again, inside Yang, Yizhao continuing his dominance versus Sly. Now this fight, Era versus Adon, lasted forever, but this time Adon wisely drags Excellent Error onto the low ground out in the open, and he's able to close it out this time. Now finally closing it out, Yizhao with the uppercut, making Spoon look like he's being taken to school by the teacher, the master class, and 143.6 points, Boxy.
Absolutely insane stuff, and that is the last game of the first half of the day. So we have confirmed the 6 players who are going to be moving on forward to the next half of the day with a chance to qualify for the grand finals. Next week, it's going to be Yizhao, Achilles, Excellent Era, A-Dot. Oh, we just swapped away. Okay, now we're going to see. We have all of the players confirmed. We're going to be seeing, let's see if we can get Justin, Mino, Not Rats. We've got Pish, Chef of the Dead, A-Dot, Achilles, Excellent Era, A-Dot, who are going to be able to go head-to-head and continue that really long-going rivalry between the two of them. Sin Solo, Kin Cobalt, and Gabao, who are going to be going head-to-head with the top players in the next lobby, getting to move forward into the grand finals. No more last chances. No one's going to be able to move forward other than the top 6 from this lobby, but do not worry if you're concerned about missing out on your chance to be in with a chance of winning our meme competition currently going down in the Naraka Bladepoint official server. I have good news for you. You still have 8 days depending on your current time zone. It closes on the 20th of November. It's absolutely free to enter. It's going to be super easy for you to be able to format some of your memes because you don't have to worry about the format that it takes. It can be any meme format that is affected, and you'll be in with a chance, if you do participate, to win some absolutely amazing treasure gifts.
Closing out, looking at that finals lobby, it is a stacked lobby. It's just right under the cusp of all the tier 1 players. Most of the tier 1 players already made it through, but looking at this lobby, Justin, grand finalist, Ming, grand finalist. I believe Era has been a plenty of grand finals. A-Dot, grand finalist. Go By, grand finalist. And Yishao, whew. Especially with the tear that is going right now, if Yishao keeps his momentum, everyone should for sure stay out of his way. A bunch of newer players hoping to make their mark. Chef of the Dead, I know he's been putting a ton of work. Not Rats as well. Solo. A-Dot playing this for fun, but Achilles, King of the North, besides Yishao, he was popping off today. He was doing a great job, but this is a preview of a very exciting solo matchup ready to come up. Now, unfortunately, this is where me and Moxie will end, and we will be passing it off to Runekeeper and Dobby for some exciting solos play. That lobby is absolutely stacked. Ton of really, really great players. And even our lobby, Moxie, I was surprised at the quality of play that we were even seeing. Normally, we saw pretty brand new players, but we saw a lot of up-and-coming talent finally make the time, show up for this Astral Cup. Great event. Everyone's having a ton of fun. A lot of opportunities for kills. We saw non-stop action.
Yeah, and we got to see Yodo. We got to see Yodo F2. I'm super happy. It might not be as valuable as the F3. It might not be as valuable in Trees as well if you talk to TE as the F1, but it was still available. It still picked up kills as well, alongside as some things like the Valda. We got to see Tarka Infinites as well. But like Raven has promised, if you stick around after the break, this next second half of the day promises to show some absolute stellar Naraka. I'll be in the Twitch chat alongside all of our lovely viewers because I don't want to miss any of the action coming on up when Runekeeper and Darby take over the desk.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Astral Cup. We have just finished our Day 2 Solos qualifiers, which means we're heading into our Day 2 Solos finals. I'm your host and your caster this evening, the Runekeeper, the birthday boy himself, and there's no place I'd rather be than spending my birthday here with y'all. And of course, my main man, my right-hand man, Dobby here. How you doing, baby?
Man, first of all, happy birthday to the homie. It's you know, I didn't even realize it was his birthday until you said that earlier, and I was like, oh my goodness, it's your birthday. And I remember you saying that in Discord too, like I will be working on my birthday. Listen, who doesn't love getting a nice check on their birthday, right? Who doesn't love securing a bag on your birthday? That's all I gotta say. Some people don't do that. That's all I gotta say. Anyway, back to it. As we get a chance to lock it in. We still have some more games left, and so far we've been hearing from some of the other casters that these games are already feeling really, really good. So, I mean, hopefully, as we continue on, we're going to see even more explosive gameplay and be able to tell you guys how the rest of these games are going to go. But I'm excited.
Yeah, if you take a look, we've got our top 12 qualified players here for Day 2 of Solos Finals. We've got Justina, Min, No Rats, Fish, Chef of the Dead, our lovely, I can't remember his name. They've said it all day. Zhao, I do believe, Achilles, Excellent Era, Dodo, Solo, Kin Cobalt, and Gao Bai here in the top 12. 6 of these players will walk away today and be heading on to grand finals next weekend, where they have a chance to secure the bag as well as secure a trip to head on over to Zhongdong, China, where they will be able to watch the World Championship side by side with you and me, Dobby. But speaking of securing the bag, we've got some other stuff for you guys to secure here as well. Of course, we have the lovely prize money for these players to secure, but we also have some goodies on Twitch for you guys to secure in the form of some lovely Twitch drops coming through. We have this lovely brand new avatar. This thing is dope. It's dynamic. It moves. It represents Hottie coming in, the new hero. You know it's the new hotness. You want to be here. We got plenty of more Naraka coming at you this weekend and next weekend, so you got all the chance to secure it. But if this isn't enough, we've also got a meme contest going on over in the official Discord where you guys can secure some treasure choice gifts. So head on over to the official Discord. You can probably find that link in the chat or over on the official Twitter as well. Get your meme on and get yourself some goodies, Dobby.
Absolutely insane, though, especially with that new oh, yo, you know, just going back and forth with that one, you know, hey, listen, it's got to be the absolute new hotness. You just said it. You said that. So, you know, I had to be able to entice and be able to go in with that as well. So far, it's been really good. I'm excited to see some of these game players, especially Sin. Team Sin is definitely one of the players that I watched in trios. And as a trio team, they were locked in. I think they ended up in like probably top 5. They definitely qualified, at least from what I heard, for the trio slot. So I'm interested to see how the one of the Sin solo players really comes through and absolutely locks it in for this one. And on top of that, there, got to give a shout out. I'm really excited to see Excellent Air in her element, in her space. She's been playing this game for a long time. She grinds it on Twitch consistently, day by day. She is one of the top ranked players for the NA region. Era is where it's at. I always love checking out her channel, so I'm really excited to see her absolutely do her thing in this space of like really, really good gameplay. And I'm expecting the top 5, at least top 5 out of her. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying I want to see her really excel in a space that she's been known to run and rule these grounds for a long time.
Look, it's gonna be a tall order today. This is a stacked lobby. If you watched any of the 6 previous games here and saw how these players were performing, and that's just from the top players of that lobby, I can only imagine the top players from some of these other lobbies. It's going to be absolutely crazy from start to finish these next 6 games, Dobbies. I'm super excited to go ahead and get into it because, again, it is 6 more games. It is finals. Everything is off the board. The slate has been wiped clean. These guys are starting at 0 points across the board. 12 of the best players in the NA region get ready to go head to head, all fighting for a spot in that top 6 so they can qualify for the grand finals next weekend. And you know next weekend is going to be just as lit as this one's been.
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the things that it's going to be good overall. And at the same time, not only are you getting a bag, but you're also going to be able to take that bag overseas to not only be able to enjoy the region, but also you'll be able to join it with everyone else. Listen, like I said, this is my first time. Have you been to Shanghai?
No, I've not been to Shanghai, believe it or not.
Rune's first time. Okay, this is my first time casting land. This is my first time in Shanghai. My first time in a hotel room where the next hotel room also has a water park. My first time shopping out there. Trust me, I'm gonna be eating so much food. It's gonna be ridiculous. So all I'm saying is a lot of first times, and so far this is also another first time. Let's get it going, as we're going to be able to lock this in for our game number 1 here. But all I'm saying is I'm excited for how it's all been going so far. I think with how these games have been going so far, you can tell they really want it. Not only with the money too, but I think just having the opportunity to get flown out to another country. Hopefully, I got y'all passports. Hopefully, I better have pre-planned. At least get that going here. But even towards that, though, we're going to take a short break and we're going to get ready to lock it in for our game number 1 for our solos. Let's see who has what it takes, and let's see them go crazy.
Two gods, Sunwing and Moonbane, warring endlessly for control. Their power was channeled into an earthly artifact, the Mask of Immortality. For the one who wears it, the strength of the gods is at their fingertips. Many warriors will compete for the mask, but only the last one standing will earn the right to possess it. Do you have what it takes?
Go! Go! Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. All the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. For my niggas with Bentley coupes and Rolexes. Kicked the bitch out the room and gave her no breakfast. Had to stash the jewels, these are so reckless. Keep on cruise, I'm talking naughty uptown, showing off for new things. Couldn't take it all, so I gave her chain. She called me top shots, and yeah, I keep a few chains. Champion sound, yeah, I got a few rings. And I'm all the way up, and you can stay up. And if you ask anybody where I live, they point to the hills and say, go all the way up. Go all the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way
Just
up.
left a big house to a bigger house. Ain't have a girlfriend, but the bitch is out. Chanel croc bag, they ain't even out. With the gold chains, Himalayan Birkin, cocaine lit it up. Pop, I hit him up, took color money, purple yin and blue germ. I got brown lira. I ain't talking about Ross, I'm not going Viagra. That means I'm all the way up, and you can stay up. P.O. say I can't get higher than the helicopter Uber said. Go all the way up. Go all the way up.
I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Astral Cup. We're about to get ready to lock it in for 6 solid games of solos. It is 1v1, mano a mano, Juan versus Juan. All right, and this is going to be some absolute good and interstellar games that I'm excited for. It's going to be absolutely insane. I love casting solos. I appreciate solos, but trios was definitely like, it was a nice change of pace. I've been so used to casting solos and just knowing the routes, knowing the reruns. And so to be able to do a little bit of some trios was fun. But now we're back to my prime, baby. We're back to the main splice, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get ready to lock it in. I am your host, Ambush King, and I'm accompanied by my main man, the birthday boy. I'm gonna need y'all to spam some birthday love for my main man himself, Runekeeper TV. Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to put up some birthday love in chat. I need some hearts. I need some HBDs. I need some happy birthdays. I need some I need some birthdays. I need happy anything y'all feel like y'all can show love in chat. I suggest y'all do show to my main man himself. All right, I've been casting for it with him for a long time, and I couldn't be any more happier to not only experience headed to Shanghai, but I'm excited to be able to experience it with my boy Rune.
That's right, brother. As we take a look here at how the scoring is going to go down, you know what it is, ladies and gentlemen. If you've been here, you get 1 point per kill. Of course, you get a multiplier based on your placement. Of course, you get some of those lovely ranking points based on your placement as well. But it's all about those kills at the end of the day. things getting ready to get hype here. 12 of the best players in NA about to go head-to-head here in game number 1. Of course, it's Morris Isle, then to Hollowroth, then back to Morris Isle again, and we gonna keep the rotation going as we head through the day here. And of course, taking a look here at Sunwing's Rest, a little bit of shroom action going on. Dobby, I know you like you some Sunwing's Rest. As we take a look, no surprises here, a big old circle right around Celestra, and you know Fight Club about to break out, Dobby.
Oh, I absolutely am fully expecting for this to go down. I'm excited to put this one down here as we're already going to see the fights happening here. As player number 9 looks like he's going to be chasing his. It looks like that Chef already just trying to dip out here dangerously low already, as he's going to have to try to see if he can find a shield swap. Oh, it looks like it wasn't a shield swap, but unfortunately wasn't able to find the shield that he needed last minute. And number 9 is going to gracefully come through and secure that next elimination as he already hears a fight happening nearby here, ready to see if he's going to cause a problem. As it looks like they might potentially open the no ult zone here, as excellent arrow on the feed already getting that first elimination of the game. Starting off strong. Those first eliminations here, getting them W key is definitely going to be vital for some of these play styles. Just like how you said, getting those eliminations is going to be very, very important. And even as he's going to be able to push through, though, the fan coming through being the excrement. Oh my goodness, being able to dodge that in a second here and still being able to run through. As it looks like Sin is going to end up getting parried here. It's now a 2v1 in the situation. He's struggling, both parrying on each side here, holding strong, but it's not going to be enough as player 9 captures the second elimination. Could potentially catch his third right now, as he does get hit by the longsword here. The nice grapplings, he says, come here, Achilles, you ain't going nowhere, as he holy strolled strong, and just like that, he's able to capture his third, but the fourth comes through. Beautiful resurgence here for the pickup of that Soul Bloom essence, and is immediately going to be able to come through, but he ends up getting taken down immediately. Player number 2 immediately cascades onto him, catches him with the juggle, right click, is able to connect it. Oh, but it's not enough, but he still ends up getting eliminated by Chef. Chef comes back for the salty run back and secures the payback that he absolutely wanted here into this chase, and now just like that, he also captures his first elimination of this game.
Absolutely huge for Chef here. Chef caught out off guard there by player number 9. Rotates it all the way back after getting some loot under his belt. Gets that sweet revenge as he now goes head to head here with player number 2. Chef caught on the uppercut into the re-uppercut, forced to use the F just to get away here. Gonna throw that wisp down, catches the player out, will find the opportunity to get at least one pot off here. The grapple coming back in. Chef looking to turn this back around, tries to go for the bow shot, not able to find it. Miscalls the time on the tap dodge and will be paying for it as player 2 comes in, pops the ult on his body just to throw salt on the wound, as now player 6, Sin Solo, coming over the hill here. He still has that ultimate available. All 3 of those Furins getting ready to come in. He just needs to find control of the neutral. Will take control with the first Furin into the re-uppercut here with the follow-up here. We will see the ult invested here by Solo. The third party coming in, but player 2 cleans up on Solo. Now 2 Furins left in the tank, able to walk away and take the reset, not quite able to loot the body. Player number 8 hungry to come in and close the gap here. The ultimate will be ending, so player 2 here with the F1 off of cooldown will be coming back into the fight. Catches him out with the charge, right click there from the dual blades once, twice, looks for the third opportunity. The F, the ult, both invested here from the Z ping. Player 2 trying to go in from the grab, not going to be able to find it. Player 8 looking for an opportunity to find control of the neutral, hasn't been able to get it. Will find it, will see the uppercut into the hot swap coming in on the greatsword. Looks for the opportunity, but the Furin, the ult comes through. Player 2 able to catch the juggle, the re-juggle off of the Furin, the charged RMB, and player 2 finds his third elimination.
Unbelievable. Player 2 able to hold that strong. The defense coming in very, very clutch in a moment when he absolutely needed it. As we look back here at Achilles, who doesn't really have any shield, or most likely some heals as well, onto him here, as he's going to go back for getting those shields on him as well in the middle of his ult here. Definitely probably going to close sight on that and probably back out. If we do see Q&T's Casper, looks like he might be able to possibly close in this gap here. He might essentially start to push forward. It looks like he is waiting for the opportunity. He definitely has the advantage with that purple shield here. But let's see if he really captures it all the way. Tries to throw the bow right at Casper, but misses out on it, as he is going to be able to pop the shield and go right back towards the fight. Right click, misses. And the spear was still able to actually connect this one as well, as he's going to be able to try to see if he can connect for the ankle breaker, but sadly is unable to, as the bubbles do start to form here. And it looks like he's still going to try to see if he can retreat. Oh, but does hit him at the very last second here, waiting for that right click to connect, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, and he absolutely decimates him. 2 nice swipes here just to send him flying here. Could have potentially gotten him for that nice little hit. Beautiful defense on Achilles, even for the back turn. Waiting for that opportunity here for the strike. Oh, the parry comes through at a beautiful time here. Waiting for the opportunity. Does have a blue shield in front of him here. Looks like he's going to try to see if maybe they can maneuver just enough to get the blue shield, and they do in just the nick of time. Casper taking its time, using the nunchucks, waiting for the right clicks. Oh, and is able to connect on at least 2 of them to capture that elimination, get that finish, and now is able to get that essence and reap the rewards.
Yeah, Casper coming in here, like you said, able to come out on top of that fight as we turn back solo yet again here. The Zip we saw lose earlier now with no resurrection available is going to need to come out on top of this fight, but is caught into the staff juggle here with the follow-up on the dual blades. Will be using that F to back off and look for the reset here. Does not want to commit to this fight entirely, but now will be coming back in after having found the reset. Both of these players back in the neutral. Player 13 finds control first into the uppercut. Weapon swap. Solo gets sent flying down the edge of the mountain here, and we're going to see that F being invested here by player 13. But the Dragon's Rush into Nedges. They go for the uppercut. They're going to use the ult to take back control of neutral state here, looking for the opportunity to find another staff conversion into that weapon swap. We will find the parry into the uppercut, into the weapon swap. No place for Solo to go, and player 13 cleans up their second elimination here of game number 1 as we cut over back to Casper here, going head to head with King Cobalt. King Cobalt going to catch the charged RMB off of these dual halberds and do a ton of damage, but Casper into the uppercut using the Furin to take complete control there. Weapon swap follow-up. We're going to see the F coming in. Now the ult being invested by King Cobalt. Casper trying to get away, gonna miss that V2 onto Casper. Casper with 2 Furins left in the tank. King Cobalt knows he needs to back off and take a reset. He can't find the opening he's looking for, and Casper gonna be doing the same as we head into zone 2. Those Realms of Yang coming forward. It's gonna be a Dodo versus player 14.
Very excited here as they do go airborne inside of the Realm of Yang. Pistol shots trying to see if they can connect it, but obviously the fan gonna be probably the favorite of this max, but it doesn't matter though, as the Cicada and that Ghost is gonna be able to do a lot of damage to help him be able to cascade him. A Dodo has nowhere to go, nothing to do, and there's no way for him to help in any which way, shape, or form. Go for a reset as he does immediately get eliminated. That took second. Meanwhile, Mr. Bentley fighting this out with not Rats. And currently, Not Rats is making sure that Mr. Bentley does not have a Bentley at all in the garage here, because goodness gracious, as he goes for the heal immediately, trying to see if maybe he can cascade and try to stall with a little bit more time on his hands just for that bubble to start cascading. But on top of that, waiting for it as he does end up catching before the juggle. Beautiful hits though for those dual halberds to absolutely destroy the shield of Not Rats. The question is, can they continue with the same one? Beautiful assault happening with the spear and the ankle breaker. Oh, the return with the flick of the wrist. He said, smack ya, see you later, buddy. Don't try me. Goes for the parry and gets the dub and the elimination in the Realm of Yang.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Bentley there with a massive pair is going to be walking away with those legendary dual halberds. Casper here, speaking of which, on the receiving end of some dual halberds, but will invest the F there to go ahead and get the counter off onto King Cobalt, but Ken not giving up the chase. Casper able to find the armor swap. Ken just looking for that clean opportunity. Oh my goodness, Casper turning around with the katana here, then into the weapon swap on the dual blades with the follow-up. Ken forced to use the F just to stay alive here. We'll find the armor swap into the blue. Coming up top, the third party. Excellent era now. Gonna get the juggle onto Cobalt into the charge. Right click from the dual blades. The follow-up is excellent. Era cleans up the elimination and finds his first elimination of the game here. Now to a Dodo inside Celestra. The zone centering down on Celestra, which means Celestra is going to be turning into that fight club we talk about all the time in NA. A Dodo looking for an opportunity to go in and find an elimination here. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left remaining on this Yang depletion, and he also has a bounty on his head. He's got to get in here and find a Soul Bloom, whether he picks up the elimination himself or he's just able to rat the Soul Bloom away from another player. He's on to the chase here. Player 13 extremely low, zipping, unfortunately one of the worst characters to have to chase down when you have that Yang depletion. She's just able to stall out for so long. A Dodo going to get jumped on from multiple directions here. A Dodo down to half health, no armor available, no F. close to that ult. 88% here, going to come up, needs to convert away from this fight and look for a reset and try to get back in and clean up a Soul Bloom. But the chase continues. Player 9 coming in, catching him with the uppercut. No follow-up, though. Dodo over the wall again will take a little bit of damage off the charged LMB from that fan, but nothing else coming out. Continuing just to try to break ankles here. He knocks himself onto the side, and that's going to be game for the lovely Dodo as he gets sent back to the lobby here in game number 1.
Why do I feel like him jumping up and down was a little disrespectful? I was like, he's just standing there. He's like all dizzy. He's like all this, and he's like, easy win, I win. Gang, 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 gang. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. I'm sorry, I've been on TikTok too much. My bad. I've been watching too many TikTok live streams. As we go back towards the top of the order here, player 3 trying to see if they can push towards player number 9 here. Number 9 is not going to give him much of an opportunity here to try to find him. Scale rush going straight towards the outside here. Absolutely juking the man himself here. Unbelievable as player number 9 absolutely goes for the movement. I mean, look at this speed coming through here. That's absolutely nuts. Okay, the movement in this game, and this is why I love Morris, right? So Holleroth is very big and it can be a very wide open area here, but sometimes in these moments where it's like it's a little bit more tighter, it's a little more congested, every single space of movement, every time that you hit that scale rush is just as important as the next one you plan to hit, because literally that make through the window can either make it or break it for you. And especially if you're on the receiving end and you're trying to escape, you're low on HP, you're trying to give yourself a little bit more time to potentially heal. Every time you miss is a moment that gets that player closer to you to secure that dub. Every time when you hit that window and you go through it and you absolutely send it towards the next scale rush, it gives you that opportunity to be able to stall for a little bit more time to go for the re-heal and go for the reset. Meanwhile, Mr. Bentley and player number 9 is going for the reset here. Player 2 is trying to find the opportunity maybe to clutch up and maybe get close at hand here, but he's absolutely struggling here. As player 2 looks like he might try to wait for the opportunity, goes for the scale rush, finds number 9 up top here, gonna try to see if he can take advantage of this moment. Nice parry, trying to see if he can hold on towards it, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, as number 9 actually ends up coming back and decides to hit him with the surprise here. Grapple's gonna try to see if he can come back, and now number 2 is gonna try to see if maybe he can lure him away, waiting for the scale rush here. Thought maybe he was gonna wait for the time, maybe it's for the impact here, but goes for the shield, armor restored. Oh no, misses out on the grapple opportunity, and now it looks like he's gonna try to see if he can maneuver around here. This is where players start to slow down here. The Realm of Yang is going to start to form any moment here, as Corruption 2 is also spreading, as he does find player 14 with a nice hit of the shield. But just to let you know, Excellent Era already has 4 eliminations under them. Whoa! 4 eliminations on their belt already, and eliminates Sin Not Rats TV inside of this game here, as Realm of Yang is going to come through here and spawn. The question is, who is going to get into the circle here and getting ready for the next fight? They're trying not to necessarily fight it out, but they also want to. They're like, I wish you would play it. I wish you would do it right now. Right now is the perfect time. If you really want to do it, we can do it. But if you want to do it in this Realm of Yang, it's more important. 5 seconds left on the clock as we're going to get ready as player 9 and player 2 is about to go absolutely airborne. And it's about to get busy. Actually, no airborne. Very surprised by that one as the scale rush starts to connect here. Oh, nice connects here for the spear. Obviously, the heals is going to be able to come through for that. Ziping Ying is going to be the favorited for this position, for this specific position. Absolutely comes through here. Right click trying to see if they can connect. Hits him going airborne here. Player number 2 definitely putting the pressure on to player number 9. Goes for the takedown. Goes for the hit with the Takeda. Beautiful reset here. Nice swing of that spear. Trying to see if they can close in the gap. And of course, the Takeda Ghost is going to be able to help finish it just in time.
Yeah, player 2 going to be coming out on top of that Realm of Yang here, going to be leaving with that Mystic Might. As we take a look here, this player going to be forced across the map looking for the opportunity to find a resurrection and get back in the game, because they have 4 minutes till that Yang depletion is going to eliminate them from the lobby. Player 13 looks like they were able to take that Realm of Yang uncontested here. 3 eliminations under their belt. They were able to get a set of legendary dual blades. A massive jump parry coming in from Ming here onto Mr. Bentley, and the clean follow-up with the charged LMB off of the fan as Ming cleans up their first elimination here in game number 1. Player 9 here, again, 3 minutes and 45 seconds on that Yang depletion as they're going to come topside and run straight in to, I do believe, player number 2 here. Player number 2 going to get parried off of the jump parry there. There we go. The staff conversion into the weapon swap. We will see the F being invested here so that player number 2 can break away, and player 9 going to invest their F as well just to step away from the conversion and not give neutral to player number 2, who is still on the run, and player 9 not willing to give up the hunt here, trying to come in from the backside. It gets a couple of hits in, but will walk into the overhold blue, does not find the parry. Now with the bubble, unfortunately a little missed time there as they're going to take both of those scale rushes into the charged R&B. They're able to use the ult to convert into a jumping parry though onto those dual blades, and player 2 goes extremely low. They miss the Furin, and player 9 just needs one more clank. Player 2 does land the follow-up Furin though, gets a little bit of healing off of it, is still in this game. The charge R&B off of those legendary dual halberds, cutting through player number 9. They catch yet another scale rush, and player 9 continues to miss the opportunity to pick up this elimination. They come through the Furin follow-up onto the charged R&B. Player 9 is now on the low end here. Player 2 having gained so much health, and there it is, the uppercut. Player number 2 claims their 5th elimination and sends player number 9 back to the lobby.
What an insane finish here coming through. Player number 2 is going to catch his 5th elimination of this game. These early solo games have been so well strung out so far, with a lot of these players here absolutely pushing in and being very, very aggressive here, as we're already in our top 4. Just to let you know, we're already in our top 4 of these games here, and obviously 4 players left in this game here, so it doesn't look like there's going to be slowing down really anytime soon, as now they're just going to fight this out here. It's just these two. It looks like Excellent Era and Dodo, not Excellent Era, actually Excellent Era might be actually coming nearby to say what's up to his fellow neighbors. Hello neighbor. And Excellent Era is going to continue to close in this gap here. Okay, now they're going to start to back off here, as now I think there might be a potential for it to slow down. Okay, so far these games have been really, really on the up and up and the back and forth. So it'll be interesting to see this gap slowly starts to close in more and more and more as player number 13 is able to successfully back off this scale rush. Player number 2 wants that smoke though. He's getting real close. He wants that smoke. I'm curious where player number 4 is though. I'm seeing 3. I don't see the 4th. Curious where he's at on the map right now. Is he just like shopping? He might imagine if we just go to his frame, he's just sitting in the bush.
Look, Ming's just chilling on the other side of Celestra now by the edge of zone. This is very typical of NA, right? Yeah, again, Ming's just chilling right now. Extremely typical of NA, right? We get to these top 4 situations and players do not want to commit to these fights because everybody knows where everybody's at this point, given there's only 4 players left alive, and that opportunity for third party is so heavily maximized when you get this low into the lobby. So players are just trying to stay alive for as long as possible, make sure they get the maximum amount of that multiplier for those kills they've been able to put together. But player 2 here does not want to slow down. They continue to try to chase here onto player 13. They have not given up the commitment on this chase since we cut to them, and 13 just doesn't want any part of it right now. They are trying to find a good third-party opportunity. They want to play optimally. They don't want to come out here and just try to ego it and go, look, I'm going to take an even fight. I want to take a fight at advantage. Unfortunately, they lose control of the neutral, into the re-grapple, into the charge, the left click coming out of the dual blades here. The follow-up, we will see the F. He goes for his own F, but does not find it. Will find control of the neutral. The ult pop going to be here. The Furin probably going to be invested shortly. He misses the Furin, but does find control of the neutral. The Zip still holding on here. That ult coming in clutch to save their life right now. So much healing happening for player 13. Unfortunately, they do not have bubble. They do not have ult. They just have to hope they're able to stay alive here. The bubble comes back off the cooldown just in time. Enough HP there to save their life from this Takeda. Takeda keeping the hunt, invests the Furin, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Player 2 will clean up player 13 as we go to your top 3. This is zone 4 getting ready to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 60 seconds as player 2 cleans up multiple legendary weapons off of this body. Player number 3. Ming looking to go head-to-head here with Era. Ming will find that charge R&B off of the fan. Era forced to use the F just to keep things holding here. The grapple coming in. There we go. The parry for Ming. Era sent airborne. No place to go. The bow shots looking for that headshot so that they can get that multiple headshot stagger damage onto Era. Not able to find it. Ming, though, going to use that ultimate as player 2 comes in for the third party. Era going to back away and happily take the opportunity for a reset as we see Soul Slash being invested here by player number 2 onto Ming, followed up by a massive parry, sending him downhill. The re-grapple, there's no place for Ming to go, no ability. Ming goes down. Player 2 cleans up their 7th elimination of the game, and now it's Excellent Era versus player number 2. They catch the first freeze here off of Justina. Player 2, 98% to ultimate. They don't read the Soul Slash, and we'll see Era take it. It gives player number 2 here enough ultimate charge for that ultimate. The activation into Furin. Era with the follow-up F just to get away from that. Needs to be careful here. Player 2 has so much opportunity to just control the neutral. We see the grapples coming in. Era does not want to commit, though. They know those Furins are there. They have 2 more available. Player 2 wants to rush in, doesn't want to let Era run this ultimate out, and they're going to take quite a lot of damage. A massive parry. The final Furin to save them from the parry does not save them from the neutral, though, and Era is in control of this fight. They need to find that lockdown opportunity here if they want to win. They mistime the parry. Player 2 will do a ton of damage and wipe the armor off of Era. It's tied up, ladies and gentlemen. Era with the F on the investment. Era finds the charged RMB. Will come in onto player 2. Player 2 trying to find control with the F, and they will. Player 2 claims number 8 and comes out on top.
This is what I mean by how these games are gonna go, man. Oh my goodness, that was so down to the wire. Whoa. I love when games go like this, though. I live for these moments when games like really hold to the very standard, and then it just goes back and forth. And then after that, it's just about timing. It's about timing. It's about perseverance. It's about the defense. It's about everything. The scale rush, being able to time that in so well. Player number 2 really played that and watched that happen in so many different ways at the same time. Not only they were defensive, they took their time. They were really able to know when the strikes were going to come, but definitely some of those were getting a little bit dangerous. I won't lie. For player number 2, definitely looked like they were heavily on the disadvantage, but even in that moment, it's never over until you're fully eliminated and out of the game. But GG's to player number 2 and GG's to Excellent Era. Definitely top 2. Absolutely amazing. We know that's definitely going to be a high scoring game regardless for both players, and it's definitely going to be good going into game number 2. But man, even coming in looking at these replays here, if this is the first game, we've got some good games coming up. We've got some good stellar games. Era with their first elimination that we watched from King Cobalt, getting that and securing that elimination here. And Dodo getting stuck. No, that's so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate to see him get caught on that one. As we look at the next one from player number 2, our winner of game number 1 inside of the realm of Yang here. Like I said, look at this. Beautiful takedown. Takeda coming through with a lot of that. Even with the heals, still was not going to be able to do enough here. Goes for the scale. The Ghost is able to take out the rest of the remaining heal out of that player, and it secures the elimination inside of the realm of Yang. Does the same thing up top here and just absolutely cascades it. Even with, oh my goodness, look at this. Look at that strike coming through onto Min here. Beautiful parry to finalize it. Sends them off the cliff. Beautiful grapple and just absolutely finalizes that elimination. And then it's just the 1v1. The timing coming through from Era was absolutely amazing. Defensive-wise, really held strong all the way to the very end of that fight here. And let's say that ending wasn't necessarily the detrimental strike. It still would have been a very close, tight-knit game. But Bashin is going to be able to take the first place with that 16.8. A very amazing start for him, as Era is going to be right in second place here with that 9.4. But that's also because of that multiplier, and it's a big, big jump for the multiplier. So if Era comes through with a dub in any of these games here, it's definitely going to be a really, really good bump in the score for them. But a strong start for both players coming through. And I got to give it up to Justin, too, with 9 points as well, coming into this, almost tying that up as well. So these games have been good. It's only our first game of the day.
Yeah, absolutely crazy game number one here. Top 16 players here, all going head to head. And these games, so much different than the first 6 games of the day. Typically, again, those qualifying matches, those lobbies are really to kind of weed out some of the weaker players. It's great experience for new players coming in here into the community to dip their toes into this sort of community level event. But at the end of the day, it really is those top 16 players who come into this event and are able to take it away and to show us some of the most amazing Naraka ever. You know, back in the day when we first started this, CN felt like they were miles ahead of every single other region. And I'm going to tell you right now, watching these games here in Astral Cup, I have to ask myself how some of these players didn't qualify for Worlds, because some of these players are out here playing better than some of our NBPL regulars and putting on one heck of a show for us, Dobby.
It's been absolutely insane to see overall, but I mean, I'm going to be excited to see how they continue this same type of detrimental, especially the top 2 players here. I mean, like I said, the back and forth has been very, very strong. Excellent Era was so close. I mean, so close. I mean, they had the advantage. They had the advantage. Even their defense played that very, very well. Taken meticulously. They knew what was going on. So they had the opportunity. It's just sometimes those strikes can be just as dangerous or detrimental. Question. I've never actually asked you this question before we head to break. What do you think about the new fan in Naraka Bladepoint? What do you think about that new weapon? What's your thoughts?
You know, I think I would like to throw the fan out, just like we're going to throw to break before we come back to game number 2. So don't go anywhere. What's going on, Rock fans? Welcome back to the Astral Cup Solos Day 2 Finals with me, your host and guest, the Runekeeper, and my boy Dobby Air as we get ready to head into.
To you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Runekeeper. Twitch.tv/Runekeeper. Happy birthday to you. All right, let's go.
Thank you, Dobby, baby. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Much appreciated. I have turned into the Stone Age, good old caveman age of 32. Hey, look, I look good for my age, though. You know what I'm saying?
That you do.
But it's not about me today. It's not about me today.
No.
It's about these players out here playing their heart out. Because, man, that last game was wild. For game 1 here in our 6 games of finals for solos today, man, these players coming out the woodwork and just bringing the heat. Not only were their players just being dominant forces in this particular match, but these fights went absolutely crazy. I mean, the just turnaround between Era and player 2 in the end there, some of these chases that last for an eternity, watching these resets. This is the kind of Naraka we live for as we get ready to head into game number 2. And you and me have hopped in the boat, Dobby. We've done some paddling and we've headed on over to Hollowroth.
Hollowroth is definitely an absolute stellar place to be. You know, the beautiful skies, beautiful weather, and all different types of elements that you could experience all at the same time if you wish to experience certain type of things. Because, you know, some people like the hot, some people like the cold, some people like the in-between. It all depends on your liking. Now, at the same time, when it comes to Hollowroth, there's a lot of space. There is a lot of places to work with. There is a lot of momentum. And it's a very, very open space. So hopefully you got a lot of grapples on you because you're going to be using a lot of your grapples in this space. This place is nothing but Grapple City. If anything, that's the nickname. I would call this place Grapple City, because this is where you need to be, and this is what you gonna need if you're gonna need to be able to move and maneuver anywhere around this map here. As it looks like definitely gonna be some people in Plum Castle, but it looks like Matab is definitely gonna be the ending factor into this placement already, as it looks like, oh no, is not looking good for Not Rats 2TV, who doesn't have any weapon on him whatsoever. Is going to try to see if maybe he can strive for game 1, and he does, but it's not going to be enough as he ends up getting snatched immediately and taken away. King Cobalt is going to be able to steal that elimination, gets that, and also gets their weapon. Definitely a tough start, as it looks like both of them went for the quick 50-50, and it looks like one of them got lucky enough to get something early and be able to capitalize on that moment.
Yeah, turning now to player 13, going head to here with Chef of the Dead. Chef, no armor to their name. Player 13 looking to get some dagger action here. Will get the grapple. Chef keeping it moving, though, trying to find an armor to reset into. Not quite able to find one here in this pile, but will be able to reinvest in the F and start to find that reset on that blue armor. We're going to see a scale rush invested here onto player 13 from Achilles. Achilles looking to capitalize on the unaware player 13 here. Justina F invested to keep them going. And Achilles on the hunt here with these dual howlies. The charged RMB after the follow-up doing quite a bit of damage here to player 13. 13 no grapples whatsoever. They're going to have to completely commit to old school movement here. Look for those scale rushes to get away as we turn our attention over to excellent Era here on Akos, engaging with a couple of players here. Ming got them into the corner here, and player number 9 as well chilling on the outskirts here, and Era wants nothing to do with it. They are trying to break away, break the ankles of these two players here, and just keep things moving. They need to find a reset. Neither of those players see Era on the ceiling here. They're able to get a reset there with a full pot there. Most of their armor coming back in. Era not going to catch anybody with the F. Will have a couple seconds of damage reduction, but Ming going to come in with the uppercut. Catches them twice here with the nunchucks. The re-follow up, the 1, 2, 3. Era finally finds the parry onto the blue coming out there. The tech chase from Ming not going to land as Era is able to just get away. And Era, once again, in a bad position. No big boy blue pots either, so going to be forced to try and get away if he wants any sort of a decent reset, as player number 9 continues the hunt, as well as Ming. Era able to find a white armor to swap into here just to get back into this game. Player number 9 sees the blue armor left behind, does not have a location on Era, and Era has successfully broken the ankles of these two players as we cut back over to player number 2.
Love to see that reset as Era is able to escape out of harm's way here is player number 2. Trying to see if they can work towards the Cascades. It looks like player number 2, or at least like one other player nearby, might have shown the other players on the map with the bow and that bell, as now it's going to be a Dodo versus player number 2. Game number 1's winner, fighting us out with the Akos. The Akos is going to be absolutely able to do what he needs to here. Nice little be able to rotate here. Nice hits on each side here. The Tiger takedown all the way to the ground, even causing a little bit of a little glitch here. They fall a little too far to the ground. Dodo trying to see if they can hold on for as long as possible. Nice little takedown here also as well. The mauling coming through from the Tiger, absolutely dangerous. Doesn't give him much of an opportunity. And number 2 just causes problems when absolutely, that's what we call run! Because that's exactly what he needed to do, and he couldn't do that in that situation. Tiger's able to come through and get a nice little feast going inside of this building. Going back into player number 13, which looks like the number 1, and it looks like, is that number 8? It is. Player number 1 and 8 fighting this out inside of this momentum spot here in the very center here, as circle 1 is already going to start to spread here. They're still in a safe space, or at least close to a safe space here, as it looks like 13 is going to try to see if maybe they can find somebody. They already have 1 elimination on their belt so far here, so let's see if they're going to try to see if maybe they can secure another one. As it looks like a cannon shot started to strike to at least 2 other players here. Casper and Era fighting this out in between. Not looking good for Era. Era's been struggling. Oh, the parry to come through. Excellent. Era trying to see if they can hold it together, but it's not going to be enough, as Era does get eliminated from at least this fight, as Casper is going to be able to secure the elimination. But here comes 4 more players out of nowhere, trying to see if they can get a little bit of some leftover meat. What's going on? Here comes the rest of the cousins, trying to see if they can get some nice ham from the leftovers. That's all I'm saying, because that was a lot of them. Like, where'd y'all come from?
Player number 8 coming in here on the staff, looking to find something onto Achilles or one of these other players. Unfortunately, he's just going to eat a couple scale rushes to the face and kind of back away. Decides, you know, maybe I don't want this smoke. Turning over to player number 13, actually getting smoked down by this spear here. A little 1-2 action into the tap dodge rejuggle, and 13 here with no armor and almost no health in the name whatsoever. Player 8 comes in, clanks, backs off, takes a reset. I like the approach here from player number 8. They're just taking it nice and slow. They're like, if y'all want to fight, I'm just going to go reset and make sure I'm always in top condition for these fights. Player 8 onto this other Akos here, who's going to turn around with the V2 here. Player number 8 going to take quite a bit of damage. This player number 2 really wants to clean up this elimination, but now player 8's turning the favor around with an Akos ult of their own. They're going to catch him right there. They could have gone for the V2 and taken the elimination. I don't know why they didn't. Player 8, though, now still on the chase, has missed their opportunity to clean up the elimination, and now has to go for a reset. And Achilles going to come in from behind. He's going to get a little bit more healing there off of that V2 onto Achilles, going airborne. Not a lot he can do with what's left of the ult. As it times out, no rage. Player 8 misses the opportunity to clean up one of the top players in the lobby and is forced to go take a reset. Achilles turning on to player number 2 here. No armor to their name. The ult's still available though, so they're going to look for a reset before player 2 comes in on him. Player 2 with the bow shot, not going to connect, trying to keep things moving here, is going to back off as they see that third party potential come in, looks for the grapple, is able to get across the bridge, will take the time to reset yet again. They know they don't have the rage to be able to commit to a fight here. Given how many players there are, if they find themselves getting doubled onto, there's not much they can do, and zone 2 is fully collapsed onto as the realm of Yangs here in game number 2 open up. Player 2 gonna use that F, invest, trying to take control of neutral, finds it, comes in with the nunchucks, finds it yet again, but the staff conversion into the uppercut, into the charged overhead, gonna do a ton of damage here. Now player 8 gonna back away and find a reset here, able to get one pot off for the shield as we go into the realm of Yang, and it's player number 9 versus Mr. Bentley.
Mr. Bentley able to try to see if he can just get some nice strikes here, but it looks like number 9 is going to be able to get the advantage here with those dual blades. Possibly pulls out the potential ulti, might use it to their advantage here. If they do end up getting dangerously low, the right clicks, trying to see if they can time it right. Oh, nice hits though from the fire, trying to see if they can connect it. And obviously the ulti does come out, forcing them to be able to rotate this around and not get caught up as the bullets do start to ricochet on each side here. Have to be able to rotate it here, making it impossible for him to really hit Mr. Bentley here. Not making it easy as he does catch him on the outskirts, and the ulti is going to be able to do a lot of the work for him here. definitely was a tough situation in between that fight here. Can I just talk about this outfit real quick? This outfit on player number 2 for the Eikos is crazy. To be honest with you, the orange hair gives me Ichigo vibes. Like heavily
I do
vibes.
love the Ichigo vibes.
It's heavily giving me Ichigo right now, and I love it. As he is going to start to run away here. Does not want to get caught up here. And obviously, when it comes to the Eikos, every single time that you hop, it does give you a little bit more of a slight speed increase here. As he's going to try to separate, but number 13 is right on his tail. Is not going to give him the opportunity here, realistically, to escape. Player number 2 is either going to have to juke him or is going to have to force that fight. Maybe he has enough time to maybe find some heals and maybe do the overall heals rather than trying to do any of the massive ones here. And it looks like he might have just caught a break.
Player 13 here with the dagger on the backside, just trying to get some movement out as we cut back over to player 2 here. Our Akos with the lovely Ichigo style hair, just taking a big reset. We'll see Casper in the distance, decides he wants to commit to this fight. The third party comes through though. He realizes he's only got 13% rage and decides, you know what, it's better to back out of this. Player number 2 here not taking quite as many risks as he did in game number 1, given that he's playing Akos here, so he doesn't have quite as big a safety net without his ultimate as he did when he was playing Takeda there. Chef of the Dead, though, able to turn this around as he uses the F to take control of the neutral, turns heavily onto player number 9, catches the charged R&B again, goes for the bow swap, headshot, doesn't find it. Player 9 will get into the ultimate, but will they be able to survive without those bow shots taking them out? They try to go into cannon mode, they take another shot in the back, they're able to get a shield pot off, and hopefully they can find the full reset they're looking for. They've got to be careful. Chef of the Dead trying to come up top side, player 9 able to get another pot off here, knock Chef down, and just keeps it going, but they've made themselves a big target as a Dodo coming in with the cannon here, gets a couple shots down, but player number 9 converting into the cannon will find the full reset they're looking for. They've got 60 seconds left remaining here on that Vermilion Bird's Might, trying to get onto Chef. Chef turning it around with the weapon swap off of the fan there. Player number 9 going to find their armor stripped yet again. Another cannon shot going to strip away half of their HP, and they need to either get out of here or let themselves get eliminated within the next 40 seconds. There it is. They have that Vermilion Bird's Might. They're not out of this lobby yet. They're going to be able to head back to a soul altar and find a clean reset for themselves. A Dodo trying to get in and get onto that legendary pole sword, gets baited in by player number 8. It's going to do a ton of damage to them. A Dodo does get the pole sword, is going to invest the ultimate here just to get away from that position, but it's not going to be enough as Chef comes in and cleans up the elimination onto a Dodo with the charge right click off the fan. Chef coming in with a clean shot from the bow, looks for another one, doesn't find it. The fan being turned onto Chef here as they go to back away and look for a reset. They are more than happy with their elimination. Unfortunately, they do not get their hands on that legendary pole sword. Player 8 will continue the chase as Chef looks for the scale rush, but will get terrain dip and eat a scale rush of his own from player number 8. Unfortunately, this fan, this purple fan, no durability left whatsoever. He's doing almost nothing in terms of damage when he turns things around. He's got to find the opportunity to get a repair. He will find the repair kit he needs. He is able to get the repair, and now it's back to an even fight. Opens up with a bow shot there into the chest of player number 8. Player number 8 going to take a ton of damage, immediately turns that same damage back around onto Chef. He's going to go with the overhold on the charge, left click, not able to connect onto it, goes for the conversion, doesn't find it, but Chef will find the conversion off of the fan dodge there into the Wisp, and now player number 8 coming in. Scale rush onto Chef here. Chef trying to just keep the game alive here. He knows that ult is there. He's got to be extremely careful. He does not want to be on the receiving end of that V2 if he can help it. And Chef's just going to opt to walk away from this and look for the reset. He doesn't want to fight Akos while that ult's up, Davi.
What an insane find to have here, even with all of the midst of what's been going on here, as we love to see it come through, as it looks like Chef of the Dead, Chef in the kitchen, trying to see if maybe they can rotate this out and just be able to cascade it as much as possible here. Definitely does not want to make it, definitely wants to make it easier on certain other people here, but let's see if they can really push that opportunity to be its best moments here, as Chef going to be able to capture this opportunity. Nice bow shot to be able to connect it on the outskirts, and it's player number 8 to try to see if maybe they can put some momentum into this corner here, but it's not going to be enough here. Trying to see if he can go forward with that, but the F key starts to come out here. Definitely helpful though with those heals, and obviously he's gonna be able to cascade this around. Hits him with the bubble, and a nice little bit of heals as well towards this. Oh, beautiful strike coming through from Chef of the Dead, and just like that, the Chef has got some new culinary skills.
Look, that man came in here and said, "Chef, what you cooking?" And Chef turned around and said, "You."
He said, I'm cooking first class. You. The best of the best. You know what I'm saying? 5 stars. You know, it's always got to be 5 stars when it comes to the Chef, right? That's just how it's got to be.
Achilles here going to get this Realm of Yang for free, uncontested here, which means he's going to get some serious upgrades, including a legendary weapon and some purple armor for himself. Turning here to player 13, going head-to-head here with player number 9, tap dodging cleanly those cannon shots coming out from player 9. Player 9 trying to use that dagger there, those dagger dashes just to get away from player number 13, who wants to keep it up. There we go, a very clean grapple into the conversion, left click off of the katana, and they're going to keep it going here with those swap here, trying to hit him with the old swapperoonie into this legendary pole sword. Instead is going to head back here towards the box, finds themselves some much needed goodies as Achilles backs away and gives them a clean opportunity at it. And player 13 just going to happily back away. He got what he wanted out of this trade. Achilles, though, not happy to let that go, wants to keep the pressure up onto player 13. 13, unfortunately, 1 bullet left remaining in that pistol before he's going to have to get a repair. Looks to go off the backside to find an opportunity. He's going to drop down. There's the repair so he can keep the pressure up, keep these players off of him. He doesn't want to take it too close quarters just yet. Achilles taking some shots from some of these other players. Another bow shot coming in, this time from Chef of the Dead. Chef going in for the charge to R&B. Achilles trying to get the read there, but Chef not going to commit to the R&B, so Achilles just going to throw the parry out and let it whiff there up top. Player 13 going to get parried, going to lose that legendary pole sword. Achilles more than happy to take control of it here as he's finally able to get something off there onto that player. Now Achilles looking to take control of the neutral and find a weapon swap off of this legendary dagger into that pole sword if they can. Coming in, will find control of the neutral, but they're going to use the F to get away here. So Achilles not going to find as much value as they were looking for. Player 14 will catch them out with a charged left click of the dagger of their own, followed up with the tap dodge into the charged right click into those dagger downs. Achilles going to take a lot of damage here. That legendary dagger putting in work for player 14. Oh my goodness, Achilles forced to use the bubble just to stay alive here. They do have ult they can invest. They're going to spend it now. They don't want to go down to player 14 here in those dagger downs, just trying to keep it away, but the parry into the ballista. Oh my goodness, player 14 cleans up the elimination, but cannot clean up the loot from the body, as that ballista going to put on too much threat for them, and they're going to be forced to back away.
Definitely probably the best call to make here is for the back away, as player 13 is going to try to push in on this nice strike towards the bottom here, and a nice little bow shot to be able to connect that as well for extra damage, as player 2 and player 13 is going to try to see if they can get a nice shield reset here from each space. Meanwhile, player 2 trying to see if maybe they can get some nice connectivity. You know, Ichigo trying to see if they can hold strong here, and then obviously going to back off here. Nice right clicks to connect. Oh, but the ballista, it does miss, but that fire tick damage does connect. Get a little bit of burn tick damage. Not enough to really do a whole lot, but at least he's able to at least maneuver and get out of harm's way. Because now we're going to go back to the top of it through 3 attack soul jades, 2 katana salves, and an overlord. So clearly he is definitely sticking to his katana for sure. And I doubt he'll really be switching into anything anytime soon, especially with 2, let alone 3. Meanwhile, we have 2 health soul jades, 1 melee resist soul jade, an ocean parter, dual ring, and a long handle weapon sap. I'm curious, what is the long handle weapon sap? Is that for more of the bigger weapons?
No, so long handle weapon staff is going to be for your staffs and for your spears, Dobby, coming in. As we take a look here, Casper, 4 eliminations to his name, legendary nunchucks, legendary pole sword with the Overlord Soothing Boon, and he's got that Blue Moon too. He doesn't have the longsword, but more than happy to have the stat stick there, and he doesn't have to worry about losing it either as he uses those 2 charges, because he doesn't have the longsword there for him to use it. He just gets to hold on to those stats. As we take a look here, player number 14 scale rushing around Plume Castle here, looking in all the nooks and crannies to find an opportunity to jump on somebody. They're going to see Chef down below, but they decide not to convert onto it as they also see player 13 and want to find that third party. They're going to play it a little bit safe here. They don't want to be that first player to engage. As you see, they take the overlook and just watch for a good opportunity to come in on a third party. And we're going to see player 2 looking to join that party as well, as Chef and player 13 just continue to zone each other. Player number 2 going to go with the grapple conversion into the purple musket, lands a shot onto player 13, doesn't find the follow-up shot though. Player 13 immediately going to invest the bubble there just to stay healthy, get that bubble off of cooldown as fast as possible so they can maintain all of the lovely pots that they have there. They want to keep those resources. Player 13 keeps the hunt up here onto player 4, but we are going to see that Moore's Blessing coming in now, and the question, who's going to get it? Player 14 slides in, is able to put their hands onto that legendary set of armor. It's zone 4, so that's going to be the first set of legendary armor in the game, and player 14 is able to actually get it without any trouble here. He doesn't take any damage as he slides in and takes it for free. Player 13 on the backside here. Scale Rush coming in onto player 13, as well as some pistol shots from the side here. Player 13 going to lose half their armor. Player 14 holding on to him, needs to be careful. That natural Bane's Breath nearby. None of these players want to take a fight in that if they can absolutely help it. Player 14 will not give up the chase, though, as player 13 heads down towards podium, looking for the reset. Player 14 will find a reset of their own, and they decided not to overcommit. There it is, as some of these other players are there, and player 13 down at the bottom in podium here is able to get topside without too much trouble. Player 2 coming in will convert the F onto them and get that damage reduction and a little bit of damage, but don't want to stay down in the bottom, so they're going to back off and look to catch on to player 13. They will find a grapple onto the other side. They catch a little bit of damage there off of the pole sword, but walk into the charged RMB conversion off of the staff with the re-grapple into another staff combo. Now, player number 2, no armor left in the name. They do still have their ultimate. They're going to be forced to pop the F here to get away. They're trying to not use that ultimate because they know once they use it, they are going to be a sitting duck. The Overlord coming in off of that, going to do a ton of work for them. Forced to pop the ultimate, but a single range shot, and there it is, as I call it. Player 2 going to get picked up and eliminated from the lobby by player number 14, who finds their 4th elimination of the game.
4 eliminations deep coming into this. Player 14 definitely feeling it with that dagger and the gold shield. Definitely going to be a massive advantage here, as it looks like he does end up dropping the spear. And now it's going to be starting to slow down here as we're in our top 5 situation here now. As things start to close out, a little bit more pistol shots, going to try to see if they can connect it right onto Chef here, pushing that and getting a little aggressive here. Hits the Q, or hits the F key. So they can go for just a little bit more of those heals, trying not to get caught by the fan, but nice movements, trying to see if they can hit it with the ricochet of the pistol. Not going to be enough here. Chef is just absolutely moving deep in the kitchen here. Ends up going on the outskirts of the circle here, definitely giving the advantage to player 14 as he does finally go back inside. Hits the F key. It hits him with the grapple, and now we're still going to be able to scale rush this all the way up top, trying to see if they can maneuver. Doesn't realize there's 2 nearby. Also fighting this out. 1 dangerously low. Casper fighting this out as well. Nice drop down. It looks like that could have been from Casper, which was the ACOS player. That was. As player 13 still maneuvering this around. Player 14 still has a very good peripheral vision of a lot of different players now. Has definite height advantage to know exactly what's going on here, as we do see a lot of players nearby. Been a good fight so far. Things are definitely slowing down just slightly. Everybody's still relatively trying to see if they can capture anything decent here, but overall, nobody's really trying to fight. Everybody's just moving, maneuvering, definitely not getting caught up in one particular situation, so that way, you know, it gives everybody else the chance to just absolutely just dogpile on the fight. Definitely trying to get out of this space as much as possible here, so to have that opportunity, obviously, definitely gives you a little bit of the advantage if you're way up top.
Oh, yeah. I mean, right now, this is an extremely zip-heavy lobby. Zips are all trying to make it to that final zone, trying to get to that heal off in the end there just for that placement. A lot of these players have some decent kills. Unfortunately, Chef here, while I'm talking about this, taking a lot of damage from this dagger here on player 14, forced to invest the ultimate and the bubble just to stay alive. Going to convert a little bit of damage onto, I do believe, a Justina as they slide around the corner here, and they will be able to find that full reset and take the attention completely off of them. Yeah, here we go. Player 13. I do believe the only Justina left remaining in the lobby here, is everybody else are going to be those zippings, and this is going to be a hard position if you're player 13, because nobody wants to see Justina make it to the end with that ultimate. They do not want to get frozen out into that zone where the heal cut is, and they can't use that zip ult and F to the best of their abilities. So this is going to be the player this lobby looks to take down here. We're going to see yet again Chef coming in, looking for that opportunity to find that third elimination. Player 13 into the armor swap, extremely clean. The charge right click off of the staff though, and we're going to see the other player come in. 14 convert it from Chef's staff there into the charged LMB off of the dagger and pick up the elimination as we go to our top 4. And I do believe everybody here is playing zipping except Casper. I think Casper, I'm not quite sure what hero he's still on here, but looking for some of those musket shots onto player 14. Player 14 wants nothing to do with it, just decides to go ahead and back away, is able to step into the zone for just a second to get a couple of resources, namely a repair kit they desperately need because they are now down to a single repair kit. Casper here taking a little bit of damage from Chef. We're going to see the scale rush come up, and it actually comes in and catches onto the stone form for player 14, who converts it into huge damage onto Chef of the Dead. And then, oh my goodness, into the jump cancel parry. This is huge. Chef of the Dead extremely low, no place to go. 14 looking to capitalize onto this. Chef onto the other side. 14 does not want to overcommit though, and will take the opportunity to take a reset. Chef is still in the game, Dobby.
Deep in the game. You thought the Chef was out. The Chef was never out of the game. He's never out of the kitchen. If you can't stand the heat, I mean, you know the rest. As player 14 up top, down at the bottom is going to be the Chef of the Dead. Going to try to see if he can time this right just as well with everything that's been going on here. Still a whole lot of momentum happening as the circle's going to slowly start to close in here. Everybody just waiting it out little by little. Everybody's about to be forced to be able to walk out of here, and it's about to be a 4-way fight in between this. The Chef is going to be able to capture Casper at first on the outskirts of the circle here. Obviously going to hit them with a nice little bit of return here. It is the dagger versus the fan. Obviously the fan being the best thing so far here, even with all of that coming through. Trying to see if they can work towards it in the best way possible. Trying to see if they can time it out just a little bit better with everything that's been going on here. You love to see what's been happening, and let's see if maybe they can close in this gap just little by little as Cobalt is going to be able to hit the parry onto Chef of the Dead. Nice little reset coming through from Chef. Not being able to really sit there for too long here. Definitely does not give him the opportunity as he goes down and finds Casper. Casper ends up getting a nice little bit of hits onto Chef here, but Chef finds just a little bit of a corner to hold strongly and just sees the opportunity and knows that moment is going to come for them as Casper trying to scale down, tries to see if maybe you can hit the scale rush, unsuccessful and not being able to hit it, but that's okay though. Nice little score coming in from Casper. Somebody's dangerously low up top, and it looks like that's going to be King Cobalt. Sadly out of this game in 4th place. Really unfortunate. Inside of this is 14. Gonna try to see if maybe they can time it just a little bit more. Number 14 trying to see if maybe there's the opportunity for it just to be able to work towards it. And just like that, it is going to be a 1v3. Chef is still going to be inside of that corner. Hits him with the surprise. The timer's going to slowly start to go out of this. You love to see how they're able to space it out here, even with the timing and not getting caught. Parry's going to be able to pull down here, and the pull sword will be lost in this moment. But instead, still has the opportunity to restore it as he ends up coming back up. Chef of the Dead doesn't necessarily have to force the fight if he necessarily has to. And meanwhile, he's on the outskirts. But it looks like the other player is going to get hit from outside of the circle here. He's going to have to be careful. Doesn't want to risk any loss of any shield or any heals during this fight here as he does get hit all the way up top here. Oh, nice strikes onto player 14. Casper's going to be able to catch him on the outskirts here with that tiger, and is going to send him outside of the circle here, potentially to be able to lose his heals. There's no more circle left. Chef of the Dead slowly down, or it's very slowly, and player 14 is going to hold just a little while longer. 7 eliminations to his name and a 1st place finish.
Absolutely huge here for player number 14 coming in. They played this so well. Every single trade that they took was extremely methodical. They never overcommit to any fight. They know what their win condition is. They already have a ton of eliminations. They just want to make it to that heal off in the end. They know it's a zip heavy lobby here, and that's exactly what they're able to do. And they're also able to clean up a couple of extra kills and take the first place finish. Huge game for them. As we cut here to player number 2, cleaning up a dodo in the early game. These Realms of Yang as well. Unfortunately here for Mr. Bentley, this Faria just able to catch that cannon shot out onto the Tarka. Not much he can do once he's out in the open. Chef of the Dead here. These fights here inside Plume Castle, such a pleasure to watch. I mean, even if Chef doesn't come out on top of this game, I enjoyed it casting their gameplay oh so much. They were out here cooking. Casper coming in, cleaning up elimination there, as well as we cut back to this instance where Chef was able to just get away from a really bad fight and turn it on to somebody else. They come in here, they actually get that staff conversion, but it's player 14 who sits back and waits for that opportune moment to come in with the charge left click off the dagger, who is able to convert it into a kill. And then here we see our final 3 players just going head to head here. Casper trying to make something happen. Unfortunately for Casper here, he is on that non-healer hero, meaning that zone tick does so much to him. He can't quite compete just there on the heal off, and player 14 able to clean up both of those eliminations and goes to 7. As we take a look at the overall standings now, Chef of the Dead in 7th with a 7.5, a much better performance from here in game number 2. Baichen still holding on to first place by a little over a point, I do believe, or exactly a point at the end of the day here. Gal Bai sitting in 2nd place. 3rd place coming in at a 15.6. Casper moving into 4th place here with a 14.2. Justin, unfortunately, not having as good as a game 2 as he does in game 1, will be moving down into 5th place with a 12.5. An excellent era moving down as well, going to a 10.4. Unfortunately, gets eliminated a little bit early, so it drops all the way to 6. But it's not over, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 4 more games to bring you, and they're going to be some very exciting games because, man, once we get past this zip lobby, Dobby, you know how I don't like me a zip lobby. Things are going to get crazy like they were in game number 1.
Yeah, I know you're not a fan of the heavy zipping lobbies. I can understand the dislike for the zipping, the zipping lobbies, because it's just a lot of safe play, safe keeps, not really anybody really trying to separate themselves and do different things. It's basically it's basically a massive heals fest. I don't even think, there's certain times we get to the point where it's a Z-Ping fight and the circle ends and no one dies. Everybody's still alive, and it's just like, man, like there was not a single person that really lost the game. Everybody just kind of just stood there. It was just like, oh, the game's over. Cool. So like, that's it's kind of one of those things where it's like, man, it's tough sometimes to watch in these moments when we go through the back and forth, when we talk about the variety. It's just as amazing. But speaking of variety, we are going to take a short break and get ready to lock in for game number 3. We're headed back to Morris Isle for 2 more games as we continue on with our Trident fight for the solo crown and a potential at $3,000. We'll see you guys here in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, as we took a break here and a little bit of some stuff behind the scenes here, we are back with another set of games here for solos. We're about to get ready to head back to Morris Isle for our next game of solos. So far, these games have been really good. Overall, Rune, the birthday boy, who do you think so far has had a really insane impact so far in these games?
You know, this is something I wanted to say, and unfortunately, you know, we had a little technical hiccup, which is why we had to cut to a break and come back in. But I'm going to say it now before we jump into Game 3 of Finals here. I just want to say a huge thank you to all of these incredible players who are showing out, playing their hearts out, and of course, all of the people tuning in now that we've got an event during regular NA hours. You guys mean the absolute world to us as casters, and of course to the Naraka community, because if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be here doing what we're doing. And I hope this shows everybody over at Naraka how much love we have for the game in NA, and we get to some more events next year. I know I was unfortunately muted when I said this before, and I wanted to make sure I got it in because we appreciate every single one of you guys.
It's been absolutely insane. Not only that, but to say the least, as we're going to be able to push this into the next game. Obviously, these games have been going super, super well, but we appreciate you guys for being here, for showing us love, and for honestly continuing to show support throughout these games so far. It's been really, really amazing, and I'm super happy and excited to see kind of what's next here as we continue to build, we continue to do some really cool stuff, and we continue to just make things happen. That's pretty much all it really does pertain to be in certain situations here. But let's be able to go right into it. As Excellent Era is in a difficult situation here as he does end up getting eliminated here. Achilles catches the first elimination in the game of the first blood off the rip. Didn't even give us time here to really go for the next stride here. It looks like that's Ming and Ado. Looks like they're also fighting this out here, trying to see what is next. Nice grapple, trying to see if maybe they can connect it, but just misses it by a hair as he's just maneuvering around. Well, obviously having the dual halberds to do a lot of it, as well as he pops the ulti here, the dangerous ultimate, just so he has the opportunity here. Most likely he's probably going to use it to escape and dip out, because he does need to pop a new heal and some shields. He got absolutely destroyed a few seconds ago. This man's going to go for the quick reset here. Pops that. We're going to head to a different fight here, as it looks like player 14 is fighting this out with Casper. Casper trying to maneuver around here. Definitely does have the disadvantage here, as Casper has a gray shield. Meanwhile, player 14's got a gold. Nice hits and strikes coming in from the katana, trying to see if they can capture the juggle. Oh, beautiful maneuver. Trying to see if they can keep that momentum going here. Oh, trying to see if he can time the parry here, but sadly, unfortunately, mistakes it at the time here, waiting for the time for the strike to happen here, but does miss the opportunity here to mulch. Trying to see if they can capture him inside of the queue, but it's not going to be enough here as he does go for the reset. As Capture does decide to back off this fight again. Definitely not looking good, because now he's back to having the advantage. Player 14 able to do a lot, but it looks like King Cobalt's also going to be starting to become the third party here. This could be the opportunity for Casper to be able to back off this fight here. Waiting for the time strike to do what he needs to. Oh, but he ends up getting parried in this moment here. Unfortunate coming in from Casper, but it's okay though. It does give Casper an opportunity to escape and maybe hopefully get some better shields, because that gray shield is not going to be enough in the midst of fighting people who already have purple shield.
Taking a look here, 14 looking for the reset yet again and wants to go back into this fight. Doesn't want to give up on it. Ken just trying to break away so he has an opportunity to find a reset for himself as well. 14 though, keeping the heat up here. Is going to come down for that bounty scroll, so he gets some information, and of course the bounty will be going down on Ken, the nearest player to him, as we cut over to player number 9 here, going head to head with player number 8. The F invested on the side of player number 8. Now the ult coming through, the first Furin into the grapple, into the dual blade juggle, the follow-up. He just needs to find control of neutral one more time. If he can get close and land that Furin, this fight could be over for player number 9. He's able to find an armor swap. Coming topside here, will be able to find a reset if he wants it, but no, the Takeda coming back in. He's going to use that scale rush just to break away here. The terrain playing a huge advantage for him here. Scale rushes away yet again. Player 9 does still have a little bit of that ult left, getting knocked backwards by the F, and there it is, the Takeda ult going to be going away. So player number 8 going to be holding on as Ming shows up to the party. looking to get involved into the fight. Ming here trying to lock on to player number 9. Of course, he's got that white armor, an easy target for the lobby here, is able to catch the staff, will find a control of neutral again off of the F into the corner there. The F coming in from player 9 as well. Player 9 going to invest the ultimate just to get away, but Ming not deterred whatsoever. He's got ultimate still in the tank, can turn this on to player 9 at any moment. There it is. He's going to pop the ultimate, but will eat the V2 coming in from player number 9. Ming will return the favor with the conversion from V2 coming in, finds the dagger shots, but the Takeda wants a piece as well and will be showing up. We're going to see that poison shroom popped here. Ming able to escape the range as player 9, player 8 continue to go at it. Player 8 will clean up the elimination, so player 9 going to be heading back to the Soul Altar.
See if it actually does become the best moment for him here, as player number 8 is going to try to see if he can push on to player 3. Player 3 getting hit with a decent amount of hits from the spears, but doesn't end up doing too much damage here, as he does try to see if he can scale down, but obviously ends up getting pushed down by Min. It looks like Min's going to try to see if maybe he can close in this gap here, trying to see if he can hit the strikes here. Unfortunate as he does miss, as this Takeda ult does come out. Nice slam, trying to see if he can go for the reset here, as 8 ends up getting absolutely destroyed here a few seconds later, and dangerously low, sits him on the outside, and Mine is going to be able to shut him down outside of the circle here, goes for the benefits of those rewards, and now we're going to go back into Celestra inside towards the center section here, and now we're back at it, trying to see if maybe they can conjure up some extra hits here. Either that, or maybe they're just trying to retreat here, because player 2 only has a gray shield. Meanwhile, everybody else is either a blue shield or a gray shield, so it's not going to look good, as immediately player 2 doesn't have any more shield. Nice Gale Rush to catch on to Rats. He's going to have to be careful. Definitely does not want to get caught, as he pops open the Takeda ult. And looks like he's going to Scale Rush out of there, hopefully for the reset. Meanwhile, not Rats and Solo is going to be fighting this out by themselves, as Chef of the Dead and player 14 is fighting this out up top. Nice hits from the Halberds here, trying to see if maybe they can time in the moments and the gaps in between. Pops the potential for the ulti to come out here, as he does go for the reset of the ulti. Very surprised that Chef actually wants to back off this fight here, but most likely definitely does not want to see that mech come out in the worst way possible here, especially for this moment.
All the jukes from Chef here. Did you see this? Chef goes to the right and hides behind the tree, just on the edge of zone. Player 14 goes, there's no way he's hiding over there, and immediately just goes off the other direction. Chef's going to be able to go back, loot the body, and get the full reset. I absolutely love it. Solo here, trying to break away from this fight here. Doesn't want to be too involved, as we see Chef here, who was able to find that full reset on Valda, coming through, looking for some of those resources as well. He's got 2 and 2 right now, and only 3 grapples. Chef not in a position to take any fight. Heading into the realm of Yang, it's going to be player 13 going head-to-head here with player 16, and we're airborne, ladies and gentlemen. Player 13 looking for those bow shots, not able to find it. Will find the charge, right-click off of the fan, however, he's going to start cleaning up the armor off of the Dodo. Dodo already having invested the F. Lockdown in the fan yet again. Will find that nunchuck LMB charge off onto 13, though. Looks for it again. Will find the 1-2, doesn't release the 3 of Dodo, looking for the Scale Rush. Will find it. Player 13 whips the parry in his face, now has the ultimate, and Dodo is on the back foot here. Player 13 is able to get in range and launch that V2. It's going to be all she wrote for Dodo. Dodo going to find the F and the damage reduction here. Coming in, 13 will find the grabs. Here it is, in position, misses the V2. Dodo holding on against all odds, coming in with the nunchuck meter dump. He can't get the V off. He's got to stand up and look for it. Will find the damage reduction. The ult ends. He needs a single clank, but Dodo gets the damage out and comes out on top.
Woo! The time strike here for Dodo, really being his best friend in that moment here, and clearly definitely something he's been working on for a while here, because that execution style was absolutely stellar coming through, as QNT Casper looks like he's going to be able to reap the rewards as well. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, player number 8 fighting King Cobalt here inside of this realm as well. Popping the ulti already, as the Akos is going to doing absolute massive amount of movement. It looks like Takeda also has his ulti out too. Waiting for the opportunity for that to strike, though. A few seconds left on both of their ultis, it looks like, here as the strike does start to connect here for the Tiger Claws. 8 trying to see if maybe they can time it as well. Nice movement. Dodge coming in. Did you see that? The Tiger comes out. He's like, whoop, not today.
He's like, hit him with the old shuck and jive.
Hit him with the dip, duck, dive, and dodge. The five levels of dodgeball.
5 Ds of dodgeball.
Yes.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Player 2 here with 1 elimination of their belt finally here. Last we got back to this player, they had no eliminations, no resurrections, and were quite a bad situation. So finding some gear under the belt here, that purple armor going to be doing them well. They've got their ult and F available as well. So they are going to be on the hunt here. These Takedas, of course, playing extremely aggressive when they have all the tools in their toolkit. There's a lot of situations that Takeda can just get himself away from, even if he puts himself in a disadvantaged situation. That's why we see so many of these players coming in and playing so aggressive when they have the tools available in their kit. A Dodo here with the F to get the damage reduction here, but will be walking into that Tiger form from the other Akos. The V2 grab coming in, no place for a Dodo to go. He looks for the bow shot, he doesn't find it. A Dodo, 1 HP in a dream, has got to find a way to get away from this. The Tiger Claws coming in are gonna miss. Will he miss again? He does. He's not quite able to find it. A Dodo holding on here with just a tick of HP, goes for the scale rush, misses it, almost eats the claws to the face, and there they are. Player 9 will clean it up, but a Dodo with the Vermilion Bird's Might going to be heading back to the Soul Altar. We're going to see Mr. Brentley coming in from the side, and Player 9 knows they've got no place in a fight without that ultimate, so they're going to look to get away. Player 13 gets caught down in the wisp there. The huge staff overhead will clean up that elimination, but Player 11 going to get cleaned up as Chef of the Dead comes in and says, thanks for the ingredients, I'm going to do some cooking.
Absolutely cooking in his own way here as player 14 is going to try to see if he can cascade this as much as possible here. Number 14 going to try to see if they can rotate this around. Even with this type of rotation here as well, the gameplay has been very good so far. Overall, who are you liking as an overall player outside of this in this game currently? There's a lot of decent amount of players here as we're looking in on Excellent Air here. It was on this rotation, trying to see if he can get this nice strike here. Oh, ends up getting striked off the backside here. No! Unfortunate as he ends up getting third party towards the back stretch, and now 8-2 is fighting this out here. Nice scale to try to see if he can conjure this one up as its Skada ult does start to come out here. Player 2 absolutely duking it out, but the Ghost is going to be able to help protect him inside of that fight, is going to be able to help him dip out and hopefully maybe go for the reset here. As he times it out, as it looks like King Cobalt looks like he also wants to decide to fight this out as well here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum and push onwards here.
To answer your question, Dami, by the way, you know, there's a lot of people holding on to those top 6 spots right now. There's a lot of people trying to get into those top 6. And honestly, the person I'm enjoying watching the most at the moment is Chef of the Dead. This man do be out here cooking. He plays a very interesting style of Naraka that is a lot of fun to commentate. That's just a lot of fun to watch. So I'm hoping we get to see him just keep cooking and break into the top 6, man. See here, King Cobalt with the re-grapples. Oh my goodness, the F defense coming in here. That's absolutely massive for him to be able to have the wherewithal to land that midair. Unfortunately, it's not going to save him from King Cobalt, but it's still such a hype moment here in Naraka, and Kin going to be super happy about his pickups here. Oh my goodness, the grapple coming in, the potential quote-unquote third party's player 8 looks to come in. Kin has every bit of his kit, though. The grab coming in from the F, though. Kin going to turn back around onto this pops his own F, gets that damage reduction, and now wants to get the chase going onto this Takeda. The Abyssal Aura catches player 8 at the very end there. Player 8 now on the back foot, no armor for himself, gets the F yet again, but Kin gonna keep things moving as he looks to clean this up. We're gonna see the Furin come in, the clean jumping left click, old activation to get away from it. He's gonna miss the second Furin. Kin is on fire right now. Somebody get a bucket of water to put on this man, because he's gonna set Morris Isle on fire.
Absolutely insane press into this moment here as we do see the next Realm of Yang as well here. Player 14 and player 3 fighting this out. Looks like he might potentially be popping the ulti here. Oh, goes for the reset. The mauling is going to help make sure that he doesn't get inside of his own mech. The worst call for the mech as well. 14 doesn't have his mech. He's stuck on the outskirts here. The Tiger's going to do as much of the mauling as possible. And literally he wins the Realm of Yang with the reset and stops him from getting into his ulti. Wow. What a find. The opportunity to get that finish. You couldn't ask for a better time to make that happen.
Let's uncage the tiger.
Oh my goodness, Ming absolutely cleaning up this realm of Yang, Dobby. Gonna be walking away with a legendary dagger as well. And a lot of players sitting here waiting for people to come out. He does, of course, have that Mystic Might, which means he's gonna be able to find all these players on the map. And he's got that 25% damage reduction. You can bet he's gonna be looking to take advantage of that. But unlike that Vermilion Bird's Might, you still have to be smart about what fights you're going to be taking, because you do not get an opportunity to come back if you end up losing. So the 25% damage reduction, very nice. Still got to play the game exceptionally smart. Chef of the Dead here on the move. It looks like he's the one who's been tossed in the frying pan this time around, and he's going to need to get a reset going if he wants to stay alive. Going to use the bell here. Player 9 still looking for Chef of the Dead. Sees a couple of players off the bell. Chef will find that full reset he was looking for. His butter got sizzled a little bit, but now he's back into it, Dobby.
Absolutely. He's back at it again. It looks like he might be ready for the strike here if he does end up coming. Oh, no, I was about to say, Chef. It's looking like a horror film. Don't go in the closet. Anyway, trying to time this out here just so he can try to maneuver this around. But now the chase does start to happen as he does start to close in. And it looks like even with that, though, still going to try to see if he can find the opportunity. Looks like even with that, tries to time it out just a little bit here. You love it for that moment here. So far, these games have been pretty good here. Honestly, I think if I were to really look at it towards the very end here, I think number 9 is definitely looking really strong in this. Would love to see Casper have the opportunity maybe to capture a dub as well here. But I think number 9 is also another player we need to pay attention to as well. Interesting to see where that goes.
All of these players are worth watching, right? We've seen all of them do some incredible stuff. Anybody can walk away with a dub here. We still have 3 games even after this, Dobby. So lots of opportunity for players to really pop off. And even if you don't win the game, we've seen a lot of players like Excellent Era, right? Game 1 doesn't walk away the winner, but has an incredible game, takes second place there. Still plenty of opportunity to show those skills here. As we see Akos going claw for claw here. Ming not quite able to find control of the neutral with claws. Bentley able to catch him a couple of times, but not able to capitalize. Ming does finally find that opportunity, is able to get some damage off with that legendary dagger. Will miss the V2 though, looking for another opportunity to come in. Bentley just barely missing those claws. Ming, unfortunately, that ult going to run out here. He's looking for a good clean opportunity. The F converted there from Bentley, going to get that damage reduction coming in, but Ming still extremely healthy. Oh my goodness, the crouch cancel just into the left click. The disrespect onto Mr. Bentley with the parry from the crouch cancel on Ming will be cleaning up that elimination.
What a clean elimination coming through as well. Not only to clean that up, but get the finish in style. Now he has time to do exactly what he needs to and really be able to push forward. Let's see if he keeps that same momentum pushing outwards here as player number 9. Trying to see if they can rotate this in. Make even more opportunities happen towards the next bit. And it looks like even with that one up top here, 7 players still alive inside of this game. Bell gets called out. Could have potentially showed a few people on the map here that could have been nearby. Oh, the grapples comes out as player 14 decides to get a little bit hasty here. Nice slam coming through from number 9 here as the defense starts to come up. The scale rush up top, trying to see if they can maneuver away as player 14 does start to connect with him, though. Nice hits, though, from that scale. Almost directly into that, too. What a good strike here as the dagger starts to become a problem for player number 9. Player number 9 trying to see if they can time it as he forces the ulti to come out. Has to be able to hit the mauling onto this player here, sending them on the outskirts here. He says, okay, if you want to play, we can play this fight. If you really want that energy, we can do that, sir. And just like that, captures the elimination and gets the finish. Said, listen, sir, if you really want this energy, you'll get it. I just don't know if you'll like the consequences of it. That's all I got to say. Meanwhile, Dodo trying to see if they can fight this out here. Nice scale rush to be able to connect it, but not enough to be able to connect onto the next hits. Trying to time this up. Scale rushes up top, knowing that it's going to be up top. We are literally sitting in the simulation of John Wick. Nice slams on both sides here, trying to see if they can time it. Defense up on player died. Ooh, nice death set of dagger downs right onto the player Dodo here. The Dodo's gonna force to be able to drop off this top section. Has to be able to go for the shield. Took a lot of damage off of that one here and definitely does not want to risk getting out at this early into this game. Shadow spread for number 4 is about to start spreading in 1 minute. 60 seconds left on the clock. Let's see how they're going to be able to time this out right before the game starts to get a little bit more hasty. 6 players left alive in this game. Rune, it's getting down to the wire.
Yes, sir. 50 seconds till we collapse onto zone 5 here. Like you said, 6 alive. It's a very Akos heavy lobby. These mirror matches really showing their toll on some of these players. The Dodo on the backside here. We're going to see player number 9 here trying to find some of those range shots, but we'll actually have a range shot landed onto him from, I do believe, a pistol. Just a little bit of tick damage there. Needs to be careful around that Bane's Breath coming in down onto the map. We've got Ming, we've got a Dodo, and we've got this Bane's Breath right now cutting off most of where the circle is going to be pushing to. It's going to be ending now, though, as the players look to reposition player 9 on the large backside here, trying to rotate to the short side of the circle, looking to do a little bit of looting here. Not going to be able to get in on the box. Too high risk of a situation for him. He's going to position again to that short side so he can hold this zone for as long as possible. Into the shop as well. Needs a couple of resources. He's sitting on 463 right now, and it just wants this strong position and those resources to take himself into the late game. We're going to see Ming sitting up top. Blue Moon, Poison Splash, and unfortunately, not a lot of good soul jades to his name, but he's got that legendary dagger and a legendary staff, which is going to bring him a lot of work later on into this lobby. And look at this, a Dodo going to come in onto a body here that wasn't spotted by player 9 when he moved through this direction. And there's plenty of resources laying here, plenty of purple soul jades here as well. A Dodo super happy about that turn of events. Ming on the box here is able to get in and get a couple of resources, but we'll take this bow shot here from player number 9. Ming looking to back off and find the full reset. Player 9 not even going to bother checking the box. Just decided there's going to be nothing in there for him, so he's going to back off and use a full pot for a tiny little tick of HP. They're going to leave him at 3 and 6. It was so small I couldn't even see it until the HP was the pot that disappeared from his screen here. Man, talk about just trying to keep it optimal for himself here as we cut back to Ming going head-to-header with King Cobalt here. Ken, half armor here, trying to get away. Casper in the wings as well with that legendary armor. Ken forced to burn the ultimate. This is a nightmare situation for Ken Cobalt. He's able to convert the V2 onto Casper. Will take the range shot, though, off the end of the predictable animation for the ultimate. A Dodo going to show up now as well. Ken just trying to keep that line of sight broken from these other players. Player 9 going to grief him out just a little bit. Ken just keeping it moving here. He doesn't want anything to do with the rest of this lobby right now. He's sans ultimate. He's not been able to find the reset he wants, and these players are like sharks. They smell the blood in the water, and the grapples are coming out left, right, and center, Dobby.
Nice bit of movement happening as well as we are down to our final 5. These games have been absolutely hasty thus far. Ooh, King Cobalt gets absolutely destroyed, though. The defense gets picked up, though, by King Cobalt. He's going to have to really try to see if he can maneuver this away, because now everybody knows that he's dangerously low. He gets caught inside of the corner, but he does have the opportunity as a Dodo. Does end up getting the strikes, though. Player number 9 trying to see if maybe he can get some decent shots, though, from his bow. Maybe he gets a free elimination, potentially. But he's going to have to time this one correctly here. Seeing where everyone is here. Tries to throw the ball, maybe for the opportunity for that. I don't know if that actually went off. Might have been too far away from it for the detection. Casper with gold shield currently on him. Definitely a good advantage for him. Circle is slowly closing in still here towards this fight. Curious if anybody's going to fully commit to the next space here. See if player number 9 is going to be able to try to see if he can hit any more shots. I don't think he realizes it, but he's definitely maneuvering just to make sure if anybody is behind him at all. Just so he has this full section to himself.
I mean, this is a really, really tight final circle, and there's a lot of verticality. There's a lot of little spaces to get these sort of movement techs off, and these players know it's going to come down to these final moments and where this circle is going to be. It looks like it's going to try to move to that open space in the gorge, but still, even there's quite a few walls. There's a lot of rocks you can slip behind. You have the very edge of this building as well. We're going to see the bell getting popped here yet again, but it was popped too recently for them to get a read onto anybody, and these players are just waiting for as long as possible. And yeah, this is going to move into that deep corner of gorge where there's usually two of those legendary loot piles waiting here up in Eventide Temple. A lot of players try to actually drop in that spot to get some good loot off of the start, so this is a spot where a lot of fights break out, so these players are going to know how to navigate that very well. But currently, where the zone is, everybody has a strong position, does not want to give it up, does not want to risk their placement just to head straight into where that zone is, because there's almost nothing in that spot they're going to head into except for a couple of little caverns that if you get caught sitting in the back of, there's no place for you to go. So realistically, no hiding space for these players once this zone is fully collapsed, and it is happening right now. Zone 6 is collapsing down on to Zone 7, and things are about to get tight. We might see the little corner of this building right here inside the zone. We will see once the zone is fully collapsed. Here we go. King Cobalt going to come topside, looking for space to find a reset. Has been able to find a pot. A lot of players trying to come up here. It looks like Ming, no armor, forced to burn that ultimate as well, and Kin just wants to stay safe till his ultimate comes in. Look at this. There's actually a little gap left on the top side here where players can find some safety, but it's a hard gap to move out of because of how that awning just hangs over the top. It's very hard to just get a clean scale rush out of there, so a lot of players trying not to go back there, but Adodo's going to find himself in there taking a V2 from player number 9 there on the Akos. Kin going to use that opportunity to take a reset. Casper at the top of the tree here, just trying to keep it moving, doesn't want any attention on himself. He's got a lot of foliage here to chill while these other players take the fight. There we go. We're going to see a Wisp coming in. He wants to capitalize on it while he can. Dodo going to the bot side there. Almost nothing left in the tank. He's found a space to get that reset, and they have 10 seconds before everything collapses. Casper with a massive scale rush finds his third elimination off the back of that pole sword. Absolutely massive for him here. He's going to pick up some much needed pots and loot, but this is it. Zone 7 is collapsing. There's nothing left after this, ladies and gentlemen. Take it away, Dobby.
Boy. Here we go as we start to close in here slowly as Casper's going to go a little bit more airborne. Might have popped it slightly early here, but he could scale rush it right back towards the top here. He does have that opportunity. It looks like Min 9 is going to be able to get some hits on the Cobalt and sends him outside of the circle. Ball 3 of them down low. Casper just trying not to get caught up in any situation. Mine is going to be all the way down low at the bottom as everybody's going to start to force the fights off on each side. Cobalt gets hit. Nice little bit of retreat heading out on the outskirts. Cobalt gets in right back into the outstretch here as Casper trying to just hold up top, letting everybody else go through their fights as much as possible. I don't think anybody's really popping their ultis. There's at least maybe 1 or 2 that could potentially do it. Dodo waiting for the time to strike here. He just wants to get a last hit as Min ends up getting 1. Dodo gets 1 as well. It looks like I don't even think Casper was able to successfully get a kill, but he does end up staying alive towards the final end of the game. 3 eliminations and a top place finish, but let's not sleep on our third place finisher that got 7 eliminations. Okay, that's that probably is most likely going to be our winner in some capacity, but that 1.4 multiplier though is definitely going to put him either a little over or a little under.
Yeah, like, I mean, Casper played one heck of a final game here. That scale rush off the top of the tree was absolutely huge. He positioned himself so well. It's very unfortunate that he wasn't able to pick up one of those 2 kills in the very end there. But again, a very good game for him and a great opportunity for him to show off. Like we talked about, still lots of opportunities for these players to show off. Unfortunately, here we see Ming just getting blitzed through there by the fairy inside the realm of Yang. As we cut back here, Adodo with the meter dump onto player 13, and then the follow-up, able to avoid the F as well. And then look at this, Adodo just able to take that one clean hit from neutral, cleans everything up there. Kin here, this is absolutely huge. The regrapple, the F coming out from a player number 2 here, though not enough to save him. Still a very clean execution from him as Kin cleans up his very first elimination of the game there, then turns things around here onto player number 8, able to catch him out with the V2 and clean up a second second elimination as well. Kin doing a great job this game. Ming coming in, able to just keep them away from the pillar here. I know a lot of people in chat were asking about how is that even possible. It's very similar to when Yueshon's ultimate, popping their ultimate and activating it, you can actually cancel people out of their old activation with hard CC, like the Akos V2 or something like Monk Grab that actually shifts their position. That is how you can do that. It's very rare to see because the timing is so tight on that Feria ultimate, but we got to see it here today. Super cool. There's that extremely clean scale rush coming out as well from Casper. And then Casper, of course, just knowing he's in a strong position to sit topside here if he wants to be able to finish. Look at this. He's able to avoid all of this damage, all of these ults. Unfortunately for him, he's not able to get any of the eliminations. He was right there. He was on time. It just wasn't quite the perfect amount of time. As we go back to the leaderboards, Galbai able to move into first place now. Bai Chen still holding on to second place. Casper moving up to fourth from sixth place, finally moving their way back up the leaderboard. A Dodo now into that sixth place position, and Justin still holding on to fifth.
Holding on for as long as humanly possible, still is able to do a lot here, but now Casper just close in striking range of first place here. 25 points and a 3-point deficit, taking over from the top four. This is where things are going to start to get really good, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's paying attention here, as there is a, like I said, a 2 to 3 point difference between first and fourth. That's just how big of a game that was for Casper. Casper was in top, I'm going to say 7 through 10. Like, that's just how far back he was. And in one game was able to pop off, gets that multiplier, and that's enough to get him into the top four. Let's go, Casper. You love to see it, as it looks like we're going to be able to lock this in. We still have some more games left, but I love when games get like this. I love it so much. And just how close that is, we're also going to close this down as we're going to get ready for an intermission. And we'll be right back for our next game back in Hollerov for the Astral Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Bladepoint Astral Cup as we're going to get ready to lock in for Morris Io. We're back at it again for another set of games. I am excited. It should be a good another set of games. So far, it's been very tight. Casper with a really surprise towards the very end, able to clutch it up towards the end and get himself back from 9th place all the way to 4th. And just like that, he is now within 2-point deficit of securing a dub and potentially taking that first place and getting that first place prize. Let's see exactly what happens here towards the very end. We're slowly closing in on these games more and more and more. And right now we're on game number 4.
Well, Dobby, no prize just yet. These are still qualifiers. Top 6 get to head into grand finals. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be back at it again next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. We're going to be bringing you the trios of finals here for Astral Cup as well as the solo finals. But don't go anywhere. We still got 3 games to go. Speaking of which, we're heading into game 4. And this is a crucial game state. This is the one I always talk about. It's back to back Morris Isle. This is a game where if you have a good game number 3, you still have that same hero available because you do get to play one hero twice. If you had a great game, it's so easy to carry that momentum over into game number 4 because you can come in, play the same hero, you're on the same map, you don't have to worry about some of the things that are in Hollow Roth, those weather conditions coming in, things like that. This is a crucial game state for some of these players. And like you said, Casper having an extremely good game here in game number 3. Hopefully he'll be able to come back and run it back here in this game. No surprises here. We're going to see everybody spawn to the outside edges of Celestra and then look to push in so that they can break those ankles and start Fight Club up there as we start things off with Mr. Bentley here going against Ming. Ming taking a ton of damage off the back of that longsword, trying to get into a position to utilize the range on that staff, but Bentley able to clean it out and stay in control of the neutral. Will clean up that elimination. Getting over now to player 13 and player 11 going head to head. Player 11 able to use those nunchucks just to keep control of that state and come out on top. Casper back at it again here. Will eat the F here from player 14, but 14 walks back in to those dual Hallies and is down to one single hit. Casper will clean it up for his first elimination of the game, but needs to be careful. Solo sitting over top here, looking to come in and try to capitalize onto Casper. Casper 72% of the way to ult here. Will whiff the parry though, so Solo gonna wrap that armor right off of him. Gets the follow-up left click as well. Casper takes the misread and loses most of his HP there to what looks like a purple dagger. Casper trying to break the ankles and get away here. Just keep it moving. There's another player topside though, and it's Kin Cobalt who cleans up the elimination and sends Casper back to the Soul Altar.
Absolutely an insane start though. Casper, sadly unfortunate, but it's okay though because he definitely can come back and we've seen him do it before. As Kin Cobalt is going to be able to secure his first elimination of this game here. Finalizing it and filling it out. But here's Team Sin. So far, some of the Team Sin players have been very quiet as solo players here. Very surprising, honestly, to see overall. As Solo is going to get hit, though, by Chef. Chef in the kitchen. Trying to see if he can time it out and not get caught up by this one. It looks like Sin is able to, but it definitely gives Chef the time to be able to retreat and dip out as far as possible here. Nice way for him to try to see if he can capture the rotations and keep this one going as Era back on a very tough situation here. He's going to have to maneuver this out. Waiting for the opportunity, though, just to dip out a little while longer. Goes up top. Misses out on the grapple. Might potentially go for the shield swap here. Goes for the hit, but the defensive clang is going to do a whole lot, and so does the parry. Oh, the desperate play coming in from Era, and sadly, that does cost her life. But it cost him his life, but it's okay, though, as Achilles gonna decide to break out of this one. Tries to see if maybe he can hold strong here. The parry does do a lot of damage to Achilles in that moment here, but it isn't enough to capture the elimination as Casper is gonna try to see if maybe they can use that momentum to maybe try to capture the elimination here. Goes for the straight hits. Oh, the chain's gonna be able to do a lot of damage onto Casper here. Casper just trying to back out. Whoa! An insane amount of hits coming through here as now he's going to go for the launch, the lift off. Needs to try to retreat for as much as possible, but it's not going to be enough as he does end up getting hit and finished by Achilles. That's going to be game for Casper as he gets eliminated twice so early onto this game. Very, very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed. You don't typically see Zais like this in solos either, and Zai coming in there. Casper really playing his heart out though. He found not one, but 3 armor swaps into that Zai ultimate and was able to stay alive for so long. The pillar coming down here from player 2. They don't want to walk into the same trap that Casper just did, trying to come in and find an armor swap, but those are all of the empty armors Casper left behind, and they're going to find themselves in a very similar situation, decide to go back and potentially play around that pillar, looking to break some ankles, trying to use those bushes to hide that line of sight, but Achilles is like a bloodhound. He's on the scent. He's going to hide right there on the pillar. Doesn't want to give player 2 the opportunity to go loot Casper's body or to get into that pillar, as we cut over to Chef of the Dead, who finds himself in the frying pan yet again, this time with King Cobalt, player number 9, keeping the chase up here. The pistol shots trying to come out. Chef with the F, though, going to save him here from those range shots, because he does have those wisp subs, but it's not going to be enough to save him from the neutral of these players, as King Cobalt picks up the elimination and turns this immediately onto player number 9, who's going to feel forced to utilize that F, the combo breaker, to get away from the Yodo F, but Yodo gonna convert the F2, coming in strong onto Ken Cobalt, who takes a ton of damage and feels forced to hop into the mech, looks for the opportunity to get a cannon shot off, won't find it. The pole sword being invested, doing so much damage here to Ken, and there's nothing he can really do here as player 9 starts to cook him up and says, I'll take Chef and you down if you let me throw some spice on it, swaps to the dagger to keep it going, a little salt to go with the pepper. Player 9 misses the grapple though, and Ken Cobalt might just get out of the kitchen.
Chef in the kitchen, absolutely being a chef, cooking it up. Let them know what the chef is cooking tonight. I'm hungry. What we eating might be you. Meanwhile, King Cobalt looks like he's gonna maneuver this around as well towards this next stretch and this next step of fate. See if they can keep that same momentum pushing inwards towards it. King Cobalt just trying to maneuver away as much as possible. Does find a blue shield nearby, though. Could use it. I don't think he's really seen it yet.
So it's empty. It's, again, these are all the armors that Casper left behind when he was being chased.
Right, but I'm sorry, did 9 just walk right?
He did. Ken's just chilling. Ken big vibing right now. He hears all the footsteps overhead, doesn't want to give away his position.
You don't think that's worth it to just pop that shield and just heal it?
The thing is it makes so much noise, right? If he were to take that blue shield and spend the time to heal it up, he would have given away his position. If he takes the blue shield and doesn't heal it up, then somebody turns the corner and finds him. He has no shield to cover himself. Ken making excellent decisions here, given the state of the game. It's super unfortunate that he's forced to leave it behind, but the zone collapsing means he doesn't have the opportunity to realistically take that at head in. This is Immortal War. The zone does quite a bit of damage, and there's so many players around. He's just got to get out of dodge. Solo trying to clean up and cook on player 8 here, but not able to find those range shots with the pistol that he wants. We do see those Realm of Yangs getting ready to come through as Zone 2 completely collapses. Let's take a look over and see who's going to be taking those Realms of Yang here shortly, and see who's going to be going head to head, Dobby.
So we're going to be able to head straight towards it. Achilles trying to see if maybe they can wait this out. The scale rush coming in from 2 was very, very impactful here. And it looks like it's also going to be just as impactful as the juggle starts to come through too. And Achilles just has no way of being able to continue that realm, as Mr. Bentley also being caught in a very tough situation here, even with the spear. Trying to see if they can maneuver this around and away. Mr. Bentley trying to see if they can close in this gap here, but it looks like player 14 also doing a very similar situation here. Just jumping, juggling, diving. The Takeda was able to do a whole lot of momentum. The pole sword, you're going to try to see if maybe they can connect it. Nice slam and nice slashes coming in from the Tiger Claws. And just like that, player 14 is able to capture an elimination as well. And that's his first elimination, but also a win in the Realm of Yang. Definitely a good first dub to have in this moment. Meanwhile, Yodahime, very rare, honestly, to see in these games so far with the nerfs and some of the things that she's dealt with. Definitely good to see her still being used in these moments here. Nice parry strike, just waiting for the opportunity, but obviously wasn't able to bait out that hit. Player number 9 able to do a whole lot to try to see if they can work around it, but See if maybe they can work towards that one on the next stretch. Here's player number 2 trying to continue this on. Oh, beautiful parry. And instead of trying to fight that out, he's going to try to see if he can parry away, but it's not going to be enough. The scale rush is not going to be able to do a whole lot. The F3 tries to see if they can cause a little bit of a diversion. Not enough to do what he needs to here. The heals can't find anything or even some momentum, and now he's just struggling just to try to run away from this. The grapple's going to be able to capture him, captures the elimination. Number 2 catches it, and now it's going to be both him and number 1 trying to see if maybe they can scale rush it together, trying to push onwards to capture this elimination. Oh, Achilles is absolutely destroyed by the right click. Beautiful switcheroo and the disappearing coming in from Achilles, trying to use the defense. The dagger, trying to get some hits, but it's not going to be enough as Achilles is definitely connecting more shots than they have before. But so is Achilles with the comeback. Nice hits to be able to connect it as well here. Waiting for the opportunity, though. Scale rush, trying to see if they can find it. The grapple has used at least 2 or 3 in those few seconds here. Calls out for the mech here. Could be the opportunity that he needs, but no! 2 is going to capture the parry, gets the finish and the elimination, and that's his 5th of this game.
Absolutely massive coming in here for player number 2 here on the ferry. Turning now to Excellent Era into the F there from Mr. Bentley, but Bentley in a bad situation, forced to burn the Furin, but into the weapon swap and throws Era sideways, catches the second Furin, doesn't find the juggle though. The pillar's gonna come down, and now Mr. Bentley gonna be in a bad situation. Era trying to capitalize on it, doesn't find the cannon shot though, is gonna go for the reset. So Bentley gonna be looking for the same on the backside of this wall. Doesn't want to press into this. Era gonna cancel the ultimate early though to come in and do a little bit of shopping because he doesn't have the pots to get the full reset. Now comes back in, buys 2 more once he knows he's got the reset, and Bentley hungry to keep it going. Some clean musket shots coming in from Era. The charge left click coming in off of the dual blades there. Now Mr. Bentley on the back foot yet again. The F invested. The jump parry from Bentley onto Era. Goes in, tries to find the weapon swap, doesn't, misses the F opportunity, and it's who can ever take control of neutral. Bentley looking good here, able to dodge the left click out of the greatsword, and Bentley cleans it up into Excellent Era as he sends him back to the lobby.
Absolutely insane. Even with that finish and that stretch, Mr. Bentley able to do exactly what he needs to here. His 3rd elimination of this game. Playing this out super well here. And it looks like it's time to go shopping, ladies and gentlemen. He's got about 10 bands on him. He can do a lot here. It looks like what is that auspicious? Was that auspicious joke?
So that's
that
Auspicious
that
Jade is Auspicious Jade is one of the new Jades that come in now. If you complete a number of quests, including bounty quests, that Jade will convert into a random purple or legendary Soul Jade. It's kind of actually my least favorite of the new Jades coming in. It's really not worth doing the 3 quests. To potentially just get another purple Soul Jade, given the fact that it is already a purple tier Soul Jade. So it's a very interesting Jade. I didn't expect to see it in competitive, but he maybe just hasn't found something else to replace it with realistically. As we turn now to player number 2, player 14, going head to head. Oh my goodness, that legendary pole sword, one hit, just ripping the armor off of player 14 here. He's going to invest the F there. He will get the damage reduction. He doesn't get the bonus because he doesn't connect on to player 2. Player 2 going to get parried here, and he immediately picks up that legendary pole sword and says, you can get that out of my face. The pillar going to be invested as we see the tiger coming through as well. Player 2 wants to keep the chase up here. Says, heck no, I'm not afraid of this Akos, but needs to be careful. Akos can use that V2 to stagger the mech here. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to land any of those shots. He's just looking. He has no idea where player 14 has gone. Unfortunately, player 2 a little scared to give chase without taking the full reset. Will miss an opportunity to try to clean them up, and now the bounty is going to get turned back on to player number 2 here. I'm not quite sure who picked it up, but player 2 is going to find themselves in some heat. It looks like it's going to be player 14. The player they let get away has the bounty now, and now there's no place you can hide.
Even with that, though, it looks like number 14 cannot hide from the onslaught slaughterhouse that's coming on with number 2. Number 2 is able to do that, and it looks like, oh, never mind. Number 14 was able to come back absolutely strong. The parry and the finish to be able to shut him out and says, see you later, buddy. You thought you had the opportunity, but I'm the one that has the dual halberds, and I'm the king of this stretch. My goodness, excuse me. I apologize, and I did not mean for that to go the way that I was. That was absolutely unreal, and it looks like player 14 and player 11 is going to be fighting this out. in the realm of Yang. Rune, so far, these fights have been absolutely insane. I've been casting a lot of these realm of Yangs, at least for this game. I'm gonna let you run this one. Take it away, Rune.
Player 14 here going to go airborne, looking to get some of those bow shots, not quite able to capitalize. Will take a little bit of chip damage there from the dual Hallies coming in, finds a bow shot finally there on to player 11. There we go, the Tessa ultimate going to be invested. They immediately turn it around. The F going to be invested as well. Will he be able to get the clear? He does just in time. Turns it around onto the Akos. Here we go, the ultimate invested. The Tiger has pulled the claws out. They know they don't have another ultimate charge here. They look to start cleaning up. There it is, they do finally get to that 55% range, but he doesn't care. He says, I'm gonna kill you before the enchant goes off, and player 14 puts Tessa through the blender of Akos.
Absolutely insane here. Number 14 really coming in from that confidence from that last elimination a couple of seconds prior to joining the realm of Yang here. So obviously comes out absolutely strong and really does push forward, and it was able to secure the dub. And now he's got the advantage and the exact advantage that he needs to in this game with only 5 players left in this game here. Do you realize that we're only 5 players deep? This lobby has been gone quick. Absolutely fast. Can I call Sonic? That's just how fast this game has been going. Gotta go faster. Gotta go faster, 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 faster. Now let's see. We're going to be heading back into Celestra here inside of this moment here. Let's see if they can keep that same rotation and pop off uberly strong here. It looks like he's going to try to see if they can go for it, but Team 11 not going to be able to give him that opportunity here. The Spears is going to be able to absolutely destroy the shield coming in from number 8 here. As number 8 trying to see if they can maneuver this out. The Dagger able to push onwards and get a little bit of some momentum to get away. Is able to pop the shield, go for the reset, might potentially go back. Mr. Bentley's going to be up top nearby, waiting for the strike. The Spear trying to see if they can time it. Oh, beautiful parry coming through here. Trying to see if they can go for the reset here. Not too much of a reset to happen here. Is able to pop open and get the Dagger. Is able to do the disappearing act. But the question is, can he get away in just a lick of time? And it looks like he has just enough time, but he does end up getting spotted, though, from the bells. Mr. Bentley's able to hit that bell, blow that whistle. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to... It looks like he's deciding not to chase it.
Yeah, no, Mr. Bentley making the smart decision here. The zone going to be collapsing in the next 1 minute and 40 seconds. With only 5 players left remaining alive, does not want to overcommit to a fight here. He's got 3 eliminations in his belt. He wants to make this one count for as much as possible. Though we are going to see 2 players commit on to him. He's going to be forced to invest the F just to take back control of the neutral here. The Matari he was chasing now coming in onto him. He's able to get away, but that legendary pulse sword coming in and doing so much damage on that left click. Bentley over the top side here, trying to use the momentum here from the staff, catches a massive parry, is able to clean up the legendary pulse sword as well. Player 14 on the back foot now. I'm not sure if Water Wheel is still here or not, but neither of these players trying to invest into it. They need to be careful. If the third party comes through, we could see a Water Wheel kill here. 14 picks up Bentley and the claws come out, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Bentley is getting sent back to the lobby.
Absolutely insane push here as number 14 able to continue his onslaught here. 5 eliminations. It could be the game for him. Number 14 really playing this out. This could be his game. So far, that momentum has been coming in super, super strong. So let's see if they're going to continue that same momentum coming through. Definitely just has to be careful overall. Look at that. There's so many new ones too. Twin Shot and Bounce Shell. And Sunwing Shot. I'm assuming some of these new ones definitely has to be for some other ones. Flying Kick. I've also never seen that color as well, too. The blue Soul Jades. Now, is that just mainly a color, or is that like actually new?
Okay, so those are new Soul Jades. For those of you who don't know about the new Soul Jades that came out last patch, the number 2 there represents the number of times that you can use the ability on that Soul Jade before it converts into just a regular blue Soul Jade with stats on it. So they're kind of like these one-time use things. If you remember the Soul Jade Mortal Defiance that allows you to heal and it saves you when you would actually take lethal damage. That Soul Jade being one of these Soul Jades that is now converted into a one-time use item. These are very, very interesting. They allow you to get a little bit of extra power there. Explosive armor is one that's also interesting. It actually will explode outward when someone breaks your armor. If we see player 14 here lose all of their armor, we'll see it proc here, and it knocks people away from you, allowing you to break away from some of these combos. There's quite a few of these new Soul Jades that are like that. Now, that said, some of the old Soul Jades, like we saw Blue Moon here, right? That Soul Jade is also still exists in its regular purple form where it doesn't have limited uses. It just depends on your luck whether you get the limited use one or not when you're out there rolling those Soul Jades, Davi.
Even with that, though, it's still really good to know as well here, because obviously the Soul Jades has been very huge detriment asset to a lot of these players and some of their play styles here, depending on their favorites when it comes to the katana, the daggers, the heavy swords, even the longbows, and of course the muskets, right? The bows as well, really just giving that opportunity to be able to hit with more damage, maybe help with more assets, help with more healing, more shields, anything that really gives you more of an opportunity to keep the game alive. Even those last chance moments and some of those really huge detriment solo Jades are very, very helpful here. So obviously now that there's a new set of Soul Jades, that's going to be really awesome to help and add to the loot pool. Did any Soul Jades get taken away?
No, some of them just kind of changed again. Again, we're talking about something like that Mortal Defiance, which now is only available in that limited one-time use kind of position. And honestly, it's a really good change, right? Mortal Defiance is a Soul Jade that gives you so much advantage in the game. For it to simply be on a cooldown rather than be a limited use made it like just a huge advantage that's almost unovercomable in states of the game when you're going into those final circles and things like that, especially if you're able to break away and commit to a full reset. Such a very good Jade. So moving to that limited use really means you have to be careful. You have to know how many uses you have left on those Soul Jades, and some of them also getting some bonus effects, right? So they're not just the same. So like that Blue Moon he's carrying with 2 uses also has some bonus effects stacked on top of it, and that's why it's a limited use version of it. If you take a look at the Trigger, Lock, and Breaker, there is another type of that new Soul Jade where it actually is upgradable. You complete a quest and it becomes that next level. But to the fight here, King Cobalt going to be forced into the mech here as we see one of our final fights of game number 4 break out here. He's just going to commit to breaking away here and try to take that full reset, get those pots off while he's in the mech. But those range shots coming in, starting to do him dirty. King Cobalt, no place to go. He needs to convert over to the cannon here to buy himself some time. Will land a very clean shot onto player 14 in the air here with the cannon. Gonna go for it again. Player 14 able to get the tap dodge on the first, not the second. Takes a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the mech gonna be coming down, but Ken able to get the full reset off there against all odds, but needs to break away because these players know he doesn't have that pillar, and it's gonna leave him in a vulnerable state.
Very vulnerable, but yeah, I mean, he's still holding very strong here. The opportunity definitely is starting to present itself a little bit more as he does go into the bush. I think number 8 knows that he's in there. Potentially? Okay, never mind. I thought he did. Oh, wrong bush, buddy. It was a wrong bush. Solo was actually going to get pushed inwards towards number 8. Nice scale rush to connect it from the dagger here. He's just trying to time it just a little bit better here. Nice hits, trying to see if he can connect it. Ooh, nice defense on each side here. Waiting for that defense push. Trying to scale it out just a little while longer here. The grapple, trying to see if maybe they can do the reverse effect, but not going to be able to do enough. The jumping bow shot, trying to see if maybe they can connect that one as well. Not able to do enough. Nice movement speed from each side here, and it looks like both of them. Oh, beautiful. Quick reset off from Solo here is now it looks like he's able to connect it this time from the dagger standpoint, waiting for the parry. It's not going to be able to do enough, and just like that, player number 8 absolutely destroys Sin Solo, and King Cobalt also gets eliminated too. It is now down to our final 2, player 14 versus player 8. They've been taking their time with each one. They've been doing such a good job here, and they've been taking the time out to do a lot of different things here. Now it's all about the momentum and what they need to do to continue to get this finish. Unbelievable start here for player 14 here. Absolutely absolutely able to decimate it. This is dagger against dagger here. Oh, nice hit coming through from player 8 as he is able to get the run around and the stretch as the ulti is forced to come out here. Tiger misses the opportunity to get that hit. Low durability on player number 8. This is not good for him, though. He does need to repair his dagger if he's gonna see himself, but he doesn't have anything to actually repair it with, as he does get hit with the bow. Now he's gonna have to use something else, and it looks like he's back to something else. The question is, what is it? Looks like it's gonna be the dual blades potentially. No, he sticks with the dagger. On to this moment there. They're both going back and forth, taking their time out of each stride to see if there's an opportunity to see if that can work out in its favor here. The question is, will that connect the way that it needs to here? Oh, beautiful parry strike happening as player 14 is able to absolutely destroy in seconds. Get the finish, ladies and gentlemen. 7 eliminations, first place finish. Player 14 goes insane, and that's how you win a game.
Absolutely crazy there. Player 2, unfortunately, they're overcommitting to that charged R&B coming off of the dagger. He throws it one too many times. Player 14 has had enough of seeing it come his way, throws the parry out, immediately connects onto it. No mind games there whatsoever. And player 14 cleans up the elimination. That Matari hold on to the katana in the back pocket, trying to catch the conversion off the charge R&B. Unfortunately, they just give away the plan a little bit too easily there. And player 14 plays a clean game and comes out on top. Can't wait for us to hit the replays because, man, what a crazy game that was, Dobby. We've got 2 more to go. Can you believe that? We're 10 games deep already today, Dobby, as we cut back to Mr. Bentley here, going head-to-head with Ming, and this is just such clean control in this fight. Bentley knows this staff there, knows the range on it, is able to play completely around it with the longsword here. Era on the run here, a clean parry from Achilles, man. Achilles at the start of this game absolutely killing things up here. Unfortunately, once he heads into the realm of Yang here, player 2 just cleaning him up. Bentley here on the backside, just getting juggled out here by the Akkas, able to hit that, gets the clean weapon swap here. Unfortunately, walks into the F, doesn't have the time to throw that extra Fruin out, and will find himself eliminated. Achilles on the backside here. This is where he gets eliminated from the lobby off the back of that parry. Mr. Bentley coming in here on Era will finally clean this up after trading ults. This was such a long fight between them. They were able to find full resets. Era was able to do some shopping, but Bentley just cleaned it there in the end. Player 14 inside the realm of Yang here with another clean Akko Soul onto the V2 with the follow-up on the claws. Doesn't care about the fact that you're able to land the ultimate. Says, I'm going to eliminate you right here before I even take the charm. Send it on out of here. The boys don't care, Tessa.
Absolutely insane finish here as Mr. Bentley ends up getting hit by player 14. It was such an insane finish, though, to be able to come through with this King Cobalt. This is the fight that we missed while the player 8 and 2 were fighting this out here in the middle of this fight. Oh, my goodness. The finish coming in from the dagger. Number 14 really was able to secure that dub. Beautiful parry to be able to work towards that, and is able to get the final hits, the final finish here, and secures the dub all the way to the very end. What a finish and a good game coming in from player 14 here. 7 eliminations, top dub, and obviously that's going to be a lot of points overall here. Just like I said, it's going to be really good overall, but man, oh man, that's what happens when you take that strike down. And look, the dagger is still a very important part of this game. Look at that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the fan very strong coming in, but the dagger, when you've got that assassin's lunge, it's just such a strong soul jade. As you take a look here, Justin moving into first place off of an incredible performance in this game, going up to a 40.2. Ming going to be taking second place, 33.2. No Rats TV moving into third, a 27.4. Talk about an upset of this leaderboard, Dobby. I mean, everybody moving around, and Chef of the Dead finally cooking it up, moving into that top 6. He just needs to hold on to it for 2 more games. Achilles here having a huge game as well, moving from the bottom of the leaderboard up into number 7, just within spitting distance, literally 0.1 points away from being in the top 6. Achilles playing a huge game on Zai here, kind of an off-meta hero pick as well. So Achilles, great job here in this game. Fish moving into 4th. I mean, man, though, it's just been completely upset from top to bottom, Dobby.
absolutely insane for the finish as well here. You love to see the momentum come through here, as a lot of these players really are obviously locked in, and some of these other players definitely need to start to wake up a little bit more as we're slowly closing in on our last couple of games for the opportunity to qualify. And obviously you definitely want to be in qualifying range if you want to see yourself not only getting that top prize, but a chance to fly out and come hang with us in China.
Well, speaking
Shanghai,
of flying
Chengdu.
out, Dami, we're about to fly out for a short break before we come back for game at number 5. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to be heading across to Holoroth. Welcome back to Astral Cup, my lovely Naraka fans. Before we jump into game number 5 in Holoroth here, we're going to take a look at the updated scoreboard here for you guys in just a second. It's going to come across your screen. Here we go. There we go. There's the proper scoreboard. It's Galbai in first with 40.2, Bai Chen with 33.2, 23.2. Casper holding on to 4th place here. 3rd place still chilling there at a 27.4. King Cobalt in 5th, and a Dodo at 6 with 16.2. We had a couple little errors there, but everything updated now. We're going to see Justin holding on to 7th place right now, unfortunately, as a Dodo moves into that 6th place. King Cobalt jumping higher on the leaderboard as well. And a very strong game number 4 as we get ready to head into game number 5. It's still anybody's game, Dobby. Any of these players could easily move straight on up into that 6th place position.
Oh, absolutely. Let's hope that they really do keep that same momentum and that energy. And let's hope we see some last minute, like, really pop-ins, like, towards the game, towards the end of these games. And still a lot of opportunities here to really make this happen. But 40 points up top definitely is starting to separate himself from the rest of the pack. And the same with Baishin with that 33.2. So let's see what happens. I'm hoping to really see a pop-off game coming in from Excellent Era. Maybe from Justin, because we know Justin was able to do well earlier in the beginning. So I'm really hoping to see some of our main players like really start to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pop-off day for a lot of these players, honestly. And again, 2 games to go, lots of opportunities for these players to really show off. And, you know, hopefully you guys watching here, if you recognize any of these names or you're curious, you can go look, find them in the community, go drop them a follow on Twitch, encourage them, let them know that we're going to keep being here playing the esports for Naraka. And even if they feel like they're not doing a great job today, they deserve a pat on the back. They're here and they're competing, and that says a lot, especially when it's 12 games back to back to back. You guys are doing an awesome job of keeping it together and bringing us some awesome Naraka from start to finish. You haven't burnt out. You got 2 games left to play. Make them count.
Morris has been so well to us, but now Holaroth is going to feed into our energy. It's been so good so far here, so let's see if that opportunity definitely does strike in these situations here. As we're going to lock this in, I'm excited to see how it all starts to conjure together. And so far, other than that, it's been pretty good. So let's see if that opportunity definitely does arise in many different situations. And let's hope that they really do put it down the way that, well, hopefully we see fit.
Here we go, Dobby, off to a strong start here. A lot of people going to Matama and Plumed Castle, and the fight's already breaking out. We're going to see most of the map this time around heading to the southwest side, as we're going to see player 11 here catch a wisp off and wants to just get away from this fight, looking for an armor to reswap into. King Cobalt and player number 9 trading blows here. Going to get a blue clank off of the fan onto the spear. Player number 9 going to take quite a bit of damage there from the fan, decides to back away here, playing on this target. G will try to come back up topside when they see Kin want to go for the pot. Unfortunately, aren't going to be able to find it. Come inside looking for an armor swap. Doesn't find one, as Kin keeping it moving here. Player number 9 goes back in and swaps back into the blue. He says, you know what? I'm not going to take this broken white armor. At least if I'm going to have an armor, it's going to be blue. We're going to see Kin coming up, going to cancel out of the pot animation here. Doesn't want to give Kin the advantage. Kin looking for the follow-up there, is able to just continue to chunk damage down here onto player 9. Does not want to give him an opportunity to find any sort of reset or swap, and is sticking to him as best as he can. Player 9 trying to break the ankles here, but they just unfortunately have the read on him. There's no place they can really go to. Thankfully, they're able to keep distance here. The grapple coming in from Kin. He's going to try to take control with the overhold, but Kin with the F will be able to just throw it back in his face. He finds the armor swap he's been looking for this entire time. Takes a little bit more chunk there from the fan, but not as much as he could have, and he's back topside yet again, still looking for the reset. He's almost able to get the pot off, but Kin catches up just in time, and they're going to keep trading here back and forth as number 9 slowly gets chunked down one tick at a time. Bolt comes in, the conversion. There's no place for player 9 to go. Kin just needs to wait it out, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. King Cobalt cleaning up his first elimination here and sending player 9 on target G back to the altar.
Even with that here, let's see if that reset definitely does come into play here in this amount of momentum. Is Solo and Achilles is going to go for the reset here. On each side, Scale Rush gonna try to see if maybe they can go upwards, but no, ends up going straight down, trying to push onwards. Nice Scale, trying to see if maybe they can hit it onto Achilles, but it's obviously not going to be enough. As now we're gonna go for that next stretch. Achilles trying to see if maybe they can time it as well. Goes for the Scale Rush, gonna try to see if he can climb up. Most likely probably wants to escape this place. Doesn't necessarily want to commit to fighting to this one on the inskirts here. Knowing that in reality, anybody can really join into this fight here and they don't really have range of sight in terms of where everyone else is. And that could be a very detriment to the game itself. So have to play it to the environment that you have. So let's see if that definitely does happen later on. But obviously they're definitely going to smooth this out for now. Maybe come back to it a little bit later. Or for that opportunity to really push through here. See if it starts to make sense.
I say Chef here off to a poor start. Unfortunately, this time around, looks like he got cooked up pretty early. Doesn't have a resurrection, no eliminations. It is still in white weapons and armor, so he's gonna have to head out and look for some decent loot. Player 11 here getting absolutely blitzed through, down to 1 HP, and a Dream forced to spend the ult. Gonna throw the Wisp out. Is able to connect on to player 8. Wants to try to capitalize on it, but can't. Will try to run through the ult. Must not be running the V3. Doesn't get the reset from it. Is able to avoid the Wisp there from player 8, but only gets that one up pot off. He's just trying to stay alive here. Wants to break some ankles. Player 8 has lost him. I don't know if this bush is the great idea. Player 8's liable to come check it. There it is. He's able to avoid the fan, but will not be able to avoid the grapple. Gonna take some chunk damage. He's locked down in the zone. No place to go. Just a little bit of HP. The Wisp goes free. Catches onto player 8. Player 11 is hoping against all hopes he's able to get away here, but without the Wisp, one range shot could tickle him, and he would go down. He is able to find the health pot, gets it off here, able to get the shield pot off, and will be able to find the full reset he's been looking for this entire time, Dobby.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely gonna be able to put this down here as Era ends up getting caught in a bad situation here. He's gonna have to force the back off here. Maybe go for the reshield as she does have some time to be able to pop this open. Oh, does get caught with the bubble. Goes for the Scale Rush, and Dodo's gonna try to see if they can push onwards right towards him. Excellent Era, not trying to fight this out. Doesn't want the smoke currently here. And is trying to see if maybe they can take the opportunity here just to go for the heal and the reset here. Nice maneuvers going back towards the inside here. It looks like the Scale Rush happening from somewhere. It looks like the grapple was able to connect off of them off the back. Heads right back up top, sees a doe. Looks like they have at least the time and the momentum as both of them are going to fight this out here. Beautiful time for her to do what she needs to. Now she just needs to go for the reheal. She could potentially come into this for a third party here. Could be a clean sweep for her. It could be a clean sweep for them if they do end up trying to take it out. As it looks like Era's going to be able to come through and continue to push onwards as the heals start to come through. Adodo's going to be able to push onto that same thing here. And let's see what happens as Era's putting in work, being the absolute bully in this game currently. Trying to see if they can push him into this corner. It looks like Casper is able to capture an elimination onto the feed here. Probably something we'll see in the replays a little bit later on as Era trying to see if they can do it. It's not a 2v1 situation. Both of them fighting to capture this elimination. Definitely does not want to let this one actually go away as the ulti, not the ulti, but the parry starts to connect on both sides. Both of them getting hit, and obviously the fourth party coming in from player 11 with the repeating crossbow, absolutely flooding the market and flooding the gates here. Meanwhile, it looks like Era's going to decide to back off this fight here, and Min just trying to see if they can get away in the best way possible. Not looking good for him as it looks like player 11 is going to steal the elimination away from Adodo. Adodo dangerously low now, gets absolutely destroyed by player 11. Player 11 trying to see if they can time this out. Both scaling on each side here. The grapple's trying to maneuver it, waiting for the ulti to try to use it and maybe try to catch him inside of the whirlpool as well. Nice hits on each side, going for the heal. The question is, does he have the time? No. As Adodo is going to try to see if they can maneuver right through it. Excellent Era still has yet to get a kill. So is Solo is able to get his kill as well onto Achilles, and it sounds like the Realm of Yang is deciding to come in as well. Beautiful time for that, and it's probably the last one of this map here. 13 players alive here. And let's see what's going on here as people are entering the Realm of Yang here for the opportunity to get this dub. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Adodo and Era still fighting this out here. Trying to see if they can time this out on every single space and situation here. Scale Rush to be able to connect it. Oh, Era with a beautiful parry here could be the shutdown that they needed here in this moment. Waiting for the parry to see if maybe they can connect it again. Low durability hits them very, very well here. Forces Era to go for the back off here. Doesn't really realize how it forces it off, and Era is able to successfully get the dub and the finish, gets the soul essence, and now it's a fight between him and the daggers here for the soul jades, and the daggers is able to do a whole lot, but so does those dual blades. Excellent Era is deciding to back off here. Does end up getting chased though by the grapple coming through from Min. That's not going to be able to fully go for it, and obviously the ulti is able to do a lot more as he does force the heal to come out here, and now so does the scale as Min actually loses out on the opportunity to scale rush right towards Era, and just like that, the grapple is able to give him a little bit more time to be able to retreat this out and go for the heal and the reset.
Yeah, Era still not quite able to get that full reset, being chased down here, just trying to use this dagger to his advantage, scale rushing as fast as possible here as we cut back to Casper, looking to trade here with Solo. Solo's still here in Matab, where he spawned in, still on blue armor and blue weapon as well, has not been able to find the come up that he really wants, is looking out for that scale rush, doesn't quite connect onto it. Casper heading at topside here, trying to play some mind games and catch him coming around the corner with that purple focus off of the R&B from the staff. Not quite there just yet. Casper going to use the staff to find a little bit of movement here, continuing to just keep things moving. Player 13 going to be showing up for the potential third party, and Casper deciding he doesn't want any part of that, is going to look to break away, but player 13 has decided to lock down onto Casper rather than Solo. Casper going to take quite a bit of damage there from those dual Hallies. Will go ahead and invest the F just to start looking for the reset as Casper continues to break away here on the staff. Going to use that sliding crouch into the uppercut there off of the staff for the extra movement as we cut over and take a look here. Player 14 with the Vermilion Bird's Might going head to head here with Ming. Will miss by a country mile the Akos F there as Ming starts to break away and is able to get a reset there, at least one shield pot off, but Ming in a bad situation, still on the back foot here. Player 14 with the Vermilion Bird's Might as well as the ultimate. Ming just breaking some damage down, tries to come in. There it is, the ult going to be invested here from player 14, the V2 onto Ming, going to do a lot of damage while player 14 finds some healing there from it. Player 3 here, Ming, still holding on, is going to invest the F, but player 14 catching him up there, needs to go for that V2 again. There it is able to get some healing. He's keeping the game alive here, but no V2 charges left remaining. He's got to clean up Ming here before the ult runs out. There it is, Ming gonna catch him with the juggle there. The carousel off of the blade, into the mini toothpick, into the re-carousel. No place to go as Ming cleans up the elimination. Player 14 with just a few seconds left remaining on that Vermilion Bird's Might, gonna be heading back to the soul altar.
Soul altar indeed here, and an unfortunate situation here is now we're going to try to see if maybe they can time this out even more and even better. Sometimes even with that, you still have to pace this out just a little bit better to be able to work towards it and even rotate it. Let's see if that momentum even does start to make sense here in a lot of different situations here. And obviously, even more so, you could still try to put this one together. Obviously, Era able to do a whole lot of reckoning and emotion to put this down and or together. Let's see if they can finish it and finalize it out. Obviously, the timing is only going to get better. See if they can keep that same momentum into it overall here is number 2. Trying to see if he can scale rush out of it. For some reason, he definitely does not want to fight this fight here. Even though he has that Yang depletion, you're going to have to fight there, buddy. You're going to have to fight. I don't know why you're running away. You're going to need to turn around and start getting into it. As it looks like they're going to try to scale rush this out and up. Definitely does not want to retreat and dip this out as much as possible here, even with the timing here. Still able to rotate this around and do what he needs to here, but let's see if they can figure this out towards the very end here. It looks like he's able to get away. But not for long.
I'm not sure what the strategy is there of player number 2. He is less than 60 seconds there on that Yang depletion as we turn over to Chef of the Dead. He's a little bit of an upgrade here. I'm not sure what color his armor is here, but because it's been completely stripped off, he does have that legendary spear, though. Unfortunately, misses the V2, so misses an opportunity to get some health back. Trying to break some ankles here, but the chase is just going to keep coming. And unfortunately, he's not even going to be able to find time to opt for the reset. The grapple grapples just keep coming in. Forced to use the V2 just for the movement as Casper comes out of the woodwork. He's able to land the F, but the damage reduction not going to last for too long. Trying to go into the staff here just to buy the extra movement, but the grapples keep coming. Chef, no place to go. On the bot side here, there's actually not a place to break away from the bottom on the backside. Casper puts him in the corner and says it's time to go to timeout. As we now turn back over to Excellent Air here, going head-to-head with player 13, Era. A little on the back foot here. No armor available to him as the third party comes in. He's going to feel forced to go ahead and pop that V2 here just to get that extra 2,000 HP for the duration of the ultimate so he can find a reset. And the threat is going to shove these other players away. Era's going to live to fight another day. The Thorny Roller coming through, going to break up the fight for a little bit. Player 13 trying to get inside the realm of Yang, and they will. And it's going to be player 13 going head-to-head with player 14.
Player 14 able to do exactly what they need to here. Starting finish here as 13 and 13 are going to be fighting this out inside the realm of Yang. They go absolutely airborne here. Well, it looks like 13 does. Whoa! 14 getting absolute height into this moment here, but doesn't end up getting hit all the way down towards the ground here. Both of them waiting for the parry strike to do. Defense coming in from 13, actually doing well just to be able to stop that momentum. F-Key starts to pull up. The same thing with the ulti here. And now here comes the Ghost and Fritz's Pass as he does end up getting the finish in the final. And 13 is able to successfully get the elimination. Me personally, I wouldn't allow that level of disrespect to happen. I'm just really surprised by how far that actually got. Because man, oh man, he absolutely dusted him in so much of a momentum. He barely had a chance to really do anything in these moments.
Dobby, all I'm going to mention in that moment is a show you did with the lovely Pooby from NA.
Oh, no. Listen. I still won some of those games. So it wasn't a complete blowout. Let's slow that down. It wasn't a whole complete blowout. You know what I'm saying? Plus, I'm going up against the world's greatest. Are you really gonna sit here and like, no? The man was the best of the best. Okay, it's unfair.
Kin Goldbolt here, gonna throw down the Tesla ultimate here. 13 trying to come in and break away. It looks like he's able to just in time here. This Mystic Might doing a lot of work from that 25% damage reduction while it ticks for the next 2 minutes. Era still trying to find some shots from up above with the bow here. Looking to do a little disrespecting of his own. Player 13 doesn't want any part of that. Comes up and says, look, I'm going to evict you from your perch if you're going to sit up here and play that way, Era. Era getting parried by player 13, but no way to follow it up as he falls to the bottom. Era feeling forced to use that F3 as the re-grapple comes through. And Era just trying to keep his game alive here as we see player 13 yet another parry with the re-juggle. No place for Era to go off of that. The drop's gonna buy him just enough time to get that super quick 0.9 charge off of the LMB and clean it up. Casper now here still in Matab, 3 eliminations and has not left this POI as he is able to find a reset here after taking a little bit of damage. Casper knows what he's doing here, knows the ins and out of Matab, and does not want to give this space up.
I mean, I wouldn't either, would you? I wouldn't want to give up this space so far. The space has been pretty good and very, very helpful. Even with that, trying to see if you could secure it as much as possible. I wouldn't want to secure. I would make sure I want to secure it as well. Let's see if they have the opportunity to do what they need to here inside of this space. Putting in a lot of time and a lot of effort. See if they can work towards this. Trying to see if they can hit it with the pistol. Need a musket in this moment there, buddy. Now that you could use definitely for the pistol. Definitely have to be able to walk out towards this one as number 14 pushes onwards to number 13 as Mine trying to go for the retreat, trying to dip out as much as possible, does not want to fight this. And it looks like he's forced to fight this anyway as 14 gives him no other choice. Knights hits off the backstretch. The musket shot is going to be able to connect it off the back, and then 14 is able to get the finish towards the very end of that. Meanwhile, within the same look and the same boat, still was able to find the next stage of this request, trying to see if they can pull it out and go for the same momentum.
Player 14 here on the backside. That Purple Dagger going to do just a little bit of shopping here. Currently sitting on a 4-3-2 in terms of resources, but most notably, he's got that legendary great sword chilling in the back pocket, ready to pull it out on a moment's notice. Sin Solo over here going to grab a bounty onto another player, but needs to be careful as there's a bounty looming over his head as well. So looking to hold on to this strong position just to the edge of zone as we cut back to player number 2 here with the staff. Going to use the bell, looking for a couple of these players. Looks like there are some nearby. 14, 13 going head to head here inside the very bottom of Matab. We've seen a lot of fights break out here. Going to go for the F there, trying to turn it into this. Takeda not having any of it, is going to go ahead and pop that ultimate. Looks to capitalize with the Furin, but player 14 not having burnt their ultimate yet, wants to get away from this, doesn't want to have to deal with the Takeda while they're in ultimate. He will catch the Furin though and drop him into the charge RMB. Another player coming in with the pistol, and player 13 is hungry. He wants this elimination. Will he invest the Furin to get it? He does. He's going to clean it up, but he needs to be careful. He's got one Furin left, and Solo here trying to come in and capitalize on the chaos, decides to back away. Player 13 able to get a lot of loot off of that body, able to end the ultimate early and maintain some of that rage, as well as getting the huge soul bloom there. He's going to be sitting at 58%. That ult going to be coming back online sooner than Solo might think.
Insane momentum here coming in from number 13. 5 eliminations deep into this game so far here. I mean, look, this place looks like a resort sometimes when I look at it. Sometimes I think this could be like a huge like resort type look, and then I'm like, wait, this is Naraka, my bad. Sorry, thinking too deep into vacation. Anyway, even towards this one here, number 13 able to scare rushes all the way up top. Number 7 down below. It looks like there is going to be a player nearby here as well. So far, the momentum with some of these players has been pretty consistent. Number 2, number 8, number 13. What do you think some of these players need to do that's down at the bottom if they really want to see themselves in that top slot, or at least qualifying?
I mean, realistically, you just need to have one good game. You need about 5 or 6 eliminations, and either first through 6, and you could easily find yourself moving up into that top 6 situation, given the fact that there's not really been a super dominant player who's just kind of rinsing lobbies here today in our final 6 games. So a lot of these players have opportunities to, you know, move up. Our first player, who was doing extremely well, had 2 big games back to back, and then has kind of been eliminated early in every lobby. It goes to show how tight the skill level is between these players. And like we said earlier today in chat, and of course here on the broadcast as well, one good game is what really separates you from the top 6 in this leaderboard. It's not like a finals type situation where you're looking to try to skyrocket to the very tippity top. Everybody's points are going to get reset heading into the grand finals next weekend. So realistically here for these players, they just need to make the most of a single game to guarantee that they're in that top 6 heading into the very end of the day.
Let's see if they're able to really push this off towards the very end as well. So I have a little bit more time here, but they're going to have to commit to, especially to one of these games, if they're really going to see it all the way to the top. As player number 2 actually gets decimated by a lot of his shield here, forcing the back off this, goes for the shield, finds King Cobalt on the other side of this wall, goes right back towards the scale rush, down the hole, goes around the left corner, and now is immediately getting followed. King Cobra goes through with a nice simple scale rush. Scale rushes again and go up top just to try to keep the maneuvering just going as well towards this. I don't think King Cobalt's going to continue to fight that and push and race towards that fight. Looks like he's going to go back and go for some quick shield here. Realizes that most likely hears him from up top here. And it looks like number 2 might be on the defense. Not on the fence, the offense. I'd start to get it potentially a little bit aggressive inside of this circle here of number 4. Goes for the find here. At least is able to get a nice reset. Now it's just all about timing. 5 players are left still in this game. But really decent overall here. Let's see if they're able to keep that same momentum pushing through towards the very end here.
And we are in a top 5 situation. It is zone 5, but it will be collapsing on zone 6 in the next 46 seconds here. And of course, it's going to push just to the outside here of this building in Matab. So a lot of these players are going to be forced to the very edge of that building, which will still be inside the zone. But there are a lot of situations for players to maintain some verticality, a lot of different little rooms that they can get in as well. So a lot of action going to slow down here, likely till the zone forces them together. Casper sitting topside playing King of the Hill here, trying to maintain that space with the fan, just throwing it out in case some players look to come up. There we go. It's going to be player number 2 who's going to try to dethrone Casper from the top of the hill here. He's not going to find what he's looking for here. Casper will jump down. So player 2 more than happy to move in here and just start to pick up some of these resources. Casper going to come topside here and just move across the map. Decides he wants to be on the backside. And man, he not only does he launch himself, he sends himself into next week. He says, I'm going to go ahead and get right on out of here because that zone's about to push in, and we're going to lose this space anyway. Player number 2 going to be forced off by that zone tick here and is going to drop all the way to the bottom to the shop. Wants to do a little last-minute shopping before things come to an end here, and that shop's not going to be in the zone anymore. Also going to invest that F there to save some of those resources. It's currently sitting on 4-5-2 with the ult available, and that bubble going to be coming back in the next 6 seconds, Dobby.
See if they have the time and the opportunity to do exactly what he needs to here. It's been a lot of time really being able to angle this out just as well as it needs to here. See if they take that time to realize it. Because overall and over time, things are definitely going to be put to the test here. See if they can keep that same energy overall here as Casper, just waiting for the opportunity for somebody to strike here. Trying to see if anybody's going to push forward. They said, I want you to try, sir. Come through. See what's up. See what's good on this side of the planet, huh? We're going to take our time to see exactly where this next set of momentum is going to come from here. Love to see it here. Number 2 is going to be able to close this one out here just as closely as need be. Ooh, nice pistol shot just for the fallback, though. He does have that gold shield on him, though, so he definitely doesn't want to really lose out on that. I love how they're both on each hill, and then Solo is just in the center. Both of them on each side of their own little respective mountains and rocks, and Solo's just down low. Like, yeah, I'm gonna just wait till y'all come down. Y'all go. What comes up must come down, as they say. You know.
Yeah, Solo just vibing down here. He's in a really strong position as well, as we are zone 6 collapsing on to zone 7. It's going to force everybody out of that building, though, so Solo needs to be careful about how he approaches these guys. Of course, being on the fat side of where the zone's collapsing, have a little bit more time just to maintain that top position, get a little bit more information. Solo going to be forced out now by the zone collapse here as these 3 players try to play for King of the Hill. It looks like these buttery rocks on the edge might just barely be inside this one little space. Maybe here in the 7th and a final zone. This is quite the interesting final zone. I don't think we've seen one like this in a long time. Casper holding onto the space is finally going to drop down to the bottom, looking for a space to take a reset. There's so much verticality in this final zone. Kin Cobalt trading blows topside here with player 13 as they just fight on the edge of the zone. More than happy to keep damaging each other like that. Oh my goodness. The Tessa ult coming in onto player 13. He's forced to throw the Furin around just to get around the corner and find a little bit of a reset. He's got 1 Furin left in the tank, and he doesn't look like anybody's actually going to come stop him. Kin's going to come down to the bottom and find a fresh blue armor as well. Gets that clean armor swap for himself. Unfortunately, he's already used 1 charge of the ultimate. He's got 1 more left. And this is going to be a very tight, difficult terrain for him to land this final ultimate in these final moments. Zone 7 about to start closing here in the next 8 seconds. And this is going to be it. Top 4 situation for these players. No real place for them to go, except the side of this cliff. It's time for those cliff gamers to come out and show us how they move on this difficult terrain, how they take these fights and are able to survive. Casper trying to sit topside, looking for those grapple opportunities just to stay away from the fight, as he is playing the zipping, that healer. He just doesn't want to have to deal with anybody else. Solo trying to find a similar situation as well here, but he is on that target. He's not going to be able to heal it out. He's going to have to look for the damage. Casper going to catch him in that charged R&B off the staff. Casper going to eat a huge lick from that legendary pole sword as he gets sent flying, and Casper is going to get eliminated. No way to come back from that. The zone check absolutely huge. King Cobalt with that Tessel here lands it. There's nothing player 13 can do about it. He's just going to be forced to take all of that ult tick. He tries to get one more scale rush up. He doesn't find it, and King Cobalt finds two in the end, but Solo will be the last remaining player alive, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, what a closeout to the game, Dobby.
What an absolute fine all the way towards the very end here. Beautiful shutout game, and a little bit surprising though, especially with how that ending was realistically going to go. I thought it was going to be an absolute bloodbath, just because like it was so time constricted. It was so everybody wasn't necessarily trying to fight as much as possible. I thought it would be a lot more explosive than that, but other than that, it was still a really good fight nonetheless. Meanwhile, Era, as we look back at the replays of this game here, player 14 and Mine trying to fight this out, tries to go for the juggle, is able to successfully get it just a little bit more here, but the timing of each strike, it just gets a little bit better, is able to secure that kill. Meanwhile, in the Realm of Yang, there were some good Realm of Yang fights. Some were absolute shutouts and blowouts, like this one right here. The absolute devastation coming through from player 13 here. I mean, just gives him so many issues and problems. Doesn't even give him the opportunity here realistically to try to maneuver. Meanwhile, Era gets caught with the parry, the shutout. 13 just doing what he does best, man. 13 really was the MVP of this game.
Yeah, 13 played one heck of a game here, quite honestly. He's going to have a ton of eliminations under his belt. That was his fifth there. Unfortunately, he doesn't make it quite as deep as he wants to go here. King Cobalt able to clean up so many of those eliminations and keep 13 from getting them as well. That huge Tessel here, right, that just denies him that scale rush that could have potentially cleaned up Solo there, and it also was able to get him the kill on Casper and deny it from player 13 as well. We're going to take a look now at the leaderboard here. Gal Bai with a 43.7, Bai Chen with a 39.7, Casper still holding on to that third place with a 32.8, and King Cobalt moving up into that sixth place with 27 points. A huge game for them. Unfortunately, Zhao moving down from third place into fifth is still holding out at 27.4, a 0-point game for him. And Justin sitting in fourth place at a 30.3. It's still anybody's games, ladies and gentlemen. We have a sixth and final game coming at you guys here soon. But before that, we will be jumping to one more break. I promise this is going to be the last one. And when we come back, we're going to figure out who the six players are that are going to be moving on to the grand finals next weekend.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for Naraka Bladepoint for the Astral Cup. I am your host and caster, Ambush King, and I'm accompanied by the birthday man himself, my main man, Roadkeeper TV. I was about to get ready for lock-in for the sixth and final game of the night for our solos. The games have been so good thus far. The action has been very, very high. But now, it's time to either put up or shut up. It's time to either put up or shut up. Now is the time for you to put in all of that work, all that grind, all that effort, all that energy into this final game, especially those people that are in like second, third place. They have a chance. They just need one good game, good set of kills, a top place finish. They could take over and get this dub. They just need to lock it in. Can we get the standings for the players right now? Can we get the player standings just so people know exactly how close this game is so far? Just to show y'all what's been going on right now, okay? Listen to this. Look at this deficit between first and second place. Look at the deficit between first and fourth. That's not too big of a jump. That's 13 points.
Well,
all you need realistically is
here
5 points and a first place finish for you to take that top slot. And that's if first place does not go crazy with eliminations, and the same with 2 and 3.
Well, here's the thing. You got to remember, it's all about just being in top 6, baby, right? We're realistically looking at that 5th and 6th place position. They're going to be fighting this game to maintain their position in the top 6, and 7th and 8th are going to be looking to find that pop-off game they've been looking for all day so that they can dethrone that 6th and 5th place and move into the top 6. Because after this, if you're not in that top 6, unfortunately, you're going home. You're not moving on to the grand finals next weekend. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This has been our 2 qualifying weekends. And next weekend, you don't want to miss out on that action Saturday and Sunday. We're going to be here for trios on Saturday. We're going to be here for solos on Sunday. And we're going to figure out who we're sending on over to Changdon to watch the World Cup here with all of the casters as well. Adodo here, they'll be taking a huge hit as we go ahead and start things off here in Shipwreck. That pole sword coming in from Excellent Era, doing a big chunk to Adodo, but Adodo immediately going to find the reset and keep things moving. Era trying to come back in, will find the double hit off of that pole sword, finds another clean hitter. Adodo feeling forced to use that F already. Will go back in for the armor swap to turn things onto Era with that charged R&B here off of these dual halberds, and wants to keep it going. Era just looking for the opportunity to catch him off guard. Going to be swapping over to those dual blades and moving away here as we turn to Ken Cobalt, our winner from our last game here, who just picks up his first elimination. He has that ultimate. He still has 1 Furin left in the tank here. Will turn it on to Casper with the mini meter dump there from the nunchucks. He's got those Furin's back. He's able to find those fireflies, and this is huge here for Ken Cobalt as he starts to do a lot of damage to Casper. Casper looking to get the re-wisp, but Ken has those Furins available. We'll just shove Casper away. Casper trying to take the one in the ult, but Ken says, nah, man, not only am I the better player, I know what I'm doing. I prioritize getting that firefly, got those Furins back online. You can go ahead and head back to the soul altar.
Absolutely insane here. Really able to solidify that moment here as he does end up getting hit here. And now he is caught. Now he is trapped as Chef in the kitchen. Gonna try to see if he can do it. He ends up getting stunned by the Thriller Night. Meanwhile, player number 2 trying to see if maybe they can rotate this over as well. Trying to get away from it, though. Nice timing to try to see if maybe they can put it together. As Adodo in a different situation here, currently in the middle of his fight, trying to close in this gap as much as possible. Adodo able to continue on with what's been happening. Ooh, 13 trying to close in this gap. Oh no, and he ends up catching him. Oh no, he's also gonna catch him in the Thriller dance too. Doom, 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 doom. Oh wait, he actually ends up hitting him with dual halberds, giving him the opportunity here maybe for the separation. Oh no, and it's not enough as 13 absolutely decimates him with the pole sword. Gets the finish and says, see you later, buddy. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness, love to see it. Coming in 13 here with another clean game, 2 eliminations, under their belt already here before zone 2. We've got 30 seconds before zone 1 starts to collapse. And as soon as we get that full collapse onto zone 2, we're going to see that first set of Realms of Yang coming forward. And these are going to be some important ones because it is the 6th and final game of the night. Turning now to player number 8, going down onto the chase here for player number 2. Player number 2 able to turn things around there with the scale rush into the juggle. Unfortunately, the terrain gonna clutch it out a little bit, but he's able to recover with a jump parry here onto player number 8 with the swap into the pole sword. Player 8 here on Matari gonna use that flutter step just to get away here. Tries to find a reset, is able to get one off. Player 2 sees him in their sights though, and is gonna keep this chase coming. Unfortunately, player 8 here doesn't quite have that ultimate yet, and luckily for them, we're going to see a couple of players show up for the third party and give them the opportunity to step away from that situation. Player 2 has to turn their attention here onto player number 11 on the backside there. We will see them hit that stone form. They're not going to go back into it. Player 2 still just looking for some loot. Unfortunately, sitting on 0 grapples, 1, 2, and 4 in terms of other resources. They have to be so careful how they play this out. Finding yourself in a bad situation with no grapples is every Naraka player's worst nightmare, and there are none to be found right now. Player 2 gonna take a scale rush, followed up by a bow shot here, able to find another armor, chilling there, trying to back away. Again, still no grapples for themselves. Mr. Bentley coming up will eat the scale rush there from player number 2, as they just have to try to keep it moving here because they cannot afford to take a fight without those grapples. That's how essential they are to the combat in Naraka. Not only are they a movement tool, they are most certainly a combat tool as well. King Cobalt going to be stepping through the middle here, not able to find anything. Player 8 yet again on the receiving end of some huge damage from a pole sword, trying to keep it moving with the dagger, using those scale rushes to get away. But player 2 has found some grapples and they're back for revenge. The pole sword coming through yet again. Player 8 taking a ton of damage. The backstab coming through, doesn't matter. Player 2's got this on lock, ladies and gentlemen. They finally No! Oh my goodness. Okay, they almost had that elimination taken away by them from the cannon there, but they were able to clean it up. Player 2 finally, after finding some grapples, is able to come back in and clutch out that elimination there onto player number 8.
Absolutely insane to be able to rotate towards this as well. As Cobalt going to try to push this in. Mr. Bentley trying to capture a little bit more of a closer side here, as he does end up losing his shield here. And now it's going to be a problem for him here, as Cobalt might have the opportunity here to capture this space. Oh no, and he actually ends up catching them inside of their ulti here, trying to see if they can dip out and get away. Question is, do they have the time to? Looks like they might have been lucky. Definitely would have been tough space to find that opportunity and that momentum here, as Mr. Bentley's going to decide to dip out of here. 14 players still alive here, as it's only the Circle 1 Shadow Corruption spreading. Number 14 just trying to dip out dangerously low. Doesn't want to get eliminated this early into this game. The final game. Meanwhile, Adodo is fighting Excellent Era in the middle of a fight, and Achilles is fighting Min9. Curious to see if we can go to the Excellent Era fight currently here, as they're currently down at least in the bottom. So let's hopefully they can really start to put this away, as Dodo and them is still fighting, and so is Chef. It looks like it could be the third party coming in, as Achilles is able to actually get an elimination onto Narat's TV. So much happening on the feed here, and now the Realm of Yang starting to come in at such a good time.
Yeah, we're going to see Mr. Bentley going head-to-head here with Casper. I think this is going to be our first look at Casper inside the Realm of Yang all day. Bentley going airborne here with the staff, trying to catch him out there on the blue charged R&B off the staff. Not quite able to find it. Casper looking to trade staff for staff here. They're going to clank off of each other midair. Goes for the jabbing. Doesn't quite get the directional there onto Casper. Casper going for the jump parry. Both of them trying to get the read. Jump parry for jump parry. Parry whiff for parry whiff. Who's going to start it off? Bentley going to use the F to go in. Will move away from the parry twice. Casper into the parry whiff, and now we're going to see Bentley find a little bit of value there. Casper, though, gonna find a ton of value off the back of that whistle with the uppercut. There we go, the ult being invested here. by Mr. Bentley. Casper coming back in with the wisp will be able to break away from the Soul. Bentley, no place to go. It's put into the edge of that sandstorm, and you can hear Duran going because Casper walks away victorious.
What a victorious win indeed here from this moment here, as Dodo looks like he was fighting this earlier with Achilles. Looks like now he's going to try to find any type of shield. It could be potentially anything better, as Cobalt fighting this out with player 14 now starting to back this off, as player 8 is also nearby as well. Could potentially start to fight this as well. It looks like they're going to, as a dagger starts to connect onto him as well here. It looks like it actually destroyed some of his heals. Meanwhile, Cobalt and Mr. Bentley fighting this out as well. Immediately calls out the F key and now starts to juggle him as well inside of these bushes here, making it harder for him to do what he needs to as the Fox comes out. Nice block and a dodge coming in from Cobalt, as now he's going to start to rotate this around. Definitely does not want to get caught in bad situation, as the grapple takes him a little bit further out of the scale, and out of which way, don't necessarily know, but I don't think that Mr. Bentley will be following through with that, trying to see if they can help secure that kill.
We're going to turn it now to Excellent Era topside here with that Vermilion Birdsmite here on Justina. Era known for being a Justina main here. Their first game on Justina didn't pan out the way they wanted it to, so they're definitely looking to have a good performance here. That's why they saved this second pick onto this hero here for the final game. They want to save their best for last. They're looking to give that chase here, trying to lock down this Yueshon's position. There it is. They're able to find it. They know they don't have the armor, and Arrow wants to give chase. Unfortunately, will miss where they are headed. They do finally see them, and they also see Casper here. Both of these players with that Vermilion Birds might be going head to head. Era trying to pop the bell there to get a little bit of information. Is actually going to get grappled down into the gorge. Going to come topside with the dagger, keeping things moving here. The bunny girl Justina with those sweet cosmetics, able to get a couple of hits off there and keep their game going. 56 seconds left remaining on this Vermilion Birdsmite. They are going to want to find a fight as soon as they possibly can. Player 2 here going to lose that armor. The chase continuing to come in from Mr. Bentley, as we have entered one of our favorite stages in the game, Dobby, what we love to call Fight Club inside Celestra on Morris Isle. Player 2 just looking for that opportunity for a reset, trying to break ankles, but it's hard when you got a bounty lockdown on your head. Era here again, the couple seconds, 27 remaining on this Vermilion Birdsmite, just trying to find a way into a fight, much less to win one. Wants to make the most of it. He's got that one elimination from the Yang, but unfortunately hasn't been able to find an in. Is going to be forced to use that Frost Shell to get away from the V2 there, from the Tiger Pounce. Is able to avoid it, just keeping things going. 5 seconds left remaining. That Vermilion Birdsmite going to tick away here for Era, and now just like all these other players in Celestra, everything's on the line for him.
Absolutely insane to see where the strike is, as Era is going to try to see if maybe he can dip out of here. Nice little dodge, but it's not going to be enough here, as he does end up getting grappled towards that. There's so many people inside of the circle here. This is a dangerous place to be if you are low on HP or low on heals, as Achilles is fighting this out with Mr. Bentley, trying to get the scale to come through. Nice hits though, but it pushes him forward to get him out of that stretch. Not looking good, as Achilles needs to be as far away as possible, but he does end up getting the strike, but it's not far enough, as Achilles is going to have the opportunity to dip out. He's dangerously low, most likely 10 HP, and I think a lot of people smell the blood very close by here. Sees the opportunity. There's at least 3 to 4 players. Achilles needs to dip, duck, dive, and dodge if he has the opportunity maybe to win this fight, or at least be able to get away, but it's not going to be enough, as Achilles ends up getting eliminated by, it looks like that's going to be player 14, at least I think so, as a Dodo decides to reap the rewards here. It was from 14, as Casper actually comes through here, trying to see if he can get some hits and a little bit of defense, as 14 decides to scale rush that and backs off. That's their 3rd elimination into this game. Doesn't have to force anything if they don't need to currently here, as they're going to play it a little bit more slower, but seeing as though there's a lot of people that are fighting here, this could end in a very big bloodbath. Meanwhile, Mr. Bentley's shield ends up getting destroyed here, and Era still trying to find a safe space to be able to dip out and maybe get some heals. And it looks like they might have had the opportunity to.
Dobby, am I the only one who wants some more environmental traps like the water wheel there? I love that thing so much.
We need more of that.
Right, absolutely. You know, we got a little preview very recently over on the Twitter and on Steam of the third map. I'm super happy they're finally showing that off. I got to see it in January and had to be lips zipped all year long. And man, I'm really hoping we get to see some more of those environmental traps when we can get that third map to drop. As we take a look here, Player 2 in a Dodo getting ready to go head-to-head inside the realm of Yang. A Dodo here on the Tesla, still blue armor, but that purple fan going to go airborne. Both players looking to find that opportunity. A Dodo going for the bow shots, hasn't found any value off of it yet, still holding out here on that charged R&B into the left, doesn't find anything, will take that pole sword hit, mistimes the parry, is going to be forced to use the F to get away from the huge damage from that pole sword, will catch the charged LB off of the fan, into the fan, coming back in, going to use the pillar to get away, time to go up pillar side here, some bow shots coming in, oh my goodness, this is going to be huge, there's nothing this Varia can do to get away from it, they can knock a Dodo away for a couple of seconds, they're going to take a ton of damage though, forced to come out of the mech just to have a hope of staying alive here. A Dodo though unfortunately doesn't have the follow-up ult here. They are down to complete zero, so now it is just going to come down to the neutral game here. They do have their F back up off the cooldown. If they can catch them out with the F, this could be it. There it is, the F cleaning up. They just need to find the follow-up. There it is. A Dodo will pick up an elimination in the realm of Yang. Gonna get some huge upgrades here into purple armor and a legendary weapon as well. A Dodo super happy about that turn of events as we cut back to player 14 here in the no ult zone. No armor, half HP. Casper trying to capitalize here. Player 14 threatening to go for the pot. Casper though will take the read, is able to catch control of the neutral. 14 forced into that ice shell just to stay alive. If they can catch it, there it is, the uppercut. They don't find it onto Casper. Casper just needs a clank, but 14 gets the read. Unfortunately, it's not good enough. Casper finds the tap dodge, finds control of the neutral one last time, and comes out on top.
Absolutely insane to find that out all the way to the very end here. You love to see that momentum really do come through here towards the very end. And unfortunately, they wasn't able to secure that though, but still was able to do what they need to though, to be able to clutch that. What a final push. And now look, Rez, we're going to be able to so put this one as well. On to the next one though. As it looks like number 2 trying to see if they can push this one up, scaling onto Excellent Era. It looks like it's going to be rotating around this building, just catching a vibe. Oh, man. Nice reach around to try to see if maybe they can find out if there's any type of place to go to. Trying to scale rush outside of the building here. Definitely does not want to fight this. He has a bigger weapon, so it is a little bit harder for him to try to gather those hits. Meanwhile, that fast fan definitely gets a little bit more hectic here. It looks like they were able to put that one together all the way towards the very end. Beautiful find, beautiful push. Beautiful space to make that one work as well. Does exactly what they need to here. And now number 2, definitely going back and forth here. Definitely isn't trying to fully commit to certain fights. Definitely pacing this kind of back and forth, but also seeing like where this goes as well. Whole lot of momentum happening with some of these fights there. Still working through it towards the very end here.
Ming here, by the way, I want to talk about this. Ming is one of those players that is in that 7th and 8th position and has the potential to move up into the top 6. They have 4 eliminations for themselves here in game 6 in a top 5 situation. If they can find another elimination and go into top 3, they very well may be able to dethrone somebody and move into the top 6 to qualify for those grand finals here next weekend. Casper here and going head to head here with player number 2. Player 2 able to find a single pot, not able to find the full reset though. Casper with the pistol going to connect a couple of shots as Ming shows up looking for the elimination. The pillar down in the middle. Casper going to back away here. Let the chase continue as the rest of the lobby turns their attention there. Casper going to back off here and just create some space for himself. Looks for a repair on the weapon as well. Player 9 going to take quite a bit of damage there from those Faria mecha guns, and then it looks for a reset down below, decides to not go in. Oh my goodness, that shot going to connect onto the wall. Player 9 just barely able to get away. Now player 2, they do have a full reset in terms of armor and HP. Unfortunately, the whole lobby knows they are without that ultimate, and it leaves them in an extremely vulnerable state here. So all eyes going to be on player 2. They're trying to come down and turn that attention onto player number 9 by getting them low. Player number 9 will have their armor shredded off. Oh my goodness, a huge parry though into the full riposte. Player 2 now without ultimate, out without armor, just a tick of HP left, and it's going to be Era who's able to slide in and clean up that elimination there. And these are now a top 4 situation. Era here on Justina with those 3 eliminations, keeping it moving, looking to make it 4 as player number 9 goes extremely low. Casper looking for that elimination as well. Everybody giving chase here. We're going to see a charge LMB coming in off the screen from a dagger, doing a ton of damage. Casper still looking for player number 9. Era going to come around the corner, decides they do not want to eat that zone tick, is going to go back topside and continue to look for it. The scale rush off of the tree, going up, seeing if they can use that bell to get some information. Misses the shot, unfortunately. Misses the jump LMB as well. There we go. The bell going to come into play. Era going to have eyes on Casper and player number 9 at the same time. Not sure who they really want to turn on. Casper going to go inside this building. There's no out except that door. They will use the scale rush there on the dagger to get away. It is still a top 4 situation. 60 seconds until zone 4 starts to collapse onto zone 5.
Absolutely insane just to be able to piece this one together here. Trying to stunt the growth here as player 9 is going to be able to go for the rotation here. Does a really good job overall. It's got dual circles, velocity untold, 2 attack soul jade number 2s, 1 melee resist soul jade, and dual circles. Interesting loadout here, especially with the dual circles as well. Is able to find a fresh purple to his name as well. Trying to see if they can pinpoint the next hits as well. So far, they've done a fantastic job of it. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum pushing all the way to the very, very end of this. So far, these games have been very, very good. And we've been fortunate enough to cast it so far here, as next week will be the finals for both the solos and the trios. And each of these people have a chance at winning some money on top of a trip to China to watch J-Cup live from Chengdu, China. I'm excited. I'm excited. We fly out in less than like 9 days. Can you believe that?
Yeah. We're going to finish casting up Astral Cup, and then you and me are going to be packing our bags and heading straight on out here. But our top 4, ladies and gentlemen, Ming, Casper, excellent Era, and a player number 9. Era sitting over here on the box, but it looks like Ming was the player who was able to slide in and secure that legendary set of armor. And again, Ming very, very close to qualifying, has 4 eliminations under their belt. They're in a top 4 situation. 1 more elimination in top 3 might just be enough to move them into top 6 so that they qualify for those grand finals next weekend. And boy, is he stacked. Look at this. Razor Swift, 3 legendary weapons. Taking a look over at Axel and Era here. All purple, stamina strike, jabbing, Overlord. Unfortunately, no staff to go with that jabbing, so just going to be using it for the stat stick there. And they do have the stamina strike there for the katana, but favoring those dual halberds. Let's take a look at player number 9 with that legendary pole sword here, looking to clean some stuff up. Phoenix Blast in the back pocket. Juggernaut, unfortunately, no eliminations for that Juggernaut, and Phoenix Blast, no longsword to go along with it. These are some truly great soul jades for our boy player number 9 here. Unfortunately, just doesn't have the tools to capitalize on them, and sometimes that's the way it goes. Taking a look back at Casper, that Heartstopper kick here, Blue Moon, long handle weapon slap, Nether Step, He's got that purple staff and that purple katana. Warrior Pace and Infernal Slash as well. Unfortunately, no great sword to be able to capitalize on that. Actually, probably one of my favorite Soul Jades. Infernal Slash is so good if you catch people off guard with that 2-stage charge. You just go into the overhold. They go for the parry wisp, expecting you to go for something like the 0.9 or just to throw it out, and you don't make it. Huge when you catch somebody with that. The fire tick does so much damage, but things are going to slow down here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a top 4 situation. Nobody wants to commit to that fight because they know the third party going to be coming in. Bow shots coming down onto Ming. Low durability on this white bow here. Unfortunately, player 9 not able to find any value out of it. Going to be using that repair kit, going down to 3. Needs to be careful about how he's throwing these arrows out. He doesn't have that many repair kits in the back pocket here. Ming can approach as well, looking to land some bow shots. Neither of them able to connect it just yet. Ming more than happy to commit to it if he wants to keep throwing those bow shots. Says, look, I'm not going to let you sit here and take those at me and disrespect my name. Finally, a bow shot landed here by player 9. Unfortunately for him, it is a white bow. It's not going to be a lot of damage. It's going to be one little tick there off of that golden armor, and Ming just going to keep it moving here. Ladies and gentlemen, Era moving towards the backside here. Ming able to find a position to get that reset off of the pot. Era around the backside as well. Casper looking to collapse onto them. And we will see Era just going to move down to the side of the cliff here. Era also in that position to be able to move into that top 6 and maintain a space there to get the qualification. Oh my goodness, Ming going to come in though. A massive bow shot with a follow-up there off of the fan. Going to rip through the armor of Excellent Era, and the lobby smells blood in the water, Dobby.
Blood in the water, absolutely here, as they're going to be able to push in and push out. As Excellent Era is going to try to close in this gap little by little, trying to see if they can find the time to pop the shield, as it looks like they will have that time to. And it looks like they do have that availability to. Low durability on this bow. Oh, beautiful parry. It looks like the reset from the Tumult coming in very helpfully as well here. Trying not to get caught up as Casper is going to get hit. Insane parry coming through, though, from player number 9. It's not looking good for him, though, as he does end up getting juggled and out of the space. Oh, lands right on it, though, but he misses the bow opportunity to connect that, though, as everybody else is going to be around it inside of the bush here, trying to see if they can connect, but sadly isn't able to. Able to dodge the movement and the speed of the pole sword as much as possible, just trying to get away from it. Meanwhile, no durability. Still, he's gonna have to go for the heal. Definitely gives him a free chance to. He does have two heals on himself. As it looks like he's gonna decide to repair it. Min comes in at a decent time here, waiting for the parry. It's unable to show it. And now Era, even on the backstretch, rotating, trying not to get hit. Oh, beautiful shot to connect that onto Casper. This is the next shot, though. He has to take that really, really slow for that opportunity. Meanwhile, Scare Rush comes right back out. Min ends up hitting them while they were moving out of the space. Casper able to push in, trying to see if maybe they can hit him with the Q, but it's not enough, though. And now, Era, same bow here, trying to capture it in the next space here, holding on as long as possible. Min doing the rotation the way that they do best here, even in these moments and even in these circles, trying to take their time here as a dual Hellbird starts to connect, but the Bubbles is able to separate it from the fight. 40 seconds left on this spread, as things are definitely about to get a little bit more hasty, even with everything that's been going on. Let's see if they're going to be able to find out the next space towards this one here. You love to see it.
Ming able to do a ton of damage to Casper there, but then getting sent into the zone by Era. Era following it up here. Ming needs to be very careful. He might feel forced to use that V2. He's low. The lobby smells blood. He's got to figure out what he's doing. 8 seconds till final zone starts to come in. Able to get that fire tick damage there on to one of the players as he knocks him into the zone with the Assault Smolder. Era trying to get a reset. Will find the pot here as everybody's attention has turned on to Ming. Unfortunately, Ming just gets gets put in the blender by player number 9 and Casper capitalizes and picks up the elimination. We're down to your top 3. Casper versus Era versus player number 9. Era coming in with that charged R&B off the dual halberds, able to catch a ton of damage onto Casper. Casper forced outside there. It's got to come back into his own ultimate. There we go. A massive whisk caught onto Era. Era, no ultimate, needs to just come in and find anything he can and walks into the claws, the clutches, the teeth of player number 9. Casper, so much health. Oh my goodness, he's not able to finish it out. He dies while he has Casper in the maw of the tiger, and Casper just able to stay alive as Akos goes down. Casper comes out with another clean clutch up in game number 6.
Eye of the
Oh my God,
tiger. Clearly, as Akos was able to help secure that one and close that out just a little bit more. It looks like Kin was able to actually complete that one with Casper. That was his first one. As we saw from earlier, even within that fight, though, I mean, all of these players really did try to hold on for as long as possible, all the way to the very end. We were seeing some early eliminations and early wins during our first 2 or 3 games, but then people really started to sit into the mindset that it's time to grind and it's time to work. And that's what we've seen when it comes to certain things here. And that's what I mean. Even in these moments where people really get a chance to do certain things, it's kind of wild to see how you can be able to pinpoint that one together here. Kind of insane.
This is
where that opportunity can go, though.
Yeah, this has been such an exciting day. I'm so happy for the Astral Cup, quite honestly. This is something we've needed in the community for a long time. It's a great entry point for new players who want to get into competitive. There's some really great prizes on the line that are also going to get people interested in, of course, the pro league side of things as well. The opportunity to go to Worlds, talk about really giving back to your community, as well as finally getting some events here in the daylight for our NA viewers who desperately want it. And I mean, just a great place to be. Casper here in the end, also super happy with his performance here, finally able to find the MVP he wants, moves into second place. Galbai still holding on to first, Baichen in third, Justin in fourth, Zhai Zhao there in fifth, and Kin Kolpol just barely holding on to that sixth place. Look at this, Ming, so close. Dobby, if he was able to just get a little more, maybe go out in third place and pick himself up one more elimination, he could have qualified, but he played such a good game, man. I appreciate every single one of these players for coming out, sticking it out 12 games deep today. The commitment from these boys to be here and just keep it going all day long. We've been here since 1 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. That's 8 hours non-stop of Naraka for these boys, and I appreciate every single one of them.
Oh, absolutely. Even within that amount of momentum and that stretch here, absolutely putting it exactly where you need to be in these areas here. And like I said, they did a fantastic job overall, even when it came to working towards this momentum and doing what they need to. Almost 50 points for the top player. It's literally 0.01 points. I'm just going to round it up and say that was a 50-point game, to be honest. 44.8 for Casper, Baichen with a 44.7, Justin with a 33.9. It's just so close here, and even a tied up between fifth and sixth. That's kind of crazy. I didn't expect that. A tie is kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely, I mean, this is the state of Naraka. We love to see it. This is how close these games can come down to, Dobby. And I mean, you love to see the state of the game doing so well. You know, we've come a long way since the old days of Naraka, my friend. I know you remember the old formats where we didn't even have multipliers for kills and we had rats hiding out in buildings, and you absolutely hated those rats, Dobby. I remember you screaming from the top of the buildings. Absolutely not, Dobby. So that's not how we played this game. And you know what? The community spoke out against it. They listened. Everybody was super hyped just to be there. And we changed the format. We've got that aggression. We introduced the realm of Yang. The game's come so far, and so have the players, man. These guys have been pouring their hearts and souls into the game and doing such an amazing job from start to finish. Super happy to be where we are, man.
Exactly. Even with everything that's been like just going on, the way that we've just been seeing a lot of this momentum happening, but also just appreciating it too. I think that's the other thing too, is just appreciating what's been happening, appreciating all of what we've been putting together, and just happy to just be here. There's going to be a lot of excitement coming in. And like I said, we still have one more week to go.
Yes, sir. And I mean, you know, it's this coming week isn't the end of Naraka, ladies and gentlemen. This is just Astral Cup. We still have all of J Cup. The World Championship players from all around the world are going to be heading to Shanghai for those big boy early stage qualifiers. And then we'll be heading over to Chengdu, where we're going to crown a champion for the World Cup. And, you know, it's a little sad going into this year, because J Team is a team who's been twice defending world champions there for trios. And I hate to say it, they're a team that doesn't even get to go and compete this year in J Cup. Their performance turned so downhill at the end of the season. They weren't able to make it through last chance qualifiers, and it's sad for them. They're going to have to watch somebody else walk away with their title and not even be able to play for it.
Yeah, it's definitely a really tough situation here that just really like comes through very heavily, and obviously just like it just hits a little bit, and it's tough to put that into perspective, especially because I know you're a large fan of that team. So, but like I said, there's still a lot of good teams. There's still a lot of good memories that we're going to have, especially with some of the solo players. I mean, we're going to get a chance to see players like AOW's Mike and WBG Spider go at it. Okay, we're going to see some of the greats fighting this out on top of some of our trio teams that's going to absolutely decimate and put up and make everyone sweat to not only stay alive here, but fight for that crown and that insane amount of money. I'm excited, on top of the food and on top of all of the stuff that I plan to get. I'm bringing an extra empty suitcase, like I told you before, just to make sure that I bring some stuff home with me. Trust on that. And on top of that, with everything else, it has been very, very good with everything that's been happening. But ladies and gentlemen, I think that's going to be it for us here.
Hold on 1 second though, bro, because speaking of bringing some things home, I want to give chat one last opportunity to bring some extra goodies home. We've already hit those Twitch drops you've been here and watching, but don't forget, we do have a meme contest going on over in the official Discord. Go make some memes. I want to hear about those thorny rollers. I want to hear about those ballistas. Head on over there, drop your memes, get yourself a chance to win some of these choice gift treasures so you can take some goodies home with you, ladies and gentlemen. But outside of that, Dobby, we will be heading to an end here today. Me and Dobby got to go get our munch on. It's been a long day. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. But this is going to be it from us, and we're going to see you guys next weekend.
And it's your birthday. Let's go celebrate.